Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I would like to apologize for our tardiness. We had a very packed closed session. I will now call this meeting back to order at 6:53. Good evening and welcome to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de Valle de Pájaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Leticia right over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor, pasa con Leticia. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. If someone would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card and hand it to Eva Renteria prior to that agenda item. I also see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I would like to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinion, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and for the board to conduct its necessary business. We also have Trustee Navarro joining us via Zoom tonight. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see her, but we will be able to hear her. And now I will move on to item 3.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask Trustee Flynn to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn. And I will now call on our Superintendent, Dr. Heather Contreras, to do her a few comments.
Good evening, everyone. We later have a board agenda item that will be reporting on progress on our district's strategic goals. I had earlier said that we would use superintendent comments for student achievement report outs. So we'll be doing that during that report. In the meantime, I would like to thank our attendance campaign partners. We had a day in May when we were trying to hit 98% attendance at each of our schools, and we had some schools that actually hit 99% and one school that hit 100%, which was amazing. And we had some campaign partners who made donations to encourage that attendance. And so I'd like to recognize them. We had Roundtable that gave 3 $31 gift certificates, La Michoacana that did 7 $10 gift cards, Freedom Meat Locker gave 2 $25 gift cards, Coffeeville gave 2 $25 gift cards, Cassidy's Pizza gave 2 certificates for pizza of your choice, and Aptos Barbecue gave 100 kid meal certificates. It was really amazing that our community partners came out to support our day. Next year, we plan to have one day a month where we aim to hit that 98% attendance. So we're trying to involve the entire community. If anyone here has any great ideas to have fun days to get our attendance rearing next year, please let us know. We're looking for innovative ideas all the time around this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to those community partners. I will now move us on to governing board comments, report on standing committees. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments. We will start with Trustee Flynn. Oh, and we will stick with our 3-minute time limit.
Can you hear me? Okay. Happy Pride Month, everybody. I need my glasses. I had a lot going on since the last board meeting. I attended the Quila Awards where many PVUST students were honored and recognized, specifically Izzy from PV High. And I don't want to name everybody else because then I know I'll leave somebody out. And then we also had the County Board of Supervisors, not the Board of Supervisors, sorry, County Board of Education honor Miss Brooker from PV High as Teacher of the Year. So I can't let that go unnoticed. And because it was out of everybody in the entire county, and she's ours. And I attended Black Grad. I don't know if everybody knows that there is a countywide Black Student Union. And this is a special graduation that honors those graduates. And we did have a PV student attend, and I was excited. This was my third year attending, but my first as a board member, so that was exciting. I went to the Aptos Junior High end of the school year awards, and one of the highlights for me was the Folklorico performance at PV High. I love Folklorico, so if anybody has Folklorico or banda or mariachi, please let me know. I will be in attendance. It just brings up so many happy memories, childhood memories for me here in the plaza, and then Penny Club events growing up. There were a ton of graduations and promotions. I think there were 8 for me altogether. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's all I want to share. I'm really looking forward to our governance training that's coming up. That was grant funded and voted on last last board meeting or the board meeting before. So great on their behalf by AJ Craybill, who's the author. Highly recommend that book if you're curious about the framework in which we're going to be learning over the weekend. So thank you, everybody. And again, happy Pride and happy summertime.
Thank you. Trustee Turley.
Congratulations to all of our graduates for the year. I was fortunate enough to be invited to adult school, Renaissance, and New School, which have a special place in my heart just because of my ties with those schools related to Rotary, and Watsonville High, which is my alma mater. And being able to see those faces and the family members as their children receive their diplomas is just, it's really what it's all about. Yeah, we want to send them, prepare them and send them off to have fabulous lives and great experiences.
Thank you. Trustee Medina.
Awesome. Hola, everybody. And let's address the elephant in the room right now. I know there's a lot happening, especially down in Los Angeles, and we're seeing it happening across the country. And like many of you, I just have a lot of paralysis just trying to get to the day and seeing what's going on. So for those of you who may be feeling that as well, you're not alone. It is a very scary time right now. But I think we have some hope with the class of 2025. So I want to congratulate the class of 2025. You've pushed through a pandemic, floods, campus relocations, and so much more, yet you kept showing up. You organized, you spoke truth to power, and you reminded this board and this country that young people are not waiting for permission to lead. You are leaders already. You are the class of resilience, and that resilience is going to be tested again. As ICE raids sweep through California and as federal troops roll into our neighborhoods, I want to say clearly, this is not new. Our ancestors survived this. They were labeled threats, watched, detained, and still they resisted. This is our generation's moment to say no. No to fear, no to silence, and yes to standing together. Because of what we're seeing, I would like to formally motion that a resolution be drafted and placed at our next board agenda, June 26, 2025, condemning the recent ICE raids and the military-style force being used against our communities. This is not about politics. This is about human dignity and the safety of our students and families. And I also want to make a motion to agendize a report and presentation by Barrios Unidos on their restorative practice and written explanation from the PV High School principal and this district on the decision to cancel the contract, to cancel something that we desperately need right now is far beyond me. And because we have leadership that refuses to put things on the agenda, we are going to have to resort to putting it on the agenda in public. So those are my two motions that I would like us to vote on to agendize for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will now move on to trustee Carrasco.
Okay. I wanted to take a moment to talk about what's going on in our immigrant communities. I've been feeling a lot, and I haven't really fully processed everything yet. I've felt angry and sad and helpless. These emotions have also led me to reflect on some of our current safety measures, especially in our summer school and summer camp programs, given that not all staff may be fully aware of our prepared for these situations and the impact that it might have on our immigrant families. I would also like to request that I get sent those measurements because I would like to see them. And I also want to bring up that a lot of the times the staff and teachers that are in summer school are not technically those that we have throughout the year. So a lot of these people don't know what the measures are. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows what to do just in case. So that is one of what I'm thinking about right now. And my report from DLAC, I was in the meeting with a lot of these parents, and some of the requests that they've wanted was to have a presentation to learn more about our SROs and their responsibilities in our schools. They wanted more information about our new Cabrillo partnership with PV High School. They were really excited about it, and also asked why was it that not all PV High students can participate, only the freshman class, and had the request that all students be part of this program. They also requested for us to have a Parent Square workshop in Spanish and English at the beginning of the year. There's many parents that still don't know how to use this app. And I don't know how to use it because I still don't have a child just yet in the district. I wasn't much help, and honestly, it was very confusing to me. So maybe if we can have that at all school sites bilingual, so that if there are parents who are only Spanish speaking, they're able to get help for that. So, yeah.
Thank you, trustee Carrasco. Trustee Dodge.
I just also want to echo what some of my colleagues talking about what was going on in Los Angeles. One thing that I'm proud about this board is we were proactive because we kind of seen eventually this was going to happen. And so us, trying to do the best we can to pass legislation. So hopefully, I know the district has taken proactive steps. This could happen here. What's happening in LA can and is happening here. We all know that ICE picked up somebody 2 weeks ago behind Target. And, hopefully that I know that our school district is doing the best that it can to make sure, if, ICE does come to our schools, we're prepared, and to make sure that our children aren't taken away, which is happening. And, just briefly, I just wanted to also thank the maintenance and operations team. We had Watsonville High School graduation at Watsonville High, which was very important to many of us. Generations of Wildcats have passed through there. And I just like to thank Arlindo, Sergio, and all the maintenance and operations crew that made that happen. It wasn't ideal, only half the stadium was done, but someone whose grandparents have passed there, I passed through there, and my daughter recently graduated too. And I like, to thank the colleagues that were able to make it, and go Cats. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to comment to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this week I did have the opportunity to speak at the County Board of Supervisors meeting on behalf of PVUSD, urging them not to adopt to adopt a resolution on not supporting having military in our county. And regarding what we have seen happen in Los Angeles. And we continue to do our workshops on immigration and what to do to protect yourselves. And we have had a huge attendance at those, and we'll continue to do that throughout the summer as well. And I really like your point, Jessica, about the reaching the summer families, that they may not be the same families as well as the employees, so that they know what to do. So we will definitely make sure we address that in these first weeks of summer school. So thank you. That's really smart thinking.
Thank you. Do we have Trustee Navarro set up to be able to speak? Do you have comments, Trustee Navarro?
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I just
Hold
had
on,
some
we
very
can't hear
brief.
you. Unmute.
I'm unmuted.
Nope, keep saying test.
Test, test, test.
We're working on it. Say test.
Test.
All right. We
Test. It's
We'll
okay.
keep, do you mind if we keep working on it? And okay, thank you.
I can at least type.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do my last regular board meeting. Lots has happened. First, congratulations to our class of 2025. I was in attendance at Pajaro Valley High School, Aptos High School, and Watsonville High School. And if you haven't seen Senior Evan of PV's rendition of My Way, I would suggest that you try to find that, because it was amazing. It brought chills. It was the best rendition I've heard. And I know Marta Vega posted it on her Facebook, so if you know her, go there if you can't find it. I was also able to meet with leadership at New School. I had a really good conversation with them, and one of the big things that came out of that conversation was the need for better transportation for those students, because they do come from all areas of our district, and we have some students needing to Uber to school. So we are going to work on that over the break and see that if we can't start the next year for them a little easier for them. We had 2 closed session items where we were able to work on our superintendent's evaluation, and I am happy to report that Dr. Contreras has received a positive evaluation. This weekend, we will be participating in some board governance training. I have high hopes for that. And lastly, I also want to recognize that our new student trustee is in the room. If you wouldn't mind standing and saying hi, student trustee Desi Holtz Salinas. Can't wait to see you up here with us. Thank you. And then lastly, I will work with admin to try to get out some town halls scheduled from now until our next board meeting to allow to have more of a discussion with our community, because I know here, we are limited on time, and so we will do our best to try to present some more town halls out there. And that's all I have for now. Were we able to fix Trustee Navarro's mic? Trustee Navarro, one more
Move back.
try.
Here you go. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Nope.
No, nope, still not on. Okay, we will move on. Sorry, Trustee Navarro. I will now move on to item
Point of
4.
order. There were 2 motions on the table.
Yes, I don't want to violate another Brown Act.
That's not violating the Brown
Already,
Act.
so yes, go ahead, please.
The Brown Act requires any item that would have an action or deliberation to be placed on the agenda. So the appropriate part of that was to ask for items to be placed on an agenda, but not to have a vote on it.
And we-
Yeah, so I'm forcing the vote onto the agenda, and you could do that by majority vote.
You can't place a vote onto an agenda during the meeting. It has to be in the publicly posted agenda ahead of the meeting to give the public notice that it will come up for deliberation. or
I
action.
didn't state that. I stated that I wanted the motion to be presented on the June 26th meeting, so that is being agendized.
So if I can be clear, maybe I'm understanding you incorrectly. You're not asking for a vote tonight. You're just asking for an item to be placed on the next agenda for a vote.
Exactly.
That's appropriate. And then whether or not it is, subject to the way agendas are set.
Yes, and we will discuss that at agenda setting. Gabe, it wasn't gonna, there was no discussion to have.
I have two motions on the table, so we need to vote on them.
No, we're not voting on any motions
No,
right
sir,
now.
there can't be motions placed on the table now that weren't on the agenda.
I'm not putting it on the agenda for today. I'm
Asking for a vote
asking
now,
it to
sir.
be put on the agenda at the next meeting.
Then there's no vote now, sir.
You could do a vote now.
No, sir, you can't ask for a vote that's on an item.
Sorry.
I don't think you're understanding me. I don't want this to do with anything right now. What I want this is because we were told when we got into these roles that the majority could place an item on the agenda if there is a motion and it is voted on for the upcoming meeting. So are you telling me that we were
Yes, sir, I am, actually.
You are?
That's-
Okay, 'cause that
there's a-
lawyer's here
there was-
today.
Or there was a misunderstanding or something, but there can't be a new item brought up during the meeting for deliberation or action. All of the board members can request items to be placed on the agenda. You just can't suddenly in a meeting say, now let's have a vote or deliberation on something that was not on the agenda.
I don't want deliberation. I want it to be added to the next.
Any vote requires that, sir.
Exactly. So I could motion that then in order to put that motion to get it agendized for the next meeting.
No, I'm sorry, but we will take those into consideration at our next agenda setting committee.
You guys are really wanting another lawsuit right now for doing this. You're going
You're
against.
not, I'm not going to violate Brown Act.
Okay,
So I will
well,
move on to our item
point of
4.
order, point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Bylaw 9121.4, recognize person who desired to speak and protect the speaker who has the floor, which is me right now. And then 7.1, bylaw 9121-7, rule on issues of parliamentary procedure. Put motions to a vote and state clearly the results of the vote, right? And we are ruled by majority vote. So you're telling me right now, based on parliamentary procedure, that we cannot take on a motion. So if anybody takes on a motion today, we can't vote on it.
So let me address the parliamentary procedure question, because the only legally binding authority here is the Brown Act, unless a board adopts a particular method of parliamentary procedure, because there's more than one. So
It's
my
ambiguous.
interpretation of what you're reading is how a vote properly agendized would be conducted by the board, not some extra legal power to place items up for a vote that were not put on the public agenda as the law requires, so that the public will have notice and be able to attend the meeting and, for example, have public comment on that matter before the board takes a vote or deliberates on the matter.
I love the legalese, but the question is, if I want something placed on the agenda for June 26, and the agenda setting committee is refusing to do that. I have been asking since January 22nd to get items placed on this agenda, and the agenda setting committee has refused to do that. So I am able to make a motion to have this posted on June 26th, which is 7 days in advance, so the public could read those motions that I put up, correct?
I understand your frustration, but
I'm
no,
not
sir.
frustrated. I just want to understand that some rules seem to be applying to some people and not others. So how is it that somebody can't make a motion?
Nobody up here can make a motion for an item that was not on the agenda.
To get it added to the next agenda.
I understand the attempt at circular logic, sir, but you still cannot have deliberation or action on an item in a public open meeting under the Brown Act that was not agendized to give the public notice that that would come up for deliberation or action. And it doesn't matter what the subject matter of the motion is. There's not an exemption for adding things to an agenda. So there's a process, and I hear your frustration with the process, but this is not a lawful way to go about it.
Okay, I just want to make
Thank
sure that
you.
you're saying that out loud because you will be hearing from me and this board because you guys are not following the rules.
Okay, thank you. I will now move us on to item 4.1, approval of the agenda. I'm sorry, go, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make the motion to support agenda item 4.1.
Thank you. I have a first.
Second?
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. This is just to approve the agenda for this evening. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, I saw that, trustee Navarro. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Love that. Yes, trustee Turley.
If we have one member or any members of the board who are participating remotely, are we required to do a roll call vote?
I don't believe so because we can see her, but if I am not, okay. Sorry, Mr. Testing.
It's okay, I'll just project. And, the law doesn't answer that question. It's a matter for the bylaws. My reading of the bylaws, 9200, is that the board president conducts the meeting. What I would advise is a member meeting remotely can vote in any way that can be properly observed by the public and memorialized by a written resolution passed or in the minutes that will be reviewed next meeting.
Okay, so all of us up here can see her and we saw her raise her hand. I don't know if the community can see that though. Oh, you can't? Okay, good. So we're good, trustee Navarro. As long as you do that, we're good. Okay, so I will now move us on to item 5.1, approval of the April 16th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
Michael? Okay, thanks.
I'd like to make a motion to support agenda item 5.1.
I second?
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Trustee Navarro, I didn't see any abstaining. Trustee Navarro, did you vote in favor? Okay, I'm going to count hers as not here. Okay, she raised her hand. Thank you. So motion passes 7-0. Thank you. I now move to item 5.2, approval of the April 23rd, 2025 special board meeting minutes, anticipated litigation minutes. Can I have a motion?
I move approval?
Thank you.
Second.
Oh,
Unfortunately, it only allows, I think, 3 on at a time. Okay, so I have trustee Turley made the motion and trustee Dodge seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Again, trustee Navarro, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand raise on that. Okay, if you could do your actual hand, that's a lot easier for me to see. Okay, so you were in favor of that. So that motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Now I have item 5.3, approval of the April 23rd, 2025 special board meeting, student recognition. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move approval?
Second.
Okay, trustee Turley made a motion, trustee Dodge seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Saw that this time. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, we got a lot of these tonight. Item 5.4, approval of the May 7th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move approval?
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. I have item 5.5, approval of the May 14th, 2025 special board meeting superintendent evaluation. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move approval?
Thank
Second.
you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, if you read the minutes, you're okay, though. So do you want to vote to be approved? Okay. Thank you. So now I have item 5.6, approval of the May 22nd, 2025 special board meeting, the superintendent evaluation. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move approval?
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay, now I have, we're going to have to reconvene to close session, but we were able to do items, I'm sorry. items 2.9, certificated public employee appointment, and item 2.10, classified public employee appointment. So on those two items, I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on June 11th with 16 and 18 additional actions. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Trustee Medina, was that an aye for you? Yes. Okay, any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Now I will move on to closed session item. It actually says 2.3, but it's not 2.3. It was 2.10, I believe. Yes, 2.10. I move to approve classified personnel report as presented by district administration on June 11th, 2025 with 39 and 4 additional action items. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0.
All right, we have quite a few announcements today coming out of closed session and decisions regarding some new administrators in our district. So PVUSD is pleased to announce the hiring of Ellie Swanberg as a new assistant principal at Aptos High School. Ellie Swanberg is a dedicated visual arts secondary instructor with a bachelor's degree in art education from California State University, Long Beach, graduating magna cum laude in 2010. She began her teaching journey as a student teacher at Polytechnic High School in Long Beach, later taking on a long-term substitute role at Heritage High School. Since 2012, she has been an integral part of the Liberty High School faculty in Brentwood, where she teaches beginning and intermediate drawing, advanced placement studio drawing, and various levels of 3D design and ceramics. Ellie holds a single subject art education credential and most recently earned her preliminary administrative credential in 2024. Beyond the classroom, Ellie is a collaborative leader and a student advocate who has served in multiple leadership roles. She has also supported student life as an advisor for GSA. And is Ellie here? I would think not because of the distance, but just in case. All right, we are very excited about her joining the team, so congratulations. Well, there's a little bit more, also a rugby player. Oh, exciting. Okay, announcement number 2. The Pajaro Valley Unified School District is pleased to announce Katie Kriskunis as the new principal of EA Hall Middle School. Most recently, Katie has served as the principal of Lakeview Middle School. And during her time at Lakeview, Katie took on a very unprecedented role and was the principal of both Pajaro Middle School and Lakeview during the 23-24 school year. Her excellent leadership skills, team building, and student-centered focus were on display during this time. Katie began her career teaching science at North Monterey County High School, and in 2015 moved to Aptos High to continue her teaching career. In 2019, she moved into an administrative role at Aptos High as the assistant principal of student services. Katie holds a bachelor's of science from San Jose State, a single subject credential in science with specializations in science and chemistry from San Jose State, and a master's in educational leadership and administration from LMAS Global. We're excited to welcome this highly accomplished administrator to her new role with PVUSD as a Falcon. And Katie, are you here? Oh, she's at a community schools conference. All right, love that. So we welcome, we're very excited for Katie's leadership at EA Hall. The Pajaro Valley School District is also pleased to announce the selection of Judith Woods, who has been serving as the assistant principal at Lakeview. Judith will now serve as the principal. So we have a nice little bit of continuity there for these schools. Judith began her career in education as a middle school teacher at Lakeview. So we're very excited about even more continuity there. She has taught English language development, English language arts, social studies, and leadership. And during that time, she held key leadership positions, including department chair, instructional leadership team member, and activities director. A recipient of the PVUSD Innovator of the Year Award in 2020 and a Central California Writing Project Fellow, she has been recognized for her excellence in teaching and innovation. Judith holds a bachelor's in modern literature from UC Santa Cruz, West Slug, a multiple subject credential with a CLAD certification from CSUMB, and a preliminary administrative services credential earned in 2022. So we're pleased to have this continuity in our schools. So go Eagles. We would also like to announce that Aaron Billenberg is moving over from Aptos High School to Pajaro Valley High School. He has been serving at Aptos High as one of 3 assistant principals and applied to be a Pajaro Valley assistant principal. He was most recently also a virtual academy teacher. Aaron has worked in Morocco and with the U.S. Peace Corps, and he holds a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from UC Davis, a teaching credential in math from CSUMB, and will be completing his did complete his administrative credential in June of 2023 from CSUMB. He holds a master's in education, and we are excited to have his expertise helping our Grizzlies. Also, we are having Terry Redfern, who has been most recently serving as a math director at the district office level, move over to Watsonville High, where he will take his math expertise to help our Wildcats. Terry has been bringing his strong foundation of instructional leadership, data-driven decision-making, and culturally responsive practices throughout our district. And he has also served as a principal at San Lorenzo Valley Middle School and assistant principal at Seaside Middle School. He has a master's degree in math from UC Santa Cruz, another slug, and a clear administrative credential. Terry combines his academic rigor with a heart for inclusion and equity. He began his teaching career while earning his bachelor's in math and a teaching credential from Fullerton. He has since advanced through roles as an academic coach and an independent study lead teacher. We're thrilled to have him. He's already creating great things over at Watsonville. We also have a new hire of Jennifer Basio as a new academic coordinator at Valencia. Jennifer brings over a decade of dedicated experience in elementary education, teaching a range of grades from kindergarten through 3rd grade. She began her career at Glenview and Gilroy Unified, where she taught 1st grade for 5 years, kindergarten for 2, and 3rd for 1 year. Since August of 2023, Jennifer has been a classroom teacher at Valencia. So again, we have some nice continuity there. And she has worked in kindergarten and also has been a K-1 combination class. Jennifer holds a multiple subject teaching credential from San Jose State and an admin services credential through the LEAP program at National University, and has also been in coordination with Santa Clara County Office of Ed. Beyond her classroom role, she has taken on leadership responsibilities such as co-developing school vision and mission statements, organizing school-wide events, and facilitating professional development as part of a leadership team. We're thrilled to have her experience as well. We also have Carmen Velasquez as the new principal of Hall District. Yay! We have Carmen in the house, I think. Let's see. Hi, Carmen. Yay! Carmen is the new principal at Hall. Thank you for coming here tonight. And she brings educational experience and has been a leader for over 2 decades in the California public school system. She's currently been serving as the assistant principal in Castroville in North Monterey County, and she brings 7 years of administrative experience focused on instructional leadership, restorative practices, and social emotional well-being of students, particularly in underserved communities. Prior to her current role, she served as a site coordinator for PVUSD, so welcome back, yay, and has worked in the after-school academic and enrichment program, aligning enrichment with academic interventions to support students' holistic development. Earlier in her career, she was a head teacher in alternative education with the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, where she helped launch 2 schools tailored for high-needs high school students. Carmen holds a master's degree in education, educational administration, and administrative services credentials from Concordia University, as well as a BA in history and a single subject teaching credential from the University of California, Santa Cruz. Ooh, a utility player I am seeing out there. Go Hawks, and welcome, Carmen. We are also excited to welcome Jeremy Davidson. Jeremy, are you here by any chance? Well, welcome. I know we will be excited to meet you soon as a new assistant principal of Pajaro Middle School. Jeremy is a seasoned educational leader with over 20 years of experience fostering student success and driving school-wide improvement. Throughout his career, he's demonstrated expertise in instructional coaching, curriculum development, data-informed decision-making, and cultivating positive school culture. His professional journey spans a variety of school communities where he has taught a wide range of visual arts, secured grant funding, led department-level initiatives, and collaborated with staff and stakeholders to enhance student learning. Jeremy's leadership approach is grounded in relationship building and a deep commitment to equity, creativity, and continuous growth. Jeremy holds a Master's of Arts in Studio and Environment Art, a Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology, both from New York University. He has also completed the Leaders in Education Administration program through Santa Clara County Office of Education, and his credentials include a California Administrative Services credential, a single subject teaching credential in art, and career technical education in credentials in both arts, media, and entertainment, and manufacturing and product development. With this strong academic foundation and comprehensive certification, Jeremy is well prepared to take on the responsibilities of an assistant principal and make a meaningful impact in a leadership role. We're excited to meet Jeremy in the future. And we have Denise Phipps Craig, who had been the principal of Hall and is moving into a support role, but will be a great support to our new principal there. And she will be the academic coordinator of Hall District. Denise has had a wealth of service at Hall District and as both a teacher and an administrator, and she served as an elementary teacher at McQuitty as well. She's been an administrator in PVUSD for many, many years, and during her time at Hall, she has been both the academic coordinator, the site principal. She has a Bachelor's of Arts from CSUMB and a master's degree in education, and we wholeheartedly support Denise in the decision that she has made, and we are so glad that she continues to be in PVUSD. And lastly, but not leastly, we are excited for Miss Alicia Jimenez, who is making a change, but a very positive one. She is going to be moving into the role of a community school leadership coordinator, supporting our grant that we receive, which is a huge grant, and helping to oversee our very talented community school specialists. We're very excited for this position. Ms. Jimenez has an extensive background with the district, serving as executive assistant to the superintendent for 16 years, most recently as the public information officer for the past 8 years. Ms. Jimenez is active in the community. She volunteers in a variety of organizations, which makes her an exceptional fit for this role. She has a master's in public administration from the University of Phoenix, a bachelor's degree in sociology from Smith College, very prestigious, and we are very proud to announce Ms. Jimenez as our new community school leadership coordinator. Woo. That was a lot of new positions and hires, and we're very excited for every single one of them and very thrilled to announce that we, I believe, are almost completely staffed in our administrative positions. A really strong shout out to our Human Resources Department and to our cabinet. Last year at this time, we had many, many, many positions to fill. So we're really excited with the recruitment efforts that have been made and finding ourselves in a very different position this year than we were last year. Last year, when I came on board, I did not even have a cabinet at all at this time. And so just really great job to our Human Resources Department and to all of the efforts of our principal pipeline and filling that bench and developing that program. So huge gratitude to find PVUSD in this position and ready to go for next year. Yeah. Yay.
Thank you. That was a lot. I will now move us on to item 7.1, our public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda for this evening. Please know that though the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, we are listening. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do.
Before we do that, I do want to make a suggestion to the board or a recommendation, one of just two ideas we might want to think about. This particular board meeting is one of the most important board meetings of our school year because it is when we're going to be hearing our budget development proposal for next year and thinking through what decisions we will be making on that for our next board meeting. We also have our LCAP plan for the year. We do have the SRO report. We won't be making decisions, but it is a report. So we have some things that the board really will need to think about and concentrate on. Our meetings have tended to go very, very late into the early hours of the morning, and I worry that we think on these things late into the night. So two ideas or things for consideration that I might want the board to maybe think about and deliberate on would be, one, having our regular public comment time on non-agendized item, but then moving the comment time on all the agendized items to one block time instead of hearing them at the end of each item, just to save maybe a little time in the transition so that we would just hear all the cards at one time. So everyone comes up rather than after each item. I think it could save a little bit of time. So that's just one suggestion that we might want to consider. The other suggestion that you may want to consider is ending the meeting or tabling it at 10:30, and if possible, reconvening what is left tomorrow morning at 8. Just because I worry about these meetings going long and decisions or us thinking through these things late into the night. Those are just two ideas to consider. Or we could do what we've been doing, which is extending the meeting till very late and thinking through these things very late into the night. Just a couple things for maybe consideration.
Okay, so just to be clear, it is my understanding that as board president, I am able to make a motion to adjust to one of her suggestions if the board is in agreement of that. Is that correct? If our board would like to possibly move all of our public comments to right after.
What I'm gonna do is give the same answer, though. I mean, you should put on an agenda that you're going to consider adopting a rule for the way that the board is going to operate, and then you can discuss it, and then you can adopt it, because the idea is to have a consistent rule again and again, and in case there's going to be public comment, I mean, we want to do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order.
I wanted to make sure.
Point of order.
Yes.
Madam President, under Government Code Section 54954.2A, the Brown Act explicitly states that a member of legislative body may request that a matter within the subject matter jurisdiction be placed on the agenda of a future meeting. PVUSD bylaw 9322 similarly affirms that any board member may request an item be placed on future agendas. I am now exercising that right publicly and transparently, and I move the board to vote to place the items that I mentioned on the agenda. This is not a request for an action tonight. It is a request to consider the item as future business. If council believes this motion is impermissible, I respectfully ask that you cite the specific legal authority or bylaw that prohibits this.
Okay, thank you.
So the key here is that what the statute says and the bylaw says that you just cited is that any member of the board may request an item. There can't be some deliberation or vote on anything that hasn't been agendized, and you, sir, you have made your request.
I
So
requested my time. This is not a request for action tonight. It is a request to consider the item in a future business.
We understood that the first time.
exercised your right to make a request for something to be placed on a future agenda, and that's where it ends.
Thank you. So now,
I could motion on it. It says it
So,
right here in Government Code
seeing
Brown
what
Act.
trustee, sorry,
It says
seeing what,
make a request, not a motion, sir.
thank you. We're going to move on from that. We're not going to do that right now. And we are not going to change because as you said, that's something that if we want to bring that, if we want to change that in the future, we can bring it to an agenda item and have a discussion, hear from the public on that and change it there. So for right now, we're just going to proceed with public comments and Trustee Dodge will call you up. And this will, you'll have 2 minutes and we will stop at 30 minutes. Thank you.
So I'll call it 6 at a time. So the first one is Christine Hong, Omar Dieguez, Maria Velázquez, Gustavo Chavez, Maria Silva, and Sergio Chavez.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to recommend that, I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, sorry, could we just start over again? Sorry, I didn't realize that. Okay. I'd like to recommend that the agenda setting committee be, that its composition be elected trustees and not people who are appointed. I think that that is more democratic. I want to pose a question and I want to say something. Dr. Contreras, I'm so pleased that you advocated against the incursion of the military into Watsonville. That builds on a long history here of the community organizing to keep ourselves safe. And we really have to think about what that means right now. There was an immigration task force in the mid-1980s. What happened was they actually watched the activities of what was then called INS, the precursor to ICE, and INS could not make incursions or raids into Watsonville because the community organized. I wanted to say something. There's a war right now that's being waged on undocumented and other status vulnerable people and their defenders, and there's a criminalization of people merely for existing. And in this context, we have an organization, Barrios Unidos, that is in PV High. This is an organization that has a long, legendary, really deeply respected, reputation within the community. And we have people like Omar Dieguez, who has known the underside of the rock. His leadership truly comes from below. He understands firsthand what it means to be criminalized. As the first Chicano president at Aptos High School, he was an advocate for Chicano studies. And when he rose up, what happened? The principal of that school unjustly stated that he had participated in a drive-by shooting, a total scurrilous lie. And so we have an opportunity with Omar Dieguez to have the wisdom of system-impacted people
Thank you, Ms. Hong.
mentoring our
That's your
youth.
time. Thank you.
I just want to say it's the right thing to have them in our schools.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Velázquez. Yo vengo aquí a hablar sobre Barrios Unidos y Omar.
Espérate un minuto. Ella va a venir a decir lo que está diciendo en inglés.
I can try to say in English. Hi, my name is Maria Velázquez. I came here to help Omar and Barrios Unidos because they always be part of the students and the community of like me as a parent. Because I passed a situation, and this year one of my childs was bullied Nobody will hear me. I call you, Miss Contreras. I call Mr. Bellman, and nobody heard me. I went to the school to have help, and nobody listen to me. I went to Varios Unidos with a man, and only the person who heard me. I have a problem with my child. One student told bullying on my child. Only the person who defend my child was Omar in Varios Unidos. I think Varios Unidos need to be in the school district on Pajaro High School and all the school that needs Varios Unidos as a parents, as a students, because my child was abused as a bullying and was attacking as the teachers. One teacher say, because my son defend himself, because my son say, this man was bullying me, this student was bullying me, and nobody hurt him. So he needs to defend herself. And because he defend herself, he said, one teacher said, or because you are suspended, because you're not going to graduate, no more. I fight, and I knock doors to tell where he's not going to work because he defend himself a bullying. And the bullying student who was bullying my son, he was able to walk. There no, where is that transparency? Why is that igualdad? Where is that equal? They're not equal here in that district. Only my son. So Varios Unidos help me to knock doors, to open, to be able to my son to walk. I think Varios Unidos need to be in the school district, not only in Pájaro Valley High School, all the schools that need Varios Unidos need to be there because the community need them. The board meeting need them. No, not only because one principal doesn't want Varios Unidos on the school. If for one reason, think about it. Maybe the principal has something that need to be that doesn't want to be founded, and Varios Unidos can help the students and the families.
Muchas gracias. Y si están, cuando alguien viene a hablar en español y necesita traducción en inglés, les damos 2 additional minutos. Y por eso, if you're wondering why she was given 4 minutes, that's why. And so, sí, sí puedes decir en español y luego ella va a traducir en inglés.
Okay. Listo. Ok, nomás vengo a agradecer a Barrios Unidos y al señor Omar.
I come to thank Sir Omar and Barrios Unidos.
El señor miró cómo estaban ocurriendo las cosas y cómo estaban humillando a mi hijo
He saw what happened and how my son was being humiliated,
entre maestros y alumnos
teachers and students,
y también la directora.
and also the principal
Y el subdirector también lo acosó en el baño
and the assistant to the
queriéndole
principal
abrir la mochila. Y le dijeron, hey, respétale.
tried to open his backpack, but they said
Yeah.
you need to respect
Y
him.
cómo es justo que a un joven que tiene ilusiones de querer jugar fútbol americano, los maestros les digan, hey, bájale la moral, no vas a caminar.
How is it fair that a student with opportunities to play professionally is told you're not going to graduate?
Caminar con con sus amigos en la graduación, decirle en su cara, no.
And graduating with his friends, and how is it fair to tell him, no, you can't do that?
Yo por eso estoy muy agradecido con Barrios Unidos, Omar, que anduvo al pendiente. Él más que nadie miró la desigualdad que hay.
So I'm really fortunate and grateful to have Omar and Barrios Unidos because they were the only ones who stood by us and understood and heard us.
Y mi hijo, a base de eso, se sentía frustrado. ¿Por qué? Por lo mismo de que hay acoso y a veces no quieren abrir los ojos.
And this abuse was the source of my son's frustration.
¿Por qué los muchachos? Por lo mismo los muchachos se van a las drogas y las pandillas. ¿Por qué? Porque no hay apoyo.
Why do kids resort to being part of gangs? Because there's no support.
Eso es lo que hizo mi hijo, de lo frustrado que estaba.
That's what my son did.
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicimos nosotros otra vez? Traerlo para atrás.
Para atrás.
O sea, alientarlo, que no le van a cerrar las puertas, que le eche ganas, que les demuestre que él en realidad tiene ganas de sobresalir y un menor de edad.
So we keep supporting him to keep going.
Y otra de las cosas, ¿cómo lo iban a hacer firmar a un menor de edad que si se portaba mal o algo, no iba a caminar en la ceremonia? A un menor de edad no lo pueden hacer firmar.
And another thing that's unfair is how are they going to make him sign a paper saying that he's not going to graduate?
Es lo único que le doy yo a Barrios Unidos, y ahorita a mi hijo y y al señor Omar, que mi hijo está entusiasmado querer jugar fútbol americano, está yendo otra vez igual a hacer ejercicio.
And my son is really excited to be able to play American football.
Ya, es lo único que les digo.
That's
Gracias
all
a
I want to
ellos
say.
podría haber pasado algo grave que yo no quisiera que pasara en los alumnos, o por decir, matarse o X cosa.
Something really bad could have happened, like suicide.
Hasta que pasan las cosas es cuando en realidad vamos a ver las cosas o abrir los ojos.
And when bad things happen is when we tend to open our eyes and tend to what matters. Thank you.
Gracias.
Hi. It was great listening to all the highlights of the end of the school year and all of what you said. It was a really great reason to celebrate, but we also have to highlight, the students that are being left behind and need help and support, as well as what we're celebrating throughout the school year. My name is Maria, and my son's name is Sergio, and he participates in the Barrios Unidos program. Before Barrios Unidos, our son Sergio was making very bad choices to the point that took him to incarceration. We tried everything and nothing was working. He also, the school system didn't help us out. He also did not want to participate in any kind of services or activities. He wasn't telling us anything. He was completely shut down. When me and my husband walked into Barrios Unidos in Santa Cruz, we walked in with our backs hunched, head down, feeling tired, worried, helpless, scared. We talked to several people in there. Omar was there. They said that they were going to help us, go with us to court, help our son. They educated us about the justice system, the different programs that our son could participate in. They gave us reassurance that we needed after hearing so many times, and believing, we were bad parents. Our son was, a bad member of society. After, I noticed a lot of positive changes in my son as soon as he started participating in Barrios Unidos. Omar, his mentor, reminded him of his worth, that he has a sense of purpose, that he's a good person and capable of so many things. Teens have to hear this from someone other than their parents. And also, Barrios helped our son Sergio participate in programs because he didn't want to do anything. We did this by Omar, one of the mentors, would go with him several times to the program.
Thank you. That's
just
your
have this
time. Thank
something,
you.
I just think it's wonderful to have Barrios Unidos in the school system. I believe that Barrios had been part of my son's school, he would have,
Thank you. Every second you take is taken away from someone else who'd like to speak. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Creator for allowing me to be here today. It's difficult to lose the contract at PV. We serve over 200 students at PV High. We asked for explanation for the principal. He refused to put it on paper. He blamed the district. I was told that the district told him to spend the money elsewhere. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what it is. What I do know is that the kids are gonna suffer. The kids are the ones that are gonna pay the price. Daniel, I'm sorry, am I interrupting your sleep? Okay. You know, Barrios Unidos teaches cultura. Barrios Unidos not only teaches cultura, but teaches self-confidence, teaches you how to participate. We also advocate for students in the court system. We advocate for students in the community. Like Gustavo, he wasn't gonna graduate. His parents came all the way to Santa Cruz. We got him to walk. He got to graduate from 8th grade. That's big. That is big, you know? I have a radio station that I take the kids on. They get to participate on the radio. They get to go to the retreat center that we have. They get to participate in sweat lodges and other things like that. We teach cultura. It's very important that we have mentors in the schools. They need mentors. We were the only group at PV High School that when the student committed suicide, we were the only group providing services for those students, and we teamed them up with the counselors.
All right, the next 6 speakers are Gabriel Barrazas, Chris Zumarin, Jess Clements, Bill Beecher, Chris Webb, and Dr. Lourdes Barrazas.
Good evening, I'm Gabriel Barraza, District 5. And I'm here for 2 things in the public comments. One is I was part of the group that struggled for 20 long months to get the CRE contract renewed. And you guys made the right decision to bring it back. But there is something missing, and that is the apology to Dr. Allison Tintiango Cubales, whose contract was not renewed because of false and defamatory comments of anti-Semitism by members of the community. When they complained, they received an apology very quickly. It has been 20 months. Dr. Allison Tintiango Cubales needs her apology. The second thing is I am here in support of groups like Barrios Unidos, Milpa, and several other community groups that are needed in this school district. They are represented by people who grew up in the school district, grew up under the eye of the criminal justice system, who were disadvantaged, who understand what it's like to be a brown person in this community. They are mentors now. We need mentors at all the schools to show kids that you can make something of your life, that could show kids how to navigate the system. You cannot punish and police your way out of problems. You need to handle them at their root. We need to work on things of a material nature. We need to work on things of a social and emotional nature. If we continue to police our way out of things, we are going to create more problems generationally for our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Zumran. I've been a RISE teacher in the district for 5 years, and I'm here to talk about room closures and office closures that have been affecting my program. So I've taught Rise at all 3 levels. I taught starting out at Rolling Hills and then at Watsonville High and now at Amesti. And our program is for our special education students that are probably, I consider, most at risk. It's a wraparound service, which includes educationally related mental health services. And we work with child family teams as well. So it's full wraparound. Rise program throughout the district, we're losing rooms, and I know, there's closures and we have to cut, but it's definitely, our families depend on those programs. So our ERMS clinicians, they actually work with other professionals outside, so psychologists, they meet with the teams, we meet with our families, and we need confidential places to do that. And those confidential places are being taken from us. It's concerning because those services are written into IEPs, which are legally binding. So if a student doesn't have a legally binding, confidential place to go to do therapy, then we can't provide those services and we're not in compliance. Other than that, we're moving to smaller classrooms. We're being forced to move to smaller classrooms. I would say in special education, we see the greatest differentiation in our students. So a lot of the times we deal with that by having small groups. And in a small classroom, we can't do small groups. There's just no room. So I would just like to show my support for my program and support for my directors, Heather Morin and Heather Gorman, for listening to me and always taking me into consideration. But also, I want to be student-centric and make sure that our students keep on receiving these services and we do them in compliance and to the best of our ability. Thank you.
I go now. Hi, I'm Jess Clements. I am a parent of students at WCSA and DTI. I have a little more time than I thought. So I just wanted to thank Trustee Medina and Trustee Navarro for communicating with me about my concerns around the Youth Truth Survey. And hopefully, well, I was going to bring up I was going to ask you guys to do a motion, but clearly that's a moot point today. But I would like to add an action item to the June 25th board meeting agenda. Please vote on canceling the PVOC's contract with Youth Truth. PVOC has paid Youth Truth more than $500,000 since contracting with them in 2018, and you cannot continue using this costly product when there won't be enough funding to make the changes which are recommended by the survey data. Continuing to pay for Youth Truth amidst the financial instability of our district is a luxury PVOSD does not have. All school sites currently have access to a PDF of all the survey questions provided by Youth Truth, and minimal effort is needed to recreate those surveys using a much less costly platform, including Google Forms, SurveyMonkey. I'm sure there's other ones out there. PVUSD must cancel this contract with Youth Truth before November 3rd to avoid incurring any additional fees. I did get that information. Thank you to Ms. M and her assistant, Ms. Moran. Again, I request that an action item be placed on the agenda for the 25th to vote for canceling the contract with Youth Truth. The last thing I was going to say is if you look at the numbers, since 2018, we've had consistently declining participation across the board. So even the data that you're getting is skewed, and it is not a comprehensive reflection of our entire community. So making decisions based on that feels inappropriate. You need to have more information from the greater community and not at a cost of $68,000 to $85,000 a year when we just don't have the money. Thank you.
Good evening. I have some good news for you. I can't do a slide presentation. I've been outlawed. So I'm going to talk, and the board has already gotten a copy of this presentation as PVFT. So I'm here to talk about how to improve academic performance. And it's about how to change the English language learner program. What you're doing is failing. Let's look at the facts. Over 40% of the students in this district are English language learners. Less than 5% of them meet or exceed the state standards. You don't have to be a rocket science or even good at math to figure out they're sucking down our academic performance. So if you want to fix things, you fix that. Now, the other problem is that 40 5 to 50% of those English language learners will start dropping out of school starting in the 5th grade. Having studied the top Hispanic districts in the state, they require that the students transition within 2 years. We require anybody who's not speaking Spanish, and we have 20 foreign languages spoken in our system, 19 of them have to do English immersion. Gee, they do pretty good. So what to do? Put this topic on your agenda, which I've already requested in writing, which is what you're supposed to do, to the superintendent and to the president and vice president of the board. That's the process. Consider requiring transition to English within 2 years. Be prepared for a backlash of well-meaning missionaries and teachers who do not have the facts. Fix this and you've got the biggest bang for your buck. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Barraza, and I am here because for about 2 years, we fought for the CRE contract to return. It did, and we had also asked for a letter of apology for Dr. Titiango Cubales, who had been basically defamed. There was no evidence of any of the accusations. They were all false. You all knew that. You saw the evidence, and I really don't understand why that's not on the agenda tonight. That should be something that should have been done as soon as possible. So I hope that with Trustee Medina's request that it gets placed on it. I really don't understand why something so simple cannot be placed on the agenda. It's just a matter of respect. We're trying to get this person back. How are we gonna get her back when we can't even apologize for what was done to her? So I strongly urge you to put that on the agenda. I sent emails, I didn't hear back, so I'm hoping that I will hear back as to why it was not on the agenda tonight. And that maybe, if you just tell me it's gonna be on the agenda next time, we could be okay. The other reason I'm here is because, as several parents have said, Barrios Unidos is needed, and we need more groups like that. These are people who are homegrown, understand the situation. Maybe we need more culturally sensitive administrators who understand that. Because a program who serves 200 plus students in less than a year, that's pretty successful. What other program can say that? So to take away a safe space for kids, it's really a disservice to the students. I really do not understand why that decision was made. I also hope that the board is thinking about a policy for when parents reach out to administrators and they get ignored, how many times does the parent need to reach out before something's happened? Do we have to wait until there's a fight? Do we have to wait until the kid commits suicide? At what point does something get done? This parent who spoke earlier tonight reached out for 2 years, three different principals, and nothing was done until the kid got into a fight. That's not acceptable. We need to have a clear policy, and I'm hoping that at the beginning of this fall, we have some sort of policy for parents to follow. Thank you.
Good evening. The last meeting, it kind of reignited some of my concerns about Red Apple. I'm worried that the AI seems to be choosing the favorites and the people who have created hostile work environments. I was partly thinking about this because Dr. Navarro, you had brought up how racism cuts both ways, and at the time you got a lot of boos. But thinking about it, there was actually an experience I had at Renaissance that kind of speaks to what you were saying. I came to school, I'm walking from my car to the room. Another car is coming in the lot on a rainy day, kind of fast. And then I kind of had to juke to get out of the way. And then I walk in the office, I'm like, oh yeah, thank goodness for my Spidey skills. Kind of being, lighthearted about it. And that person was like, oh yeah, you need to actually walk better. And trying to explain how it was my fault that I did something wrong in the years I've been walking this short distance. And then I was like, I have this on film. And I was actually going to show it to you, but no presentations. And then she was like, well, no one's going to believe you. Like, oh, I mentioned a name of somebody else who witnessed it. And then they were like, oh, well, they're white. And that kind of had gotten on this other thing that happened. Like, part of the reason I was even on the outs was as a rep, union rep of that site, at one time, a teacher happened to be hit for telling a kid to put their phone away. I would get called into meetings and stuff as a result of it. But that teacher was white. And then certain people took issue with me for representing them when there was a brown student who hit them. So I think that there was something to Dr. Navarro's statement more than we maybe realize. And then also I wanted to say that an actual legit criticism of you, Trustee Medina, would have been when we were talking about board policy for Daniel Esqueda. Like you're like, oh, yep, let's go for it right away. And I actually agree with that policy. But I am glad that you, Dr. Contreras, said, no, we need to always do the two meeting rule. So we hear it and then we act later. I think that's the best due process. That's how we should always do it. Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr. White.
Contreras.
Okay, next up we have Heather Geddes from Wixa. Heather Geddes, I'm sorry. Judith Baker. Krishna Carter. Amanda Milan. Andrea Longoria. Phoenix Artemisia. Janae Carl, Wixa. And Maria Eastman.
Good evening. Before I speak on my topic, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the pain of the parents that spoke earlier about their child being bullied and echo their sentiments and requests for more anti-violence and conflict resolution programming on our campuses. With that, good evening, Superintendent, board members, and colleagues. My name is Heather, and I'm a parent at WCSA. My 2 children are in 7th and 8th grade, and we've been with the school since kindergarten. My children have thrived at WCSA thanks to incredibly talented and dedicated teachers that have supported and encouraged their growth. I have thrived at the school because of the connections I've been able to make with parents and administrators. What is not so great about our school are the facilities. I'm very concerned about the condition of the buildings, the restrooms, and the fact that for most of the past year, our field has been closed due to sewage and septic issues. All the children in our school district deserve safe facilities to learn and grow in. And I understand that we are only one of many facilities that the district is working with, and that facility issues are often very complicated. And that is why I'm asking that the district and board work with our school and families now on a long-term plan, providing clear and transparent communication in regard to future facilities, along with a timeline. I do appreciate the information shared so far in regard to our field repairs, and also request a timeline for this. We have many engaged and involved parents who would love to work collaboratively with the district on a long-term plan for the success of our students in our school. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board. I appreciate your support of the attendance campaign and the generous donations from WCSA Home and School Club parents, 14 gift cards, and PVUSD, 5 gift cards, which helped acknowledge all the WCSA students with perfect attendance this year. As a volunteer yard duty, I want to bring to your attention the urgent need for improving field maintenance and functioning bathrooms at WCSA. Last year, a student suffered a concussion due to a gopher hole. Additionally, ongoing plumbing issues have led to students using portable facilities, causing difficulties for younger students, kindergarten, and resulting in several accidents. Furthermore, two of the 4 playground fixtures are currently out of order. Despite challenges like the lack of bus routes and campus conditions, many parents some from as far as Hollister, choose WCSA for its unique charter school environment that fosters inclusion. Their commitment is evident in their active participation in classrooms and field trips. Thank you for your time.
Well, I'm Christina Carter, and I'm here representing staff at Minty White School, not only teachers, but also classified staff and students. We wrote a letter to all of you and several other people at the district office level responding to the Navigating Change Together letter, and are being told on May 27th via email on site classrooms that were being shut down. In the document, it states that student learning, teacher collaboration, and overall school operations were primary for the Navigating Change. However, our health office is being told to move back to the main office, which is very small. And the old space only has, which was to be moved back to, excuse me, it only is about a 9x9 area, a room for a cot, room for a desk, that's it. The bathroom near it is via the office, and that's only one of 3 accessible bathrooms to the entire adult staff at Minty White School. Ed Code says nurse's office has to have a bathroom separate from staff bathrooms in the administration area. Clearly that will not be meeting that. Our nurse says she gets up to 50 students a day, and sometimes 10 at a time. The nurse's office will be through the main office in a little corner. And where will the students who are waiting going to go? Where's the vomit going to go? Where is the privacy going to go? Also, our ELAP coordinator is going to be moved upstairs to the attic. This is a very narrow attic. It's horrible. And that's my time. Please read and consider our letter.
Thank you.
We wrote it, and only Daniel Dodge and Joy responded,
Thank you.
and Contreras just one line.
Good evening. Thank you for your attention. My name is Phoenix Artemisia. My daughter Rhiannon has attended Watsonville Charter School for 3 years and finished 5th grade this year. There's a wait list typically for over half of the grades at our school due to the school's reputation. We were on a wait list twice to get in. Watsonville Charter School of the Arts has produced highly achieving students, some of whom gained statewide and national recognition this year and preceding years in math, performing arts, and in the Invention Convention. Yet we do not have an indoor cafeteria or gym, assembly, multi-purpose area, or a stage. Our kids eat their lunch under awnings where wind and rain blow on them. We have failed bathrooms, a failed septic field that this year took away their sports opportunities in PE and stopped practices for competitive middle school athletics. Why do charter schools get punished for being outstanding? PVUSD should strive to fulfill its basic legal obligations to our charter school, at least. Visually, our campus is beautified with murals from decades of students, staff, and admin who love the culture of WCSA, despite the prolific art testifying to the impact of our program and that which teachers have on students' lives. We have been ignored, and the can has been kicked down the road far too long. Now our campus is at risk of total disuse, which is a shame that it befell to it due to neglect. Letting the campus degenerate has also had a negative impact on students' perceptions that adults care about their learning environment. There are clinical studies that a stable, clean, and functional environment supporting learning and psychological well-being are important. Watsonville Charter School does not have this foundation currently, and we're pleading for your attention. We want to work with PVUSD to attain our goal of fixing the field for starters. These same studies show that behavior issues, tensions, and underperformance can result in substandard schools. The indifference that we've been shown in getting no response, actionable timelines, or information when requested, even by our former principal numerous times, is telling parents that the district does not care about declining standards for our children. PVUSD risks losing families from all backgrounds who have been insulted and frustrated for months and years regarding lack of action to maintain, much less improve, our facilities. Some families are considering leaving the district entirely. Many of them come from—
Thank you so much. That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Hoping for the best.
Good evening. My name is Janae Clark, and I'm a parent at WCSA. I want to first say thank you so much to Trustee Turley for coming to our parents' meeting. That is the kind of leadership that we want in our community. It makes us feel heard and makes us feel like honored and listened to, and it makes us feel like our children are going to get what they need, and we appreciate that. It is, though, really disheartening to feel our voices haven't they haven't been heard and that they've been ignored by the district. And when I'm saying voices, I'm not just talking about parents, I'm talking about our administrators, our teachers that we love so much, and especially our children that are coming and talking to us about these things. My son comes and tells me, Mom, I got frogs today in the poo-poo pee-pee water. My son should never be saying that, ever. And that is really sad that that's happening. And we've asked and asked and asked just for transparency. And the transparency isn't just because we're saying it's your fault, but it's also if we want collaboration with our school, then we need to know what's happening so that we can fundraise. Because we as parents, we want to help because we love our children. The whole point of all of this is because we want our children to have better lives than what we have and more opportunities. And not just my kid. Like I go into the class and I volunteer, and I've come to really love and appreciate those kids too. And I see their weaknesses and I see their strengths, and I know that we need to be able to give them more than what they've been offered. We're not talking about adding a new pool to the school. We're not talking about adding little things here and there. We're just talking about sanitation. We're talking about we need like toilets that work and that don't get backed up. And it doesn't stink when our kids are trying to learn. We really just want a clean space for our kids.
How do I go after that? Jeez. Okay. Good evening, trustees. My name is Maria Eastman. Thank you to some of you who have responded to my emails. I really appreciate it. My son Isaiah is a second grader in WCSA. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I get super anxious in doing this, but here I am. Here we are. While I appreciate Heather Gorman's email now, that happened just moments ago, WCSA's field has been closed for over 8 months. This mess is on all of our hands, on our shoes, on our clothes, our kids. Our kids, students as young as 5 and their younger siblings play near and around this space every day. We now have a partial estimate, nearly $100,000, but no confirmed start date, no final bid, and no plan for cost overruns. Summer isn't a plan. Families deserve real dates and transparency. We're asking for a confirmed start date and end date before August 13th, a full cost breakdown and project scope, a plan of overruns that doesn't shift surprise costs to WCSA, clear justification of the $18,000 contribution. And we'd also like this item to be included on the next board meeting agenda. Heather mentioned that the damage of the leach field was unfortunately caused by the site allowing vehicles to drive and park on the field, but we have yet to receive concrete evidence and details from that matter that confirms that theory. And this is really about communication, accountability, and equity. Oh, I have time. And quite frankly, it's extremely frustrating that we are asked to fit these health and safety concerns into 2-minute time slots while the board gets to talk as long as they want. And while, I understand that we have things to talk about, like our voice matters too. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Mian, and I also have a student at Walton Charter. And I just want to reiterate what they all said as well about our children and the field and how disgusting and dirty and unsafe. And I was calling health departments trying to get that school closed down because I don't think that our children should have to be at that school in those situations. Our kids are getting sick. And there has been no transparency and no answers and no plans of fixing this. I have a 5-year-old that was in a porta potty, barely learning how to go to school on their own, much less be in a porta potty on their own. We are an art school, and having a place that our kids can perform is really important. And it's not just performing, but it is for our kids to be able to eat safely in a cafeteria, because as we know, it rained so bad that we can't even get to school because of the road being like that. And our children are sitting there in that rain, eating wet, soggy food. They get hot food. It's not hot. That's part of the law, I believe, that there's like the district has to provide the hot meals. We're not even able to keep it hot. They have to go then sit in the rain. Our kids are getting sick from being like that also. Yeah, I would just really like it if the district could be transparent to give us the answers, to help us move forward, to help you help us. I believe that there is the funding. We just need you guys to listen to our concerns and help us.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment time. And so I will now move us on to our employee organizational comments. Now is the time where we'll hear from our employee organizations. Each will be given 5 minutes.
Before you move on, I did submit a card for public comment.
What was your name?
Ballot.
We'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am a parent at WCSA. My family very carefully selected a smaller art school with an emphasis on the whole child, not just test scores. We have experienced that care from the school's teachers, staff, and admin, but not the district. And I would like to say, just now, the county health department shut down the field for gray water in October. Naively, I and many other parents believed the field would be repaired once the rainy season ended. It was not. The children started referring to the poo-poo field. At the end of the school year, parents started independently questioning not just the site staff, who were similarly in the dark, but also the county health department. Only now have we gotten any information when we fight for it and we pull teeth out with pliers. This information that we have gotten is insufficient and obfuscating to the point of insult. Trust has been broken. We need transparency. We need collaboration. We need to know what guidelines are the basis for this information and the amount we have been instructed to contribute for the repairs, because the MOU is expired. We need a commitment to work together for a long-term solution on a campus in good repair, whether that be at the Whiting Road campus or a move to another campus with appropriate facilities, not the take it or leave it offer we were given of fewer classrooms than we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will call up PVFT. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you to the board and Superintendent Brandon Denise, the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Just want to acknowledge all the speakers in the room today. I'm not going to echo their sentiments because they've said it all more effectively than I can. But what I would ask is that the board in this district really actually listen and follow through on the demands of the community. I want to take a second to say congratulations to all of our recent graduates. I think we can all remember that first summer at the end of high school where your real life begins, and then you kind of start to miss school, and hopefully some of these kids remember, oh yeah, maybe my teacher was right, because this is when the work begins for the rest of their lives. So I wish them all the best of luck in the world. I also want to say congratulations to all of our teachers and staff who were a part of the students' success, whether you taught them in kindergarten or you were that teacher their 12th grade year who helped get them over the edge. It takes a village, and we're all in this together. In the past, summer has traditionally been the time where the district tries to kind of sneak some things past the community. And so I'm asking that the district really not do that this time around and really work with us and be transparent. I'm a little disappointed to see the SRO conversation today because I think that a lot of people would have wanted to see this next year. But it is what it is, I guess. And I really want to let the board know that the end of our year was greatly disrupted by the district's last-minute efforts to close upwards of 150 classrooms as part of their reorganization. We do recognize that the district has this ability, but the way it happened created unnecessary stress. We submitted an MOU to the district, I want to say it was on May 24th, to outline the process, to establish deadlines, to make it clear what we're going to get compensated for and when, to ask for, we requested an information like who's moving, where are you moving them to, things like that. And so far, the district hasn't provided a response, which for a lot of our members, particularly itinerant staff who are being told you're being moved, and then their first question is where to? When the district can't answer those questions, maybe we should have slowed down and reconsidered this. These types of moves should have been something that sites were talking about since January and really planning for. I just had a member reach out to me who's a kindergarten teacher, and she found out today she's losing her classroom because the TK class needs it because they need access to a bathroom in the classroom. Well, so do kinder teachers. And I recognize that this is due to the state thinking they know what's best and requiring the expansion of TK. So our hands are tied a little bit, but it shouldn't be who gets the bathroom, TK or kinder, when they both need it. We really need an investment in our facilities to make these things actually actionable. So the district's also been informing us that you intend to right-size some of our staff through reassignments and displacements after the May 20th deadline, which again, it's your right to do so. We've come up to this podium consistently and said that layoffs are wrong. What we want to see is attrition. And so it would be hypocritical to say something different now. So I'm going to recognize the district's right to do this. But what I would ask is that we get our stuff together and start taking these steps now. Because for 2 years now, we have had to have an MOU at the very last minute, right before the start of the school year, to reassign teachers back into classroom positions to fill vacancies. And we should be posting on EdJoin right now. We should know which teachers are being reassigned, where are they going, why, and how many other positions do we need to fill. And I feel like every day that's wasted is an opportunity where someone else is going to get that candidate, someone else is going to get that teacher, and we're going to be sitting here at the start of the year scrambling to fill positions again. That also goes for the CBO and CFO. I know you guys are working hard, but we really need to get these positions filled. I have a lot that I want to say, but I want to speak just a little bit on an experience I had today. Today's actually my birthday, and so I was kayaking in Elkhorn Slough this morning, and right before I got into the water, and KSBW is reporting this, there was an altercation between two men, and one man ended up in the water, never came up. So I'm out there kayaking. This isn't like a trauma dump, and like I'm told by another person on a boat, hey, be on the lookout for a body out here. Somebody just drowned. And so sure enough, as we were leaving, they had found the body and they were pulling this person out. So what I want to say is life is short and there's so many things that we all fight over and so many decisions that we make where if we would have taken a step back to just see the bigger picture, we would have chosen to do something differently. So we all have the same goals in mind here, and that's improving outcomes for students. So let's take advantage of the time that we do have and work together before it's all gone.
Thank you. And I will now move us on to item 8.2, CSEA. And I will just also take this time to remind that we are not doing public comments on this item any longer. And there was a note at the back of the table there. We were informed of that at our last board meeting that we were doing this out of practice. So I will now call up item 8.2, CSEA. Do we have anyone here from CSEA?
Point of order, can you explain that again?
Sure. So we were told that this is not an item where we would have public comment.
Okay, was that paper handed to you by the lawyer, correct?
No.
No.
This was told to us at the last meeting. Yep. Yes. And so we had a note up there at the back there at the table to let people know.
I think that some people weren't aware of that, so can we let them speak to this item today? So you keep looking at the lawyer, so.
Because if we have the right to say that we're no longer going to do this, then I would like to do that because we need to keep this meeting going and we can't keeping our staff here till 2:30. We just
Well,
can't
maybe
do it
we
anymore.
should do every 2 weeks like we stated originally, so.
Okay. Okay, so I will move us on to,
No, there was a point of order. I want to know
okay,
if they could
Bryce,
speak now.
can you speak to that?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is I don't know what happened last meeting. What I can say is
It was a show, man. You should have been there.
What the Brown Act requires is that the public be able to speak on any item that is going to be deliberated or on which action might be taken before the board. So it is legally compliant to say when we're just having reports that there doesn't have to be public comment specifically on those items on the agenda.
So since it is agendized, we could vote on it, correct? We can't vote to allow it because
You've got to request an item to be put on the agenda, and then there could be deliberation and a vote, but there can't be action or deliberation.
the last time I checked, you are not an elected official. You are not voted in. And I think we're by majority rule, correct?
As long as it's compliant with the law that's binding on everybody here, sir.
Exactly. So since we are majority rule, we could, if the majority agrees on that, we can move forward with it, correct?
No, sir, not if it violates the Brown Act, which it would.
And you don't believe that you're violating the Brown Act by not letting us make motions up here?
The Brown Act is very explicit that you can't have any item of deliberation or action without that item being agendized so that the public has notice that it's going to happen. That is the law.
I hope that somebody seriously sends in an assist letter because this sounds incorrect. If we're not allowed to be up here to comment, to make motions in order to get the things that our community wants, and especially when we have an agenda setting committee who hasn't put any of these things on, how are we supposed to move forward?
Okay, so we've already spent more time on this than we need to. We were informed, just as he said, that if it's just an item that's being presented to us, we do not have, it's not a time for public comment. So
I would like for us to make a vote on that.
yes,
Then
we're not going to vote on that.
why can't we vote on that?
Because I'm proceeding to 8.2. So is CSEA here?
I hope that everybody
Okay.
sees this and comes out to vote because these people
Thank
are
you.
preventing us from getting the things that you want done.
that.
It is the agenda setting committee, and I hope that you all see that up here.
Thank you. So seeing no one from CSEA, I will now move on to CWA. Do we have anyone here from CWA? Seeing none, I will move us on to 8.4, PAVAM. Do we have anyone presenting from PAVAM? Okay, seeing none, I will move us on to our discussion items, report and discussion items. So now we have item 9.1, public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement between PVUSD and the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Report will be presented by Jenny M., our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. My name is Jenny M., Chief Business Officer. I'm here to present our public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement between PVUSD and the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. This is required by Government Code Section 3547.5, and it requires school districts to certify that they can meet the cost of collective bargaining agreements with any employee unions and maintain a positive certification in our multi-year projections. First, I want to really thank PVFT President Brandon Denise and his team, as well as the district team. I feel like we had a really collaborative round of negotiations this year, and we were able to put in a lot of language that benefits both our educators while looking at the fiscal reality that we're in. So I really appreciate the collaborative effort that we had, and it was a lot of our first time leading negotiations, and I feel like, Brandon, thank you for your grace and patience with our team, and it was, I think, a great learning experience for all of us. So there's two documents attached. The first is our report that shows the cost agreement for the tentative agreement, which will be an action item later on. The public disclosure details out the cost of the one-time off-schedule settlement in 24-25, which was a one-time $1,200 off-schedule stipend prorated by FTE The total cost of the stipend in the general fund, as well as benefits, is just under $1.4 million. And if you look at the fiscal report, this is based off of the last board-approved budget, which was second interim. These budget revisions are included in the upcoming proposed budget for 25-26, and the district is able to maintain a positive certification in all 3 required budget years.
Thank you. So now do we have any public speakers to this item?
We have one for agenda item 9.1, Chris Webb.
Grievance officer. I've spent a lot of my this year reviewing the contract and MOUs and meeting with all levels of admin about it. I actually had meant to speak on this for 8.1, but in light of some things I'm hearing, I just wanted to remind everyone of Ed Code 35145.5. Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public before or during the governing board's consideration of the item. I feel like that paper is violating the law. And the fact that this is happening with the lawyer here, I feel like is troubling. And it reminds me of how many times I've asked for the cost of when we had to fight you guys about stealing our PN days and you guys lost that fight. And I keep asking how much it costs. I'm reminded of that. We can save some money here. Okay, so what I want to say for our community, our admin, our members is that when a grievance comes, especially for the admin, it does not necessarily mean it's a reflection of you as an administrator. So sometimes, like for example, I had my first grievance was related to, it was at Watsonville High, and Gregorio handled it very
You're
well.
off topic right now. Can we stick to the topic?
This is something that as a grievance officer, I will have to enforce this rest of this year. This is like, these are the agreements we make. So I would like to, let me get my 45 seconds that I got here. I just wanted to say that admin, please don't freak out if there's a grievance. Gregorio, when we had that grievance, he didn't freak out. He met with us. It wasn't even his fault. Sometimes there's a problem. It's not even in your realm at all. But because of the process, you have to be a part of it. So I would just say, please, admin, meet with your people and go through the process. Also be thinking about safety systems. This is something where really Model Renaissance had this dialed in. They went away from it for bad reasons. But I think all across the district, I'm learning that we all need to be thinking about safety systems. And then also with displacements, I would ask my members, please be welcoming people being displaced. They didn't exactly choose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from the board on this item? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Jenny, for this report. And we will now move on to item 9.2, Draft 2025-2026 Local Control Accountability Plan. This report will be presented by Chrislene McCain, Director of Equity, Accountability, Federal and State Programs.
Good evening. I am going to say that I'm very grateful that I'm saying good evening and not good morning. My name is Chrissy McClain. I'm the Director of State, Federal, and Equity Programs. Thank you so much, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras. I am here. Good, the slideshow is up. I have my clicker. And I'm going to present just the annual presentation of the draft for the LCAP. Where am I putting this? We have our collective why. You have seen this one before, along with the mission and vision it will be on another slide. Over here are our strategic goals, and the LCAP definitely meets, satisfies, and is driven by all of these strategic goals that were adopted in November 13th. So the purpose of the LCAP, for folks who do not know, is it really is a framework for how the district uses state funding to improve student outcomes. It ensures alignment of goals, promotes transparency and accountability, and it's really importantly reflects input from students, family, and staff. And I want to bring us to the word equity, because a lot of the majority of the LCAP is about outlining the goals, actions, and how they're going to be measured to ensure students, especially those with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, and foster youth receive appropriate supports. So it's really a targeted look at what are the extra things we're doing to really impact student outcomes for those unduplicated students. Also part of the LCAP is it has to be aligned to 8 state priorities. So the state priorities are up here. We have basic necessities, we have implementation of the standards, access to courses, student achievement, and a couple other that I can't read from here right now. But they're all there and they're all listed in the LCAP. The LCAP is, the draft LCAP is in the board docs. It's also part of delivering the LCAP is having a version of it for people to read. And you can go visit the district office and read it. If you don't want to read the digital one, we have one there for you. It has annual updates on outcomes, and that is an important part of the LCAP because we do it annually. And we look at effectiveness and we share out about stakeholder engagement. Also, there are action and expenditure tables in there for each goal. And again, that focus, the focus is on unduplicated student groups, English learners, foster youth, and students who are economically disadvantaged. So the budget overview for parents, I'm going to go through this slide pretty quick. When you look at the actual PDF of the LCAP, it's a little more involved. But what this is showing you is the LCAP funds, which is not the entirety of our district funds. This is about 78 million. Our expenditures for LCAP is about $78 million. And later today, you'll hear from Jenny to realize that the district expenditure is much higher than that. And in our next meeting on June 25th, we'll look at some of those federal funds because we do have to do, for our title funds, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, I'll come and present the federal addendum to, again, look at even more targeted supports for some of our most vulnerable students and students that we need to improve their outcomes. Stakeholder feedback. So one big part of the LCAP is stakeholder feedback. Last year was the first year of a 3-year LCAP. It's a 3-year document. This is our first year of analyzing that year. So last year, the amount of stakeholder feedback and the amount of meetings was a bit more than we had this year, which is the case when you are actually writing a whole new 3-year plan. You're meeting all the time with families and different stakeholder groups and rewriting and reassessing and doing needs assessments. For this year, we shared data. We asked people feedback. One of our main places where we receive feedback is from the Youth Truth Survey. So we had over 13,500 stakeholder responses across all of these different tools: Google surveys, Youth Truth, site meetings, DLAC, DAC, site council, as well as the student advisory. It was nice to meet with the student advisory also. I do want to make a quick shout out for the stakeholder feedback because this really is, we need the community and our stakeholders to help us be creative, and it's also a legal requirement to get that input from folks. So thank you, Jessica Carrasco, for coming to DLAC. We also have DAC. So this is my shout out to families. Come and join us next year for DAC and DLAC. The dates will be out soon. They're on Tuesday nights. We come, we look at data, we listen to your ideas. You have more of a handle of where we're going and how we're spending the money, and we take your input to help do the evaluation again that we will be doing next year. So here are some highlights, right? So form the goals. So goal 1, even though when you read it, it is written out a bit longer, but the gist of goal 1 is academic achievement for all students. We're happy to say that the graduation rate has increased to 90.6%, and specifically an 8.7% increase for students with disabilities, which we point out again in Goal 4. Also, a celebration, our AP passage rates rose from 56% to 62%. There was a concerted effort to make sure more students had access to classes. Our CT and AVID were fully implemented. AVID trainings and AVID offerings at schools increased this year. At some point, we'll get you more details about AVID. It's a great program. And our CTE program, as you know, is very robust. And you'll hear about some other things of how it is growing again today. And so these are things that really do, these relevant things that students have really do make impacts on academic achievement. Two programs we tried this year that had to do with math is MyPath and IXL. I know the IXL program at Watsonville High School showed 2 years growth for some students who ran that pilot. And of course, we have our ethnic studies is also a great success, another strategy to provide relevant, engaging curriculum. 2,100 students enrolled, and 827 students are taking actually 2 or more of those courses. Goal 2, engagement and connectedness, basically our climate and culture goal. Reduction in total suspension is by 6.64%. But I'm going to put a little asterisk right there. This is from the California dashboard, which is the data that the state collects, and they come and pull from our CalPads, and it's more of last year's data that we get in December. We ran the numbers from our student information system, and thanks to many efforts of restorative practices, thank you, Ben Slider, for getting so many administrators and teachers trained and just being steadfast in that 3-year plan. It's now 14% reduced suspensions. So the restorative practices we're seeing some outcomes, and we're on year 1, and we're already getting close to our goal. Chronic absenteeism, you know we've had a great attendance campaign, it's down. Chronic absenteeism is down 11%. And also we embarked with the Family Engagement Leadership Institute to really go deep with families, giving coaching and one-on-one support for principals and their school teams to help their school listen to their families deeply, with fish bowls, with teachers doing classroom walkthroughs, and then talking about their experience with teachers listening. We're continuing that work this year, and again, it's for us to stop and listen to our families. How often are we listening deeply to our families, and building those muscles is important. Also for Goal 3, and this is a focus goal on foster and homeless youth, but it does, when we focus like that, it still helps other students. So attendance rate for foster youth, their attendance has increased. For homeless youth, increased. Graduation rate, homeless youth increased. Chronic absenteeism for both, they have gone down, chronic absenteeism. So lots to celebrate, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna shout out Ben Slider. He is our coordinator of services for those students. They've been having quarterly meetings, systems have been built, and again, those restorative practices, those trickle down to all our students, especially our most vulnerable students. Goal 4 is a focus goal for our students with disabilities, who in these categories, they were in the red for the California dashboard. Grad rate increased 8.7%. Thank you, Heather Gorman and your team. Chronic absenteeism down 10%. And they've been having some redesigns in how some of the placement is, and this has increased more inclusion. Staff coming into classes as opposed to pulling students out of classes. Goal 5, highlight our English learners. Graduation rate up 7.6%. Chronic absenteeism down. Our dual language programs are implemented in 6 of our schools. A growth area for us is improving our ELD pathways and placement. We do have a celebration of, we added 300 more students who have been reclassified to English proficient due to the early results. They don't usually send the results this early, but we got LPAC results, and things like having coaches at schools like EA Hall and really helping students learn about the criteria and the importance of the test have shot some of the results. My first report back from EA Hall is of the eighth graders that took the 4, the majority of, that took the test, the majority of got them a 4, which qualifies them for the beginning of reclassification. Another improvement I don't have up here is we do want to grow our dual language programs. So looking at ways that we can have more teachers that have a credential to teach bilingual classes called a BCLAD. So what's next? Again, this is an annual process. What's next is all of the families and stakeholders going to come to DLAC and DAC all year. Next year, people are going to give input so that we can continually look at the ways that we can improve student outcomes. And we'll continue fiscal responsibility and equity alignment. And we have 2 more years before we write a new one. But I do expect to see everybody in this room at DLAC or DAC. No pressure. Lastly, there is a resource page if you want to go to the PVUSD website. Oh, my. It's time to train my dog. Sorry, 9 p.m. It's dog training. Sorry. There's an LCAP for what is the LCAP as opposed to just the one pager of these are our goals. But what is it? Pretty straightforward. That's on our website. You can read the LCAP over there. You can look at the one pager. So that's right on the PVUSD website. Go in the search bar, type LCAP. And then I do want to publicly thank all the people who put input, all the families that did work and deep thinking and looked at data even when they didn't really want to, and all the great questions that I heard from families that help us go deeper and help us be more creative in the ways that we serve our students and improve outcomes. Going the wrong way, huh? Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you. And I was happy to give you a little extra time because I know this item is very important. It's a lot of information that us trustees need to know. And the last time this was presented to us, we made you squeeze it into 5 minutes. We didn't even get to discuss it. So I was happy now the board can say that they've seen an LCAP presentation. So do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Carrasco.
I have questions. You mentioned the dual language program, and maybe you're not the person who can ask, but maybe somebody can. What's the process of creating a dual language program? Do we ask teachers if they want to have that in their classes? And if they don't wish to be a part of that, is there a process for them to request a transfer?
Those are great questions, and I'm going to put those to the side, and one of our team will definitely get you some of those answers, and maybe that's a further topic.
Thank you. Any other comments, Trustee Carrasco?
Not right now.
Okay. Any comments on this side? No? Okay. And also, I just want to clarify, I'm not sure if you did or not, but those some of those numbers were from last year. So like the graduation rate, we have a much better graduation rate this year. So were all of the numbers from, previous years, or was
The majority of the data that is in, besides local measurements, the majority of the data that is in the LCAP is always from the prior year. So that's the California dashboard will show you all the data from 23-24. So then we go through 24-25 wanting to improve, and then we get the data, and then we go in. So it's just a little behind, but that's our driver for our goals.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because I know we've been saying a lot about how awesome our graduation rate, or how much our graduation rate had improved this year. So I didn't want to confuse anyone with when they see that number that's lower. Okay, so I think we are done. No more discussion and no comments. Thank you very much.
See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, I will now move us on to item 9.3, Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, Local Service and Budget Plan. Report will be presented by Heather Gorman, Interim Executive Director of Student Services.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Flores, Board of Trustees. Thank you for having us here. And I am going to hand this over to Heather Morin, our Interim SELPA Director, to do the report.
Good evening. So this is our special education local plan area, which we are required to present to you all annually. And as here's my clicker, sorry. Thank you. Okay. As Chrissy showed, this is just to center us on our vision and our mission. And I also just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight 2 areas of our strategic goals that are also related to our special education local plan. And that's that we have relevant learning for diverse learners, and also that we are always fostering a sense of inclusion for all of our learners. Tonight, I'm going to briefly go over the annual service plan as well as the annual budget and the attachments with it. As part of the annual service plan, there's 3 requirements. So that's that we're here today in this public hearing, sharing it with you, that we provide you a description of the services that we provide to our students in PBUSD and where those programs are located, and that we're providing services to all students, birth 0 to 22. So on the left, you'll see that's a PDF that shows you the continuum of services from top to bottom. That was supposed to slide in, but it didn't work that way. So at the top are our resource services. And then as you work your way down, those are our different type of special day classes that increase in intensity and restrictiveness as you work your way down. Over on the right is a PDF attachment that shows where each of those programs are located. And the reason there's a banner over the top is the related service providers that support all of our students work throughout our schools in whichever program they're attending so that they can get all of these services like occupational therapy, physical therapy, etc. And one thing to note on there is a related service that oftentimes people don't think of is transportation. And we'll see why that's important in a minute. So just the balcony view of the funding sources. On the left are all the different sources that funnel into our SELPA. One way that we're somewhat unique is that we're a single district SELPA. And so when those funds come into a SELPA, they're vendored to the local education agency. But in this case, we're a 2-for-1. We are both the SELPA and we are the local education agency. And the person who is our administrative unit is ultimately our superintendent. And then our responsibility is to provide effective services to all of our students. So the other part of this report is the budget. So this is the forecast. One important thing to note is that the state revenue has decreased by a couple of percentages going into next year, as well as the federal revenue. And the impact of that is that you see that the local contribution has increased up to 66% compared to 62% last year. So if we zoom in one more layer, you'll see, you might wonder, where is all that money going? And when we look at that, about 83% of it is going to the salaries and the benefits of both certificated and classified employees. And then the supplies and service operations, including transportation, are 13.5%. And then the miscellaneous other outgoing costs are about 3 to 4%. So I want to use this opportunity to make a point of some of the highlights from this year. And Chrissy mentioned this a little bit in the development of graduation pathways for students with disabilities. This has been a lot of work from a lot of people within the department. Our program specialists have worked very hard on this, and I want to thank Julie Edwards for her partnership in this, that we've worked with the counselors and the administrators at the high schools to provide these pathways for students to increase graduation rates and ultimately provide better post-secondary outcomes for our students with disabilities. The core content diploma is an IEP team decision where students can have an IEP team that ultimately decides the core areas that they need to focus on for reaching their diploma. And the alternative pathway is meant for students with moderate to severe disabilities and provides them an access pathway to be able to have a diploma, which allows them to be employed after they graduate from high school. Other highlights are the interdepartmental integration of student services and special services, which is one area we're really proud of because it has improved what I believe is our equitable services to all of our students. And increased engagement with our community advisory committee. And like Chrissy, I'll say, please come to our community advisory committee. We love when we have our parents attend that because we can get feedback. A shout out to Karina Quiros, who is on our executive board this year, and she really helped us rejuvenate our CAC, and I'm grateful to her. And then in going into next year, we've been spending a lot of time with design and planning for getting students back to their schools of residence so that they can be in their communities for learning and having programs in those associated places based on need rather than by specific disability category, and allowing them to be with their neighborhood friends. That is my report. Are there?
Thank you. Now, do we have any public comments to this item?
Yes, we have one, Brandon Denise. Okay.
Okay,
I
happy
was
birthday,
excited.
Brandon. Okay, so then I will bring it back to the board. Any discussion from the board? Trustee Flynn?
Thank you for your presentation. A couple of questions. That 3%, that outgoing costs, can you give me an example of what that it would look like, please?
Jenny, can I defer to you on that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, the 3% of, where did it go? I'm looking
The
for it.
outgoing costs.
Yeah,
was
the outgoing costs. I'm just curious what an example of that would be.
Do you want me to go back to it?
Yeah, the 3.86, the other outgoing and
Oh, yeah,
finance.
so that is likely our indirect costs. So because there are some centralized services that all of our restricted programs benefit from, so those would be services like HR, finance, our central departments essentially. So all of our restricted side of the house, including special education, expanded learning. For example, there's a indirect cost that we're allowed to charge to these program funding sources to help account for the centralized services that they utilize to be functional and operational in our district.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Okay. The other thing is that when you talk about equitable services, can you go a little bit more deeply into what that means and what
Yeah.
that looks like?
Yeah, so historically, when our departments were separate, the referral systems looked really different. So as part of this integration, which really has been in process over a few years, it's in line with what we've been doing with multi-tiered systems of support, so that instead of having to wait for students to qualify for an IEP to receive a specific service, we're able to provide services to students in a preventative manner, really to not have to identify them as needing an IEP unless they really need that, and being able to provide those services to all students.
Do you look at the number of requests or IEPs or even, I don't know, 504s are housed here as well, across the district, like say from Trustee Medina's area to my area, and just the difference in demographics and how that plays a role?
Yes, we are required to do that every year and report that information. So we do look at it across the district and across demographics.
And the,
Yeah,
I guess also
we can provide a more detailed report with Dr. Contreras to you
Okay.
so that you have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Trustee Dodge?
Thank you for your presentation, Heather. I know we've been working on a couple of cases the last few years, and I just want to say thank you for meeting with me and parents in the trustee area I represent. Just a couple of quick questions. I think before this slide, how long has SELPA been a single entity, and is that normal in the state of California?
Ooh, I'm going to defer to you for how long.
Yeah, we've been a single SELPA for since the 1990s.
You guys probably don't know the answer, but what led to that decision?
Well, that also, I did a report a few years back about that, so I can get that information to Dr. Contreras and get it to you because.
Thank you. My second question, these special day classes, especially at Watsonville High, especially the RISE program, could you enlighten us one more time a little bit about that?
Yeah, Mr. Zumeron spoke to it a little bit. It serves our students with emotional disabilities and has quite a few components to it that, again, we could provide you a more robust report so that you have that information.
And how's that funded? How's that program funded?
It's not a separate funding source, so it's when looking at this whole pie, it's part of that. There are some specific funds for mental health services that we've utilized towards that, but otherwise it's impacting the same pot of money.
My last question is, I remember a couple of years ago at E Hall, you had students who wanted to work with special needs students at Mini White. Is that program still being continued, or what?
If that's workability, maybe?
Or is it still functioning? Are we still using students from Cal State Monterey Bay who were coming to intern? and who wanted to be working with special needs. Could you? I thought that was a great program.
Yeah, I believe that's the speech and language pathologists that
that's the
were,
one.
yes, and they're not here this year.
Is there a reason why?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. And so I'd have to go back in history and kind of look at it and get that to you, but I don't have them off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none. And I do want to sorry, point out, so we are severely underfunded by the state for our SELPA. So please, if you have a chance, reach out to our state superintendent, reach out to our, all our heads of state, just to let them know that especially our special needs students deserve better. And so this 66% comes out of our general fund. So we are having to subsidize this program that the state, should be able to help us out more on. So thank you. Okay, I will now move us on to item 9.4. This is a public hearing on the 2025-26 proposed budget and statement of reasons above minimum reserve for economic uncertainty. Report will be presented by Jenny M., our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and Board of Education. My name is Jenny M., Chief Business Officer, here to present the public hearing on our 25-26 proposed budget and statement of reasons for reserves above the minimum. Having a sound budget supports our vision and mission, as well as all 5 of our strategic goals. The purpose of having a proposed budget and local control accountability plan, also known as the LCAP public hearing, is that by Ed Code prior to adoption, which will be at our June 25th board meeting, we must give opportunity for the public to solicit comments, as well as to give opportunity to the board to review and ask questions. And I always like to start off our budget presentations by giving some highlights of the student-centered and innovative programs that we're able to offer at the district because of our budget and all of the amazing grants that our district is able to go out and get. This is a timeline of what our budget process looks like on an annual basis. Highlighted in red is where we are right now. So in June, we are now looking at the proposed budget, which includes updated projections on the state budget from the governor's May revision that just came out a few weeks ago. And one thing to know is that the state has not yet adopted their official budget yet. So that is a slightly odd timeline for schools to have to adjust to, that we are fully creating and adopting our budgets before the state and the federal governments have created and adopted their budgets. Here are some updates from the governor's May revision budget proposal. So this is an update from his governor's proposal back in January. So one thing that we can see is for all 3 budget years, the LCFF COLA is projected to be lower than what was initially projected back in January. In addition, some large impacts that could be coming down the pipeline are some one-time funding sources that were included in the budget proposal. That includes a one-time discretionary block grant for student support and professional development, as well as a proposal to restore a 14% reduction to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that was seen back in 23-24 for PVUSD. That would be approximately $4 million. As well as additional TK funding to support the full implementation of TK and the reduction of the adult to student ratio from 1 to 12 to 1 to 10 next year. Those 3 one-time grants have not been included in the district's proposed budget because of uncertainty at the May revision. Looking at the May revision, there is significant emphasis on the federal policy and its impact on California trade, tourism, and immigration. As we spoke about at past budget presentations, the state general fund revenue is made up of what's called the big three sources of income, and that is personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales use taxes. The big three sources and the general fund revenues are projected to be $4.8 billion lower over the 3-year budget window compared to January's projections. Combined with rising expenses, that results in what's projected to be a $12 billion deficit going into the 25-26 budget year and larger deficits in out years. The state is looking at pretty major cuts outside of education, as well as borrowing, as well as deferrals to try to make up that deficit. They are also projecting slow economic growth, which they have termed a growth recession, expected through 2028, with rising unemployment and higher inflation assumptions. The May revision also is forecasting a 27% average California tariff rate, which is significantly higher than the 2.4 tariff rate in 2024. One thing that I was both very interested and horrified to learn is that personal income tax makes up 60% of the state's total general fund revenues, but 1% of Californians generate 50% of that personal income tax revenue. So if you think about the 1% and how much they're making, and this is through really capital gains, and that they're making 50% of that 60% of our general fund revenue, that really speaks to the haves and the have-nots. If you look at that chart, if you look during the COVID years, you can see that big spike in orange. That is when the stock market really went through the roof during COVID, and we all heard during COVID there was a K-shaped recovery, meaning the top earners continued to do amazing, and then the people who were really suffering from the impacts of COVID, unemployment, they continued to do worse. What happened during the COVID years for schools is we got a lot of that one-time money because the general fund grew in unexpected ways. So we can see now that the orange going into 25 and then the out years is now projected to be significantly lower than it was at the January revision. And we can all understand why, probably because of impacts from federal policies, as well as impacts to trade and tariffs. One thing to also consider is the state's public school system stabilization account, that's also known as the TK-12 reserve, will be fully drawn down at the end of the 25-26 fiscal year. So there will be a zero balance in the state's Prop 98 reserve. So that means that it's a likely indicator for local school districts that we need to pay a little bit more attention to our own reserves because the state's reserve will be fully spent down. Just this Monday, on June 9th, the California State Senate and Assembly announced that they reached a deal on the state budget plan. The deal contained in Senate Bill 101 represents just a two-party agreement only. This means that the Senate and the Assembly will have to reconvene with the governor to come to a three-party agreement by July 1st. One thing that we're seeing from the two-party agreement reached is that the Senate and the Assembly are at least agreeing with the governor on the LCFF COLAs, the TK additional add-on, and the restoration of that Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. However, they are reducing the other discretionary block grants pretty significantly, so we will wait to see how that turns out. And likely, depending on the materiality of the impacts to the budget, we might be seeing a 40 45-day revision in August. If not, those impacts will be incorporated into the first interim budget. So I did this last time and I wanted to bring this forward with some updated headlines. So these are headlines that we're seeing in our county. And our county, I think, mirrors what's happening up and down the state. These are impacts that we're seeing both in TK-12 education, in our government, higher education, and really with our nonprofits due to federal policy and what's happening with the budget. As well as statewide enrollment continues to trend down, as we've all been hearing. So we can see right now we are not the only organization that is facing some very, very difficult decisions. And this is the one slide that's going to be very hard to talk about. And this is going to be impacts from the proposed federal education budget, which are pretty terrifying. So right now, at least we know from the proposed budget that Title I and IDEA, which is our special education federal funding, is proposed to remain intact. However, we can see from the language that the delivery and oversight method is proposed to change. So what that means is likely there's a proposal to dismantle the Department of Education and having those programs move to other existing departments. What we are also seeing is in the proposed federal education budget is complete elimination, or the proposal to do a complete elimination of many, many different funding sources, specifically targeting DEI initiatives. So what we are seeing is a proposal to fully eliminate English language acquisition funding through Title III. The potential fiscal impact to PVUSD is approximately $1 million annually that we receive on average. There is a proposal to fully eliminate migrant education funding. The fiscal impact to our district is approximately $3 million annually. And a proposal to eliminate the federal portion of adult education funding. And the impact to our district is approximately $400,000 annually. There are additional TK-12 impacts that should be anticipated. We don't know or can calculate exactly how much yet. That may be related to the SNAP program, as well as Medi-Cal reimbursement programs that we have right now for special education services. And we've been trying to expand into billing options for other types of counseling services that could also be impacted, as well as certain preschool development grants. These potential federal impacts have not yet been included in the district's 25-26 proposed budget. And here is a history of our LCFF funded COLA. So we can see during the COVID years, we had the very, very high COLA, and that was partially funded by that big peak in capital gains that we just saw in the previous slide. So we can see that the COLAs that we're getting now post-pandemic are a return to pre-pandemic levels. And this is just a quick slide that talks about the per pupil funding for LCFF, which is the bread and butter of school funding, as well as a quick visual and timeline of all of the one-time funding that we received due to the pandemic. So as we can see, the major sources of one-time funding, the biggest of which was ESSER, have sunset. So now we just have a few more sources of funding through the next couple years left, and those are tied to multi-year spending plans. As we're developing the 25-26 budget, these are some major budget planning factors and considerations that we are going to be talking about. The most important that we always touch on is enrollment and ADA, as well as looking at impacts of the staffing reductions from 25-26, looking at the difference between ongoing expenditures such as salaries and benefits versus one-time, and looking at increases related to salaries and benefits. This shows a history of our enrollment going back to 13-14. We've talked extensively about the declining enrollment that our district has faced, about 18% in the last decade. Santa Cruz County is projected by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Health to see an additional 18% decline in enrollment in the next decade through 2035, and Monterey County about 11%. So we can see that going into the budget year and our subsequent years, we are still projected to see declining enrollment. However, I did want to highlight one note, and that is our 25-26 enrollment projections have increased by 242 students since second interim, and that is really related to the strategies that Dr. Contreras have brought to our district to create programs that will retain and attract students. So that can be directly attributed to the new PV Elevate program, the Mar Vista TK8 STEAM school that's starting next year, as well as much higher TK numbers. So thank you, Lisa Sandoval. We are right now anticipating a minimum of 5 new TK classrooms that will need to be opened next year because of the increased enrollment and placements that we're seeing in TK. So that is slowing the rate of decline. And if our district can continue to look at different types of strategies like that, it would be immensely helpful. So we saw this last time, so I wanted to just bring it back because enrollment, that is going to be, that and ADA is going to be the single biggest driver of our largest source of revenue. So what this shows is our enrollment by grade span. This is our district only, not including our charters. And what this shows is the movement of each grade cohort as they move into the next grade. And as we just take a moment to look at this again, the only difference from last time is I've updated our 24-25 numbers. We now have our certified CBES numbers, which is our official enrollment count as of the beginning of October. And what I want to really draw your eyes to is let's look at that kinder line. We can see pre-COVID 18-19, our incoming kinder class was almost 1,500 students. In 24-25, our incoming kinder class was only 929 students. When we look at 18-19, we can see kind of around the 4th to 7th grade levels, there's a bubble of larger grades. That bubble of larger grades through the years is now graduating out. The incoming bubble is much smaller. So that's why we are starting to see an increase in the decline of enrollment that we're getting. And this is not just our district, this is really statewide. And it is absolutely tied to a decrease in birth rates and families leaving the area. This chart shows our actual ADA, which is our attendance rate. That is what we're funded off of, not enrollment, compared to our funded ADA. The difference is during COVID, because districts' attendance rates were impacted so severely, the state came out with what they called a little bit of a protection. It's an option to be funded now on either the current year ADA, the prior year ADA, or a rolling 3-year average, whichever is greater. So the blue line shows our funded ADA through the years. The red line shows what our actual ADA is. So we can see during the COVID years, because we still had the protection of the pre-COVID ADA numbers, the difference that we had, meaning the protection or cushion we had between the funded and the actual, was pretty great. For example, in 22-23, the difference between the two was 2,184 ADA. So we were getting funded for 2,184 ADA more than we actually had. If we look at 25-26, it's only 713 ADA difference. So that gap between our actual ADA and what we're getting funded off of is growing smaller and smaller each year because of that 3-year rolling average. And that is also impacting our funding. So let's look at our attendance rates because that's what we're funded off of. This year, our district had our attendance campaign, which was very, very successful. We can see at P1, so last year actually, our attendance rate was right around 90%. We can see at P1, which is July through December, that increased to 93%. That is 3% is pretty significant. I've never really seen that before. Since then, to P2, and unfortunately P2 is a period that schools are funded off of, it did drop because mostly due to the impacts from the federal immigration policies and fear of deportation in our community. But even with those impacts, we are still 1% higher than we were last year. So as we're looking at LCFF funding, and we're hearing about the COLAs that are coming up, we actually have to look at our LCFF by the dollar amount. Because if you go by the COLA, it sounds like we're getting, 3% year over year, but that would be if our enrollment stayed the same and our attendance rate stayed stable. What we can actually see is because we're declining in enrollment and our attendance rate is also impacted, if you look at the actual dollar amounts that we're getting, it is actually not consistent with the LCFF COLA. So looking at this year, for example, 24-25, we can see that the actual LCFF dollar amount is $9 million less than we got last year. This is significant because LCFF revenues make up the majority of our unrestricted general fund, and this pays for our entire Gen Ed program as well as our operational costs. So that's actually a negative 3.86% realized COLA. Next year, negative 2.44%. It starts to stabilize a little bit in the out years. And as our revenues are decreasing, the costs of just doing business are increasing. So we can see here, this is the projected cost of salaries and benefits in the budget year as well as our out years. So we can see for our defined pension programs, STRS and PERS, those rates, that is what the district pays for every employee. Health and welfare, it went up 10% in 23-24, 8% in 24 this year. It's projected, we just got our estimates, another about 10% in 25-26. And what's budgeted in the out years, that's actually pretty conservative. It's likely to be a little bit higher. Negotiations for 24-25, we have included the cost of our PVFT settlement. CSCA negotiations are still ongoing, but for budget reasons, I have included approximately a 1% one time, so we can see what that looks like. And one thing to really note is in the budget year and the 2 out years, there are no costs included in the budget for negotiations. So when we get to our multi-year projections, I want you to keep that in mind when we're looking at our ending fund balance. The average ratio of unrestricted salaries and benefits to our total general fund unrestricted expenditures, this is a really important a data point to look at. So we saw this at second interim. I'm bringing this back now for our proposed budget. And what I did is I'm comparing our district to districts both in our county and then in Monterey. And in Monterey, I chose 2 counties with similar and duplicated pupil percentages as ours. So if you look at this just off the top of your head, you can see our ratio of unrestricted salaries and benefits to total general fund expenditures is much higher than the other districts around us. There's two very concerning things about this. The first is it leaves very little to actually operate the school district. The remainder has to pay for our programs. That is what pays for things like athletics, field trips, site discretionary funds, supplies, materials. That also pays for all of our operational costs, such as utilities, rent. If you look at PVUSD compared to the other districts, it also leaves very little room to make reductions in other areas when almost 96% of our unrestricted general fund budget for next year is tied to salaries. A large portion of that is just because of the structure of our health and welfare benefits here. Our budget does include the reductions that were approved at the February 25th board meeting that resulted in an additional $3.2 million in reductions. Those were included at second interim, so we will see that again in estimated actuals and the proposed budget. So I apologize, this is a little small for those in the audience. So this is our multi-year projections. There are going to be several changes from when we saw this at second interim. So first I want to just give you a moment to look at this. So the way it's laid out is I have a comparison from last year, what it was at second interim, 24-25 now at estimated actuals. That means that now we have included actual costs through May. And then we have our budget year for next year and then the 2 out years as required by Ed Code. Where I have the 3 red boxes, that shows our deficit spending in the next 3 years. That means that, for example, in 25-26, we are projected to spend about $10.5 million more in the unrestricted than we are receiving in revenue. And that is increasing in each out year because the cost of doing business is just going up. I want to draw your eyes to our last year, 27-28. So in the last year, if we look to the bottom, we can see at that point, we have almost fully spent our unrestricted general fund balance because of the ongoing structural deficit spending. So we are slated at this point, projected to still make our required 3% minimum reserve. That's that $10.2 million. But after meeting our minimum 3%, we have about $1.4 million left in our unrestricted. That's for a year that we're projected to have over $190 million unrestricted operational budget. The 3 budget years do not include any negotiated increases, so that is going to increase the deficit spending. And the Government Finance Officers Association recommends reserving an amount equal to 2 months of general fund expenditures or 17% of general fund expenditures. So let's compare that to PVUSD's average monthly general fund expenditures, which are right now around $27 million. So 2 months would be right around $54 million. We have that right now, but with the ongoing deficit spending, that will be eaten up very, very quickly. So that means that even though we show in that 3rd year out that we're meeting the minimum 3% reserve, that does not guarantee that we won't have a cash flow issue. Because if we're expending about $27 million each month, there may be months, there will likely be months starting in 26, 27, where we will not have the cash to meet our monthly cash flow needs. So I know the decisions that the board and the community had to make back in February were impossible to make, but we were just able to buy ourselves another year to try to right-size our budget some more. There has to be reductions made this coming year. There has to be, in order for us to maintain a positive certification. This next slide shows the major changes from second interim to now. So the costs from the PBFT tentative agreement have been included. An estimated cost for the ongoing CSA negotiations have been included. Those are both going to be one time in the budget. Our Pacific Coast Charter School salaries and benefits were moved from Fund 09 into the general fund in anticipation of PV Elevate next year. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, and Heather Morin touched on this in her previous presentation, and that is the revenues for special education have now been projected to decrease in the budget year and the out years. That has increased the contribution to special education from the unrestricted side. Here I just have a couple charts that show the source of revenues for unrestricted general fund. So LCFF funding makes up almost 96% of our unrestricted general fund revenues. And I have a couple charts showing where we're spending our unrestricted general fund revenues. I have it broken out by object code and then by function, just to show two different ways of looking at how we're expending our general fund dollars. This chart shows the increasing costs of special education, and as Heather Morin had mentioned, the increase in the unrestricted to restricted contribution, that is both related to impacts to the special education funding from both the federal and state level. Special education is underfunded. So what happens is then from our local dollars, we have to contribute because of the special education being underfunded at those levels. We also have special education transportation, which is required by Ed Code. This chart shows our combined unrestricted and restricted components of ending fund balance. And I just want to state that 100% of our restricted fund balance is tied to specific grants, which means that they are tied to specific allowable uses and timeframes. Other budgetary factors to consider. The cost of doing business continues to increase significantly. For example, PGE and our gas is projected at a 10% increase based on initial estimates. Our insurance premiums, that's one area of good news. We were initially told to budget 20% at second interim due to the impact from LA fires, but we just received our new proposal. It's closer to 10%. We are seeing impacts from tariffs already, and those will continue. We have about $10 million in FEMA applications still pending. At this time, we've only received about $29,000 in actual reimbursements back for the historic floods we went through. So that will likely now result in an audit adjustment because we have not received the anticipated funding in this school year. So we are working with our auditors to look at that. Although we have our amazing Measure M bond of $315 million, we still have to remember district-wide, there's a $1.25 billion assessed facility need. We have an aging school bus fleet that needs ongoing fleet maintenance, and we need to start replacing those buses. And we have an OPEB liability of $117 million that needs to start getting paid down, as well as multiple pending litigation. So these are all mostly general fund unrestricted costs. that will need to be considered. So next steps, the 25-26 proposed budget will be brought back to the board on June 25th for approval and adoption. Dependent on the materiality and number of revisions needed after the state and the federal governments adopt their budget, a 45-day budget revision may be necessary for the district. And the district will be starting up the next round of sustainable budget team for the 25-26 school year. And a special thank you to the fiscal team who have really stepped up, especially without having a director of fiscal services. And that concludes my presentation. Open up to public comments.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one. Bill Beecher.
Once again, this is one of the hardest things I have to do is talk about the budget. Jenny does a terrific job. She's warned you about what all of the different problems are, but her hands are tied on how she does the budget. And I'll talk about this. Revenue has dropped about 10% from COVID times, but spending is up, both for certificated and classified. Now, you got to remember that certificated went up 20% during COVID and it hasn't come down much. Classified went up 40%, hasn't come down much. We haven't cut the people. So part of the reason why it's 95% that sucks the rest of the money out is that we haven't cut the people we need to. Benefits are now 78% of wages. Back 15 years ago, it was in the 35 to 40% range. Benefits have just gone crazy over the last 15 years, which makes our problem even worse. And if you don't cut people, classified it's that Pac-Man eating us alive. Now, Jenny has to turn in a budget with forced numbers without ever knowing what's going to happen at the state level. Last week, Newsom said, we got a $20 billion deficit problem. That means we aren't going to get the money that we show in the revenue here. It'll even be less. So you as a board have a heck of a job to try to rectify it. Don't beat up Jenny. She's done a heck of a job to point out what our problems are. I'm going to miss her personally. Thank you.
Thank you. We all are. Do we have any comments from the board? Trustee Dodge.
Just quickly, I'd just like to say thank you, Jenny, for the presentation. I'm not a numbers guy, but you're making it easy for me to understand, so thank you for that. Just quickly, I know I brought this up a couple of meetings ago. How much money are we trying to get reimbursed back from FEMA?
Right now, about $10 million.
I would just like to ask, if the agenda committee could put something, whether next meeting or somewhere down the road, if we can have a resolution asking FEMA if they could reimburse us, and also too, if the Watsonville City Council, our Senate, our senators, our Congress member, and the supervisor from Monterey County, if they'd help support us, because this is an all of us problem, not just PVSD. So
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Trustee Turley.
Hi, Jenny. What is our current fund or our current percent that we have in fund balance? And what is your recommendation that we maintain?
Currently, we, for going in or ending 24-25, we're expected to have about a $55 million fund balance in our unrestricted general fund, which equates to just around the 2 months of expenditures. And this aligns with what's recommended by the by the Government Finance Officers Association, and by CASBO. So right around, I would recommend 17, 15%. You want to maintain the 2 months if possible to prevent cash flow issues. No lower, I would say the floor for a district of our size and for the programs that we need to be able to maintain, no lower than 10%. I would say if it gets below 10%, that's when it starts getting really, really scary. One thing I would suggest on my way out, I know that last year, the previous board committed some additional funds to boost up our reserve. So it was initially, we have the 3% mandated minimum reserve required by law. Back in 16-17, there was a resolution to commit an additional 3%, but it was at 16-17 levels. And then we did a second resolution about a year ago to boost that to 3% of 23-24 level. So right now we have about 6% committed by resolution. My recommendation on my way out is to create board policy or bring another resolution forward to boost that up to at least 10%. I recommend higher actually because of the uncertainties happening around federal policy and what's happening at higher levels. For example, right now we have multiple programs that are going to be significantly impacted if the federal education bill passes. Those program costs will need to be absorbed by other funding sources. So we need to maintain some sort of reserve to give us time to plan if something like this were to happen.
Understand, thank you. And Danny, to your comment about FEMA, the County of Santa Cruz is about 7 years in arrears in receiving reimbursements from FEMA for emergency work that's been done. So let's write letters and ask, but don't count on it.
I agree, but let's see what we could do. I know Watsonville City Council will be willing to help us. I know we have Congress members, supervisors, and so let's throw a Hail Mary.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Thank you, Jenny. So when those funds are returned, because I'm speaking that into happening, when they are returned, do they go back into the general fund?
So most of the upfront costs that we fronted for what we're hoping to get back in FEMA reimbursements were actually not in the general fund. We use some other funds for those costs. So absolutely, if something were to happen and there were impacts to FEMA's budget, that impacted their ability to complete our reimbursement application process, then those other funds would need to be reimbursed likely by the general fund or deferred maintenance.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is going back to the beginning of the slides where you talked about the state public school system stabilization account. Wait, is that the right? No, sorry. The next one, the 2025-26 state budget plan deal. What happens if they don't reach an agreement by the due date?
So that's really interesting. So according to the California Constitution, my understanding is the legislature does not get paid. So their salaries are frozen. So they have always been able to reach a budget deal at the state level. It's a different story at the federal level. For example, for 24-25, they have not actually reached a deal for the 24-25 budget. There's been what's known as continuation, meaning they're just continuing on without an adopted budget. So hopefully that doesn't happen again for 25-26.
And then lastly, you were talking about the reductions that need to happen in February of next year. And I appreciate that you continue to hold us accountable and bring that to light. And I agree. I mean, just based on what you've shared with us, that does have to happen. And I think over these next few months, it's our obligation to be continually having that conversation so that it doesn't come as a surprise to the community. And so that there is constant transparency, even if it means 5 minutes on each and every board meeting agenda, so that people can prepare for that, because it is going to affect a lot of people. And then continuing to include the community as much as we possibly can, because again, I don't want it to come as a surprise, and yeah, we just need to continue to keep those lines of communications open and say it's coming. So prepare. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Medina? Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Yes, I look forward to our sustainable budget team starting up again, because that was a really good way to get the community involved and to be able to see, where we're headed. So it wasn't just all thrown at us, one night. Thank you for this presentation. I am dearly going to miss these presentations, because you do really make it a lot easier to read for us and to understand. So thank you. Okay, I will now move us on to our action items. We have item 10.1, consideration and action on letter unconditionally committing a cease desist from and not repeat alleged Brown Act violations under Government Code Section 549-610-2. So I have a readout here. So for the background, the district received a letter from a concerned member of the public alleging the board violated the Brown Act on April 16th, 2025 by taking 2 actions not on the board agenda. In addition, the individual requested that the minutes from the April 16th, 2025 meeting be corrected to properly reflect the motions and seconds made on one of the action items. The board has already taken action tonight under agenda item 5.1 to approve the minutes with the requested action. The author of the cure and correct letter requests that other actions be taken to cure and correct the actions taken on April 16th, 2025. Those items will be addressed by the board individually. So for item 10.1, the first action on tonight's agenda relates to the cure and correct letter. To the cure and correct letter is to consider approval of what is called an unconditional commitment letter. This text of this letter is directly from the Brown Act and is a commitment from the board, cease desist from and not repeat the actions alleged by the Brown Act violations. So do we have a motion to approve the unconditional commitment letter?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry about that. In a hurry to get this corrected. Do we have public comments?
Yes, we have 2. We have Marta Balaich and Bobby Marchesalt.
Members of the board, my name is Marta Palajic, and in May, I sent a letter to the superintendent and you regarding procedural violations committed by the board on April 16th, 2025. Tonight, you have this agenda item that proposes to resolve these procedural violations. At this point, however, it's appropriate to provide a citizen report card in the superintendent, President Flores, board members, PVSD teachers, and the community. The report card is an unsurprising F, failure. President Flores couldn't manage an agenda item functionally to guide it to proper resolution, despite the fact she's been on the board for over 2 years and received Brown Act training, prompting the question, What went wrong, President Flores? Superintendent Contreras, who receives over $300,000 in compensation, did nothing to apply corrective action to make the process work properly. The rest of the board members failed to intervene and uphold a competent public procedure. Additionally, where are the PVSD teachers in all of this? Aren't they monitoring what board members are doing for basic Brown Act compliance? It appears, apart from me, no one from the PVSD constituency, including Farah Sabah, demanded that you stop violating the Brown Act and implement a legitimate response. Again, where are the PVSD teachers and PVSD constituency in all this? The way this community tolerates this incompetent and abusive board leadership is a horrible indictment of our local values. Thank you.
Good evening. Wow, okay, that gives some context to all this too. Thanks. I have almost the opposite concern. To my understanding, the Brown Act is created, as I understand it, to protect public participation in meetings. And I feel like this board, I keep seeing trying to use it to silence public participation. And that's a concern for me. And I'm trying to parse out what 10.1 and 10.2 is, so I don't know what I'm saying here and there. So I'm going to try and do that correctly as best I can. I believe the apology letter issue is probably in 10.2. Is that accurate? I should wait for that. Thank you. I will. You know, I will say, I think sometimes there seems to be a fast and loose with what rules we do enforce and how. An example of this would be the last meeting. If you want to look right about the 5 hour and 38 minute mark, there's a tendency when we don't like what's being said to gavel and tell us to be quiet. But at that moment, Gilstein asked a question from out here, and the lawyer who was sitting up there had a conversation and responded with him. And so if you're going to ask us to do certain things, we also need to hold everybody to that. I do have concerns about that. My understanding is that regarding my unable to make comments earlier today, I will say I think that was a subpar way to notify us of that. And I heard, and if you want to clarify, the council say that you do not have to have comment there, not that you should not. And it is just another way to silence. If you don't have time because you don't want to be here late, if I remember correctly, these used to be every 2 weeks and it was switched to every 3 weeks. And since then, we've had too much on the agendas. Go back instead of getting rid of public comment, please.
Thank you. So now just, I'm gonna ask that we start over with the motions. Unless actually, do we have board comments? Trustee Medina.
I agree with a lot of you. This board chooses and picks exactly which rules that they want to use. That's why I think it's important that this board formally adopts Robert Rules of Order as we move forward, because the minority does not have the voice right now. It is being suppressed by two people who have a specific agenda, who follow a small group of people who tell them what to do. And that was clearly evident at the past few meetings. President Flores is not familiar with the Brown Act. She has to have the lawyer here in order to do that. So when we select leadership, which was already a violation of California Law Levine Act, that's not going to get corrected because this president refuses to hold one person accountable, but puts the blame on everybody else. So I hope that this board, if we really want true democracy and true ways to get things onto our agenda, we need to adopt Robert's Rules of Order to stop this type of corruption from happening. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to apologize also that I was not able to stay strong and insist that we were in violation of Brown Act when I saw it happening. I tend to get a little railroaded and I just give in, and that is exactly why we have legal counsel here as requested by not only our state superintendent, but our county superintendent, but others as well, because I just need a little help when I'm up here trying to insist that we follow Brown Act. So thank you. I would now like to say, do I have a motion to approve the unconditional commitment letter? I know, I'm just, because we did it out of order, I'm just starting over.
Okay, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve,
Second.
and we have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Hey, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I don't see your face. Navarro, trustee Navarro, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, but can you hear me?
She might have.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I wish I could see.
I can't.
Oh, yep, okay. So thumbs up on her. So we have all those in favor. Any opposed? Any abstaining? So that motion passes 7-0. Oh, did you abstain? I'm sorry. So we have 6-0-1-0. Motion passes 6-0-1-0. Thank you. And now I will move us on to item 10.2. This is consideration of actions to cure and correct alleged Brown Act violations under Government Code Section 54960-1. This item contains 3 actions requested to cure and correct the alleged Brown Act violations from April 16th, 2025. The first of the 3 action items is to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16th, 2025 on item 11.2, resolution 24-25-10, Asian American Native Hawaiian.
That was a joke.
Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The action taken on April 16th included an amendment to the motion to direct the superintendent to issue an apology letter. The apology letter was not on the agenda, therefore the actions tonight will be to declare the April 16th, 2025 action null and void and to reapprove the resolution that was on the agenda. So action number 1, to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16, 2025 on item 11.2, resolution 24-25-10, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which included the amendment regarding the apology letter. Do we have any public comments to this item?
We have one for agenda item 10.2, Bobby Marchesalt.
Hi again. I'd love some clarification on this one. You mentioned Robert's rules. I assumed we were working with Robert's rules. I don't know exactly how it's working, what it is, but I've been in a lot of meetings and it says in there this was an amendment. To my understanding, amendments should be allowed to motions. That doesn't have to be agendized or else you wouldn't need an amendment. So it's just some clarification as to what's allowed for an amendment, what's not allowed for an amendment, because to me, this was a part of this resolution that gave real meaning to what you were passing as a resolution. So it was very much related, and there was an amendment to it. My other concern is I don't understand, being that this is something that has been a topic and asked for a while, why this was put on the agenda without putting the letter side by side as another action item to also approve, because you approved it unanimously. It shouldn't even be an issue. So I don't understand why that's not on the agenda with this. Thanks.
Thank you. And do we have any board discussion on this item before I ask for a motion? Yes, trustee Medina?
So we're gonna revote on the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, correct? And does the agenda setting committee plan on putting on an apology letter to Dr. Allison Santiago Cubales? When? The next board meeting. Okay, cool. Well, you heard it here. And you know, it's very disheartening that this wasn't done earlier. And, you know, for people who are signing on to something like this for Asian American Heritage Month, yet allow people to drag them, to smear them completely, and to not give any type of apology to them, I think it doesn't show the respect that that community deserves, especially from this leadership. So again, if we want to make these types of changes to get things done quicker, we absolutely need to get rid of these people so we could start setting the agenda.
Thank you. So is there a motion to declare null? I'm sorry, do we have any more discussion? Okay. Oh, trustee Flynn?
So I want to make sure that it actually is going to be on the next agenda. I actually did submit in writing that it would be, and it's not. And I had hoped and thought and maybe misunderstood some communication that I thought that it, again, that it would be discussed today, and I understand that there's some nuances around how, and the directions around the, what the letter needs to say and how it needs to be written, and that we all need to be in agreement around that. But I don't know I don't know how it goes about discussing that in closed session or in open session, but I just want to make it clear that I did put it in writing and it's not on here. So I would expect, and I think the community would too, that it be on there in some fashion.
It has been discussed by the agenda setting committee, and agreement has been reached about when we were putting that in, but because of the different complexities around the April 16th board meeting, there's been some need to do some order of operations, but it will be on the next board meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm looking for a motion to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16th, 2025 on item 11.2, Resolution 2425-2010, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which included the amendment regarding an apology letter.
I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, and Gabe's abstaining, okay. And I can't see trustee Navarro's, so I'm sorry, I'm going to.
There's something that's not quite clear,
Mhm.
that these are all three in one. So I want it to be clear that we are also reinstating that resolution.
That's coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There's 3 actions in this one.
Okay, sometimes we take an action and everything's bundled together.
Yes.
So I thought that that's what this was. Okay.
Sylvester, are you able to put
Thank
her
you.
back on our screen? Okay, trustee Navarro, if you can go ahead and send me a message again. Oh, there you are. Okay, perfect. I saw that. So you are in approval of that. So the motion passes 6-0-1-0. Thank you. And now I will move on to action number 2, the resolution 24-25-40, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So this is to reinstate that resolution that we just made null and void. So do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And now I will move on to action 3, to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16th, 2025 to censure a former board member. The last action requested to cure and correct is to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16th, 2025 to censure a former board member. This item did not appear on the board agenda from April 16th. Although the vote did not pass, this action tonight is to formally declare the vote null and void. So do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Medina?
Will the agenda setting team be putting this on the agenda?
It did not pass, so no.
But it's going to be null and void, meaning that we could revote on it, correct? Why don't you ask the lawyer since you're not sure?
No, I don't need to ask.
Are you sure?
We'll discuss it in agenda setting. Thank you. So now,
Can we also get a report out from agenda setting on that?
sure.
Is that a yes?
I mean, I could let you know what was discussed in agenda.
I want it in writing and I want it sent out to the public as well.
No, we don't have minutes for our agenda setting.
Well, we should because a lot of us don't trust you in that
Thank
group.
you. So do I have a motion to declare null and void the board's vote on April 16th, 2025 to censure a former board member?
I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Trustee Navarro? I did not see a hand that time. There it is. Okay, any opposed? Any abstaining? Are you in favor of it, Gabe? Or, okay. So motion passes 7-0. Okay, so that concludes item 10.2. And I will now move on to item 10.3. Approved tentative agreement with Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Well, thank you. I'm delighted to build on what you already heard from Jenny this evening and bring before you for action the ratification of our tentative agreement with PVFT, which we reached in early May and has since been ratified by their members so that it can be here for you this evening for action. Highlighted in that area, you'll see the 3 areas that we negotiated, the language that was updated. In your packet, you'll see what was stricken through from the old contract language and what the new contract language includes in our negotiation process. And we are delighted to have reached that collaborative agreement, despite many of the challenges that you continue to hear about as we face fiscal challenges and other challenges in the district.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you. So seeing none, I will now bring it back to discussion for the board. Do we have any discussion from the board? No? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you. So I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, and thank you, PBFT. Okay, I will now move us on to item, oops, I put that on the wrong one. I will now move us on to item 10.4, approve memorandum of understanding between PVFT and PVUSD for PVUSD's Independent Study Program, PV Elevate. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you again for the opportunity to present this MOU. I'm delighted to share this MOU. As you saw in previous presentations this evening, student engagement and how we engage students through various programs is one way that we bolster some of the challenges that we're facing in the district. And so when we look at the PV Elevate program and what we propose here, we had a wonderful collective bargaining session to land on the various components of how this program will operate jointly with PVFT, and that's outlined in the MOU that we present for the board tonight for action and approval.
Thank you. Do we have any comments to this item?
No, we don't.
Okay, and do we have any discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Trustee Turley made a motion to approve and Trustee Dodge seconded. So now I will take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. I will now move on to item 10.5, approve variable term waiver request for a speech and language specialist for the 25-26 school year. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg.
Thank you again. In this report, you'll see under Title V, Section 80122J of the California Code of Regulations, it's required that when working with a candidate or working with an employee that is still ongoing in their credentialing, there are certain waivers that can be applied so that that employee can continue in that service. And so that ultimately is this formality. It's a formality that we often will use in this particular situation, but of course does require action and consent from the board.
Thank you. And do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we don't.
Okay. Do we have any board discussion for this item? Trustee Turley.
Just for clarity.
Sure.
This employee is actively working on obtaining a credential?
Correct.
Thank you.
Which is part of the stipulation.
Okay, seeing no other discussion from the board, do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Trustee Navarro? There it is. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So now 10.6, new class description, manager, budget, and position control. Report will be presented by Pam Shanks, our Director of Classified Personnel.
I'll handle
Oh,
this
sorry,
one as well.
thank you.
Thank you. I'm on a roll. I'm just going to keep going through. So this position was really born out of the FCMAT report and the presentation that the Board of Trustees heard at the last meeting. And one of the ways that we are fiscally responsible is to ensure that all of our positions are allocated appropriately, filled appropriately, budget items are appropriate relative to how that position is being funded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so what the board saw in this FCMAT report, is a need on behalf of our partnership through payroll, benefits, HR, and fiscal services to ensure that all of our staffing and position control is 100% efficient. And that's clearly spelled out in what was shared in the FCMAT report. So through our partnership, because we're a merit system district with the Personnel Commission, the recommendation was brought to the Personnel Commission for consideration of this particular position of position control. The position would sit under business services, under fiscal management, but partner specifically as a liaison position between HR and between business services, inclusive, of course, of payroll and benefits. On May 29th, the Personnel Commission approved the position at the various in the various ways that you see here, as far as step in class, job description, et cetera. And as a process of the merit system and our partnership with the Personnel Commission, once that's approved, it's brought to the board for consideration, action, and consent as well, which is what we're doing this evening.
Thank you. And seeing no comments from the public, I will bring it back to the board. Does the board have any comments? Trustee Turley?
Tell me, please, Dr. Contreras, if this is an inappropriate question, but are there employees, existing employees who might apply for this position?
We believe there probably would be, that it would be an interesting position that people would want to apply for.
Trustee Flynn? Oh, no, okay. Okay, on this side, any? Trustee Carrasco? No, okay.
No, I do.
Oh, Trustee Carrasco.
So from my understanding, this position is being requested to help ensure that procedures and reports are completed accurately, submitted on time, and properly entered into our database.
Correct.
Okay. And I completely understand and support the need for that. My concern, however, is that if we reinstate this position, we must ensure that the person hired is truly meeting the needs of the department. Therefore, I would like to see an evaluation process in place for this role. If the position is not effectively supporting the department, there should be a system of accountability. We already evaluate teachers and administrators. It's time that we implement similar standards across all district positions. To be clear, I'm not against supporting district positions if they're truly needed. I simply want to make sure that the roles we create are impactful and effective. If a position is not improving and meaningful support, I believe those resources would be better spent in the classroom. If we establish a clear evaluation and accountability process for this role, I would feel comfortable voting in favor of it.
Thank you for that. And to clarify the process, because this was approved through the Personnel Commission and we're a merit system-based district, all the evaluation expectations of the merit system are applicable in this case as far as evaluation process and everything else that guides our relationship with the Personnel Commission. So in that regard, the employee would of course be evaluated and they'd be evaluated against the job description that's before the board tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to support this agenda item.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, having a first and a second, I will now take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Trustee Navarro, were you in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Now I'll move us on to 10.7, approve resolution 24-25-53, adopting guidelines relative to citizen oversight committees for general obligation bonds approved pursuant to Proposition 39 and related law. Report will be presented by Jenny M., our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening again. I am here to present Resolution 24-25-53 to adopt guidelines relative to the Citizens Oversight Committee for General Obligation Bonds. We already have bylaws established when we started our Measure L Citizens Oversight Committee. We are bringing this forward again just for transparency and to update to Proposition 39 and related law, and in preparation for starting up our Measure M COC. So pursuant to the requirements of Proposition 39 and related law, the Board of Education is required to adopt guidelines, also referred to as bylaws, to govern the school district's Citizens Oversight Committees, also known as the COC. The Proposition 39 accountability requirements outline the formation and appointment of members, the role of a COC, and many other administrative regulations. The Board of Education previously approved and adopted COC guidelines and bylaws for the Measure L COC. Staff respectfully ask for approval and adoption of Resolution 24-25-53 for the formation of the new Measure M COC, and to approve these guidelines. These guidelines were drafted with bond counsel, who was Mr. Robert Anslow, partner with Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rude, and Romo, in compliance with all related law.
Thank you. And seeing no public comment, I will now bring it back to the board for any questions or discussion. Okay, seeing none, I will look for a motion.
I move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. I'm sorry, I can't see Trustee Navarro now. Does she? Oh, yes. Okay, okay, so I will skip for now. So motion, all those in favor was 6. Any opposed? Any abstaining? And so I will pass that 6-0-0 and 1 for Trustee Navarro. And before we get to 10:30, can I have a motion to extend our meeting, please? We could reconvene tomorrow at 8 in the morning, but we need to do this now.
That's why I like the student
I
trustee
make
to
a
do it.
motion to extend the meeting
To,
to 1 a.m.
okay.
Second.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Okay, we got that in. Thank you. So now I will move on to item 10.8, appointment of Citizen Oversight Committee, COC, members of the Measure M General Obligation Bond. This report will also be presented by Jenny M.
Good evening, and while we wait for the presentation to be brought up, where I will detail out a little bit more information about the formation of the COC, as well as the makeup of the COC. This action item is to recommend that the board take action by motion to appoint a minimum of 7 members to serve on the district's new Measure M Citizens Oversight Committee. And Sylvester, I'm sorry, it's going to be the first attachment on that action item. Yes, for 10.8. Thank you. Okay, and the formation and appointment of our Measure M COC aligns with our vision and mission, as well as 3 of our strategic goals. And this presentation will do a quick overview of how we got here with Measure M, the planning and implementation timelines, as well as our COC formation and appointment process. So back in May, the board authorized placing a $315 million facility and technology bond on the November general election ballot. And our both counties within our school district approved by majority, which was a huge feat. So thank you so much to the community for believing in Measure M. And so far, our planning and implementation timeline, back at the April 16th meeting, we authorized by resolution the bond issuance. There's a slight change. It says here that we were bringing the bond management firm contract tonight. That has been pushed back a little bit. But tonight we will be.
I'm sorry, Jen,
I'm
can I
so sorry.
interrupt 1 minute? Can you put the presentation back on our screens? For some reason, it went back. I want to be able to see what, we all want to see what you're, thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. So tonight, we have a resolution to adopt the bylaws, which we just saw, as well as the appointment of our new members. And then sometime over the summer or early fall, the district will be bringing the site allocations for board approval. So the purpose of the COC is to provide oversight to public school bonds and to review the spending of bond funds and report their findings annually to the general public in a board meeting. In short, the COC ensures that bond funds have been spent in accordance with state law. I just wanted to note, as a clarification point, the COC does not determine policy, projects, or site allocations. That is the work of both the board and an administration jointly. The committee consists of at least a minimum of 7 members. They serve 2-year terms without compensation, so they're truly doing a service to the district. Members may serve no more than 3 consecutive years, and the board must adopt a resolution to establish the COC and approve its bylaws. So this lists who can serve on the COC and who may not serve on the COC. This was listed in our application process and in all of the advertising that we did through various means. There are 2 ways that COC members can be appointed. Applications are sought from qualifying community members, and the board makes a final decision. Or administration goes through a screening process and makes recommendations to the board. When we brought this as a report discussion item, a few board meetings ago to seek input from the board had indicated a combination of the 2, where administration screens for general qualifications and then brings the applications in front of the board, which we are doing tonight. So the application process looked like this. We solicited applications from May 13th to June 4th through various means. We received 7 total applications. They were screened by administration to ensure Assembly Bill 1908 requirements were met. All 7 applicants met the requirements, are now presented in front of you. Additionally, 1 member of our Measure L COC has applied to serve on the new Measure M COC as well. So here I have all of our applicants. We have 8 applicants total. And I indicated on here which requirement they meet. As part of our COC, we are required to have a representative for the 5 areas that are bolded. And then down below, it just also shows that they're an at-large community member. So the next steps, after appointment tonight, Measure M COC members will be contacted and informed of their appointment, and a training will be set up for COC members prior to the start of the first Measure M COC meeting. Okay, and open up to public comments.
Thank you. And seeing no public comments on this item, I will move it to the board for discussion. Yes, trustee Flynn?
Are these where I was looking at who can serve? Was that was that mandated by the state or just, okay. Just because I'm curious if there's any student representation.
We can definitely have, in the category, it's not bolded, but the at-large community member. So we can solicit applications from anyone in the community who live within PVUSD bounds, who may not fall within the required groups, but they are still considered an at-large community member.
Yeah, especially even, a new or like a recent graduate or something like that, I was thinking. And then the other thing is, so the 2-year and 3-year terms, can people roll in and out, or do they have to be, how does that part work? So let's say it has to be a minimum of 7, sounds like we have 8. So if somebody rolls off or can't continue, then you're still good. But if somebody wanted to come on and be an 8th, could they at any particular time? And then also, if you get to 7 and then somebody rolls off and you're 6, what's the plan to like replace, or is there like a waiting list, things like that?
I think a waiting list would be an excellent idea. Normally, what we saw with Measure L is in the beginning, there's always a lot of interest. We get, as we can see, we got a good number of applicants for the COC. That happened with Measure L as well. And what we started to see is later into the bond program, as years go by and the projects dwindle, members do start dropping off at that point. So there's, my understanding is there's always opportunity if the numbers fall short that we can put out another recruitment. But with Measure L, what the district saw is it was very, very difficult to recruit members later on into the bond program because all of the exciting projects were already finished. So what we were recommended speaking with our bond counsel is there's going to be a sweet spot in terms of the number of people you want to appoint. So you might not want to appoint just the minimum because that could happen where somebody drops off, but you also don't want to appoint too large of a group because then it gets really difficult to do scheduling and to try to get everyone together. So right between, I would say, 8 to 10 members is a good spot because then that does give a little bit of wiggle room.
Thank you. Yeah, I just am a strong believer in end user input. And so the people, of course, the community is going to be using some of the community spaces, but then especially when you're talking about the sites, I think it'd be cool to engage, even elementary schools, kids, just to, have them imagine what the space could look like, whether it happened or not, but, make them feel like they're a part of it. The other thing is I just want to make sure that what happened this year with the track at Watsonville High doesn't happen again, and that people are well informed and included about how things will and how clubs or sports or anything will be affected along the way. So making sure that people are reaching out just to make sure that all the voices are heard. So that if something's going to be closed, they're informed in a timely manner to be able to readjust.
Definitely, and that is that aspect of communication is something that we have built into our RFQP process for looking into bond management, because you're absolutely right, it is important to get that communication line across. And in terms of the student involvement, I think a really great opportunity for that kind of student engagement would be as sites start doing their prioritization work of Measure M projects, really going through site-led, like school site council meetings, and then student groups directly at the site, which is something that we already have planned to do. I think the COC would be great for students who want to learn more of the fiscal oversight component, because the COC does not do project prioritization or project planning or things like that. It's more purely the fiscal oversight.
Thank you. So it is my understanding that you are asking for a motion to approve these specific members. The application process has already opened and closed. So, and these are the only applicants that we received, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and you're asking that we approve all 8 tonight.
My recommendation it would be to approve all 8, but that is also open for discussion from the board.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Medina.
So my question was, I understand that we're going to be voting on this, but will there be subcommittees within each school site, and will staff, teachers, and admin have a say? Yes, okay.
Yes, so the plan right now is to really engage primarily through site admin and our community school specialists to lead a lot of that work. So that's going to include engaging through school site council meetings, staff meetings, and survey work.
Okay, thank you.
So we could say that we only want to approve 7 if we wanted to right now.
Yes.
I'm looking at the lawyer guy because he's probably going to tell me no. Okay, cool. I'm seeing you, dude. I want to debate you so bad. Anyway, so if we do not, this is hypothetical right now, unless he walks back in. If we do not want somebody on this, do we just state their name, or would that be a violation of personnel?
I'm going to invite Bryce to counter, or if I'm saying this incorrectly, please correct me. But what I would probably suggest is maybe doing a motion for each applicant and voting each applicant, unless Bryce, you have a different method you recommend.
Subject to any of those rules. They're not staff subject to any of those rules. So what I'd say is you're free to debate the matter as you find to be appropriate.
You're good. Okay. There is a name on here that I do question, just only based on what I heard today, which kind of scares me. And I just want to get that phrase that I wrote down, because it was immigrant students are sucking down academics, our academics. And if somebody's going to be on here to oversee a budget that is going to have an impact on these students who are supposedly sucking down our academics, I don't feel comfortable having them on that board. So with that, yeah, I just want to open it up to discussion.
Okay. So do we have any other discussion from the board? Trustee Turley.
Personally, I think multiple opinions help create a better product. And I think I know who you're talking about. And if that person were removed, then you wouldn't have somebody under one of the required categories. I also want to make sure people understand the exciting work of this group is to look at contracts and compare them with payments.
I know he likes it. That's why I'm saying we should not give him this opportunity. But I'm just kidding. We could go ahead and move on.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to approve if we have one. Trustee Flynn?
I was just going to say, I feel like it's a good opportunity for maybe this particular person to share space with some of the other people who can get him together.
Good luck.
And
I'm on there, Lourdes, so I'm
And,
glad about that.
And it could be an opportunity to build bridges. I don't want to make excuses for any behavior or misuse of words that could have been better. I do see the gift in the financial arena. And so I think, and the deep commitment to the community. So those things are positive for me. But thank you for bringing this forward and, discussing it. I think it's important to bring light to those things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that he will learn, he will listen. I believe that old dogs can learn new tricks.
I do too.
And I really hope that, they are also respectful of the women, of the diversity that is in there, and does make space for them. So let's hope.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Thank you. And now we spent a lot
I'll
of time
make a
on this
motion.
one. Oh, Trustee Dodge wanted to
so
say one more
sorry.
thing. Thank you.
I also kind of like to echo what Trustee Medina was saying. To say something like that to me seems kind of biased. You're overseeing millions of dollars, and to say something like that is kind of concerning. But moving on, a lot of great names. I got my start on the Measure L committee. It's when you're part of this committee, you see what the homeowners and what the taxpayers and the constituents. So it's good that we asked people to support Measure M, and so we have to make sure we deliver. We asked them for $300 million, and a lot of people didn't want to support it, but thankfully we passed that threshold, and so I say congratulations to these people who applied, because we had a hard time on Measure L. People didn't want to do it, but when I was part of it, it's like, hey, these are important. These decisions is where your money is going. These school site councils, join the school site councils, and all of you guys heard that. And also, Murray Scheckman, you still can't give up PVUSD?
I was actually talking about Murray Scheckman this whole time.
So, all right, Murray, good to see you're still around. So with that, I'd like to make a motion, if that's okay, to support this agenda item.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
And
thank
also
you.
say thank you to those who did apply.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. I'm sorry, I did not see Trustee Navarro. So I will move us on to item 10.9, approved contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction Professional Development. Report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, our Superintendent of Schools.
I can report on this. Thank you. Yes, both 10.9 and 10.10. To address 10.9 first, as is the case with Ed Code, contracts for assistant superintendencies come to the board. At this time of the year, we're proposing both these contracts come to the board for their yearly extension. So there are no changes to the contract other than to extend by 1 year the termination of the contract. And that is what is before the board for this evening.
Thank you. And seeing no public comments to this, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have any? Yes, Trustee Turley.
So these are 3-year contracts, and at the conclusion of the first year, you just add a year on?
Correct.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll make a motion to approve unless anyone else has comment.
Second.
Okay. Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Sylvester, would you mind bringing Misty on just because we're missing Trustee? She's no longer, okay, thank you. So all those in favor, I heard 5 ayes. Any opposed? Any abstaining? And we have 2 not here. So motion passes 5-0-0-2. Congrats, yes. Okay, and now we will do item 10.10, approve contract for Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg again. Thank you.
Indeed, and in the interest of repeating myself for sake of the agenda item, all of what I shared about 10.9 is true for 10.10, in that the contract remains as is, as previously brought before the board, with the exception of extending the contract by a year relative to its termination date.
Thank you. And see no public comment, I will bring it back to the board.
I move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Trustee Medina?
Oh, I had a comment.
Sure.
I believe that the salary is a little too low, right? Right, Berman? Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to say yes. And I also wanted to give you a shout out for meeting with the parent who was having that difficult time at EA Hall. I thought that was, it really said about a lot about your character. I know we haven't really spoke or anything, that we joke around here on the sides and stuff. But yeah, I'm really glad that both you and Claudia will be coming on board for another 12 months. So.
Thank you. And so I had trustee Turley made a motion to approve and trustee Dodge seconded, correct? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. Congratulations. And now I will move us on to item 10.11, resolution 24. Oh, sorry. We are going to table this item, correct? Okay. Thank you. We are tabling item 10.11. So now that brings us, wow, we made it through action items. Now that brings us to our report and discussion items. So we will start with 11.1, an update of district goals. This report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, our superintendent of schools, and cabinet.
Yes, and cabinet, and a couple of staff. So Silvestre, if you can get our PowerPoint ready. So I alluded to this earlier in my superintendent's comments. This is a presentation to the board and to the public around our progress on our district strategic goals. These strategic goals were developed in conjunction with our community. We had more than 1,500 inputs. This started with my Look, Listen, and Learn journey last May when I first started my position. We went through a series of hundreds of meetings, surveyed the community, met with anyone we could meet with. We created the goals as cabinet. We vetted those goals with our teachers union, our CSEA members, with our leadership team. It went to the board. We went through 11 revisions, each time getting the input from the different shareholders I just mentioned, and then adopted these goals that you see before you right now into board policy on November 13th. Along with that board policy, we adopted the mission and vision that the board had created. And then we had sub-goals that we created under the strategic goals. And these goals are 3 to 5 year goals. You notice that we have 24 to 27 because we may have revisions along the way. So tonight we will have cabinet helping to present, because truly these goals are the goals of not just the board, but these are community goals. These are collectively owned goals, and many, many people have helped in this last year to begin moving the district forward. We're really proud of the progress that we've made. Although we do not have our California dashboard data yet, as Chrissy McLean alluded to, we do have some preliminary internal data, and all of our data points that we have set our minds to move forward have grown, and not just in small increments. So tonight we'll begin talking about what we have put into motion. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So that's right.
I got you.
Thank you. All right, so our very first goal, which you have heard referenced throughout the year, and this is done intentionally so that every board presentation that we do is always linked back to the goals we're aiming for. And I know it does get redundant. I know my staff feels like, oh, here we go, goal 1. But we always, throughout the work that we do, want to keep in mind what we are aiming to change for our students. These goals hang in our across our district so that our public can see what we're working on as well. So goal 1 that you've heard many, many times is around academic excellence and powerful learning.
And
I'm just very excited about this opportunity to really highlight some of the amazing opportunities and expanded learning options for our students that have been created just this year. For example, you've heard about Mar Vista going TK8 with a STEAM focus. And it's mid-county, so we're also talking about attendance, and this is an opportunity to try to grab some other district students. And it's a big shout out and example of great collaboration. We have the administrative team spearheading this, along with Julie, along with community partners, along with staff, and families and students. And so this is a great example of some of the great opportunities that we're expanding. And as you know, it's really around STEAM. And so they're diving all in. I know Julie has some, I can't remember what it is, but there's like the STEAM is now becoming an acronym that we're going to have shirts, and it's going to be an amazing thing. Okay, and then on 10.4, you voted to approve the PV Elevate, another great example of options that we're providing for our students. This is our long-term independent hybrid personalized learning for our students. Again, a lot of collaboration. One highlight is that students now are able to do that personalized learning, but also still be enrolled in their neighborhood schools. So if they want to, perform in the theater, if they want to compete athletically, if they want to do clubs, they're still able to do that at their neighborhood school, while at the same time getting that flexible learning opportunity that they desire. Going through the slides pretty quickly for time, but you can definitely peruse them at your leisure. And then another one that you're going to hear about shortly, so I'm not going to highlight it too much, but it is very exciting, is our early college options that we are now starting at PV High. Like I said, you're going to hear a lot about this in a little bit, but it's really exciting. It's an opportunity for students to have a sequence of dual enrollment classes that are tailored to certain pathways. And right now, we have 135 interested students. So we already have quite an extensive waiting list. It's a great sign that this is a desired thing from our families. So we're being responsive and we're really thinking ahead. And then going to our CTE, you've heard Julie highlight a lot of our pathways. We have some amazing pathways. We're expanding our pathways. Incredible partnerships in our ecosystem of community partners. And then hot off the presses, brand new, we are going to launch a new pathway where our students at PV are going to be building planes. We have a partnership with Joby and DART and the airport, and there's some other partners that are involved in it. But basically, it's kind of like similar to the tiny homes in the way that we're going to do it. But students are going to come, they're going to learn about engineering, they're going to learn about the dynamics and the science behind aviation, while at the same time building planes that will be put into use. And again, great partnership with a lot of partners, including the airport. And that's hot off the presses. You might have seen the release today, and we're really excited about it. The last one for me for now is just a big celebration. You can see the numbers over the last few years of our seal of civic engagement. This was really a student-driven thing 3 and 4 years ago when Julie and the teams that she was working with built what this has now become. And every year we're getting more and more students that are driven to do this. And Daniel Escala, right? He earned his seal in action here, right? And that's a great example of what this can and is doing for and the opportunities that we're providing for our students. And with that.
Good evening. So I'm going to continue on goal 1. As a reminder, I think you probably remember a couple meetings ago, we did talk about SWAN and how we implemented this particular math program and pedagogy in a couple of our elementary sites. Okay, there we go. The sites in elementary did it at K through 5. So I wanted to kind of just a reminder of what the data is looking like. You'll see here from 3rd grade, you'll see a significant increase in number of students who are making really good progress. And then in 4th, this is 4th grade. And then in 5th grade, you'll see that it does increase, but then there's a slight, what happened there?
So when we looked at that, that's actually pointing out that we do need to spend a little more time on the actual mathematical reasoning and application part of the instruction with our students. The other thing that I wanted to highlight about Goal 1 is the Dibbles and Lectura assessment. Remember, this is the one that's measuring our early literacy development progress. If you go through the data numbers, you'll see that we're actually making growth. But even despite that, we do have a long way to go. And you can also see by the numbers, the top performing schools on the right are actually our literacy coach grant sites. So we are able to see significant growth in those sites because we are using more targeted intervention strategies there that we are going to be replicating coming fall across all of our elementaries. And then this one right here just gives you a little bit of information in terms of what are our areas of concern that we're going to be focusing on in the coming year. And then just kind of a timeline of how this has been rolling out. This is a lot of these changes are due to changes in law that have been made and are coming from the state level. Okay, pass it back to Mike.
All right, back to me. As you know, one of the established goals when Dr. Contreras started was 98% graduation rate. And what you see here is our dashboard numbers for the last 4 years. And that one on the right, the 2024, is the one that Chrissy mentioned earlier today in our LCAP. But we've been talking a lot about it. And one thing that Dr. Contreras brought to us that's really exciting is this thing called GRIT, graduation rate intervention teams that we've been establishing with our comprehensives. And with those interventions and with our leadership at the sites and with the staff at sites, we're seeing some very promising numbers coming in, amazing developments in not just the overall numbers, but really what this became is it looked at kind of satellite data and then broke it down to like more map level data, and then it got to street level data, meaning we're looking at individual students and asking, what is it that's keeping this kid from graduating, right? What are the DNFs looking like? What are the particular opportunities that we have to intervene right now to get these students to graduate? And we're really hopeful with this going forward, but specifically this year, we believe that when those on-target numbers actually turn into actual graduation rate, we're going to be really excited about our numbers. Goal 2 is around professional learning. The next few that I have are some supports that we put into place to help mostly leadership with one-time funds, and we believe that it's really turning into positive practices. One example of that is creative leadership solutions. This was with CSI funds for 7 particular schools. And what this was is it's coaching with the intention of supporting professional learning communities at the schools. And so it was really on-site, in-person coaching for the administrators to support them in leading their teacher teams. And we see some great promises with this, great practices, and hopefully an expansion of the practices that we've been developing through this practice. The next one is California Ed Partners. This is a really cool thing that we're going to be launching next year. It's with Watsonville High and its feeder school of EA Hall, and PV High and its feeder school of Rolling Hills Middle School. And what it does is it takes the 8th grade teachers in English language arts and math from 8th grade and 9th grade, and it's really about articulation. It's about understanding the rigor involved in those classes and aligning them so our students have a pathway to success through those feeder schools. And so we're about to go with the principals of those schools, those 4 schools, to get it launched next week. Really exciting stuff, great track record California Ed Partners has, and so we're really excited for this promising practice. Again, going through the slides rather quickly, but you can check out more. And Leaders Forward was some consultants that we brought in to really help develop all of our administrators, teaching and learning, our principals, and us, in strengthening our ability to lead teams and build trust and build relationships so that we can really ultimately get to the heart of our jobs, which is to support student learning and growth. Oh, this is the last one. And then aspiring higher, we spoke about this earlier in the year. This is really our examination of our comprehensive high schools and how we're providing supports for our students. And ultimately with a lens on, are we being equitable in our opportunities? And we're expecting a report shortly that really dives into this. We gave them a lot of data. We worked closely with them, all the high schools and all of our departments. And so we're really looking forward to seeing their report and then bringing it forward to you all.
Okay, I'll have you just do the clicker for me. Thank you. So continuing on that same theme of developing our leaders, and based in research from the Wallace Foundation, Dr. Contreras has brought to us this amazing program called the Principal Pipeline that is intended to grow our leaders' capacity to help our students achieve. And so it focused on our new principals, our new academic coordinators and assistant principals, as well as our experienced academic coordinators and assistant principals to help them build up those leadership muscles so that they can aspire to be principals. Go ahead. We had over 30 participants from our administrative teams this year, and that number will stay consistently strong this coming year with even more leadership opportunities, building on the great work that we're doing with CLS and Leaders Forward. So we're really digging in deep to develop our leaders.
Hello. So climate, culture, community. This is goal 3, and thank you for the vision Dr. Contreras brought to us for this goal. And this year we focused on making, not quite yet, focused on making schools safer. Thank you, Ben Slider. More inclusive. Thank you, Heather Morin and the special education team, and welcoming for all students. We strengthened mental health support, uplifted student voice, and launched the attendance campaign. Thank you, Myra Fernandez. To improve student learning and engagement, we continue to meet all requirements with a strong commitment to inclusion, belonging, and respect. And maybe you should have gone, oops, wrong way. Next one. Yeah, that you were right. So next one. Okay, so our attendance campaign is working. You've already heard a lot about this, but most months we see increase throughout the year with a slight dip in the middle of the year, and I look forward to continuing the push for next year. One month, one day, all in May. Dr. Contreras talked a little bit about this and that we're going to be doing more of these, but I really you see that dip that happened, and we saw that jump up again after we did this push. All of our principals, every single site did a huge push this day, and it was fantastic. So we've already got the responses in for next year's campaign. And trust us, it's going to be big for attendance. Stay tuned for the big reveal. And I want to shout out, I know it's already happened, but we can't do it enough to shout out to our amazing district partners. And if you'd like to sponsor, contact Student Support Services.
So speaking of student supports and uplifting our families, our community schools initiative, we have 24 of our schools that earned the community schools grant funding. It's a 5-year grant. We are in our first year, or just finishing up our first year. And over the course of that year, we hired in a rolling hiring process 24 community school specialists to work with our schools to help them in the transformation process, because community schools is not a thing that you do, it's a way of being. And so we've been working really hard with our schools, our principals, our families, removing barriers so that they are engaging deeply with their families at the school sites to make sure that families are listened to, that students' voices are uplifted. and that is actually where they are. They left today. We had, last year, I think there was 5 or 6 administrators who attended the Empower Community Schools Conference this year. One of the things that we did is we wanted to make sure we could remove any barrier. If a family member wanted to attend the Community Schools Conference with their school site leader, rather than having them go and pay for their own way and then get a reimbursement later, we worked and made it essentially a field trip, and we had a busload of PVUSD staff and family members who went down to Fresno, and they are there for 2 days of learning. And so as soon as this is over, I'm going to head out as well, so I can be there to learn alongside with them. So this is the Community Schools Initiative that we are in our first of 5 years.
Is mine. Another part of our Goal 3, climate, culture, and community, was elevating our student voice. And so Daniel's talked about this a lot. We had the student trustee, the student core council. Our trustee for next year was actually a part of our student core council. And then we had our 40-member student advisory council. And we have done a lot of things, as you have heard, creating the board policy that Daniel did, the student engagement handbook, the substitute handbook, and the 2 days of substitute training that will now be a part of our district onboarding of substitutes. And next year, our students will play a very big part in helping to create and recommend board policy to the board around homework and cell phone policy. So we're really proud of that work and excited for really elevating that continued voice with students. And there's Daniel. We miss him, his first meeting without us for this year. I know he texted me before this board meeting and said, good luck, I'm going to be watching. So, hey, Daniel. And we also are engaging in MTSS learning, which is our continued multi-tiered system of support. And how are we continuing to work to meet all students' needs in all ways, social, emotionally, as well as academically. And then, of course, our community relations. Some of the things that we continue to do with our community relations is trying to be involved in our community, not just on the school front, but through community schools, through community outlets. Earlier, I spoke this evening about attending the County Board of Supervisor meetings. We continue to be an active voice in our PV collaborative meetings that I attend each week. And other members of our staff are actively involved in those things. Chrissy McLean, Ruby Vasquez attending and hosting Know Your Rights meetings on immigration and being part of a community of support that doesn't just involve our schools, but the things that surround making our schools successful. And that will continue to be the things that we engage in and do as we see ourselves part of a broader community beyond our school walls. And finally, this is just a little bit more of some of those places and things that we find ourselves doing, not just me, but staff, as we reach out beyond, like I said, our school walls.
Goal 4 is around fiscal responsibility. And because we've been hearing a lot about these next slides, I'll be moving through those a little bit quickly. So the first is, of course, creating the sustainable budget team. It was the first time that our district engaged in this type of work. And it was, I think, a great way to start getting the community, as Trustee Flynn had mentioned earlier, getting the situation around our budget out there into the community. So I think it was a really great start. I think it was a great learning experience too, for us to continue engaging as a district next year. So this just has a couple slides from the formation of the SBT, as well as what that process looked like, as well as our amazing members. Thank you to our 24 members who volunteered their nights to engaging in this work, as well as presenting at some very difficult board meetings. The district also engaged in the reorganization of several departments, both to look at how do we improve student outcomes and how do we ensure that resources are directed in the most efficient way. So there's a reorganization of cabinet, expanded learning, M&O and facilities, curriculum and instruction, and professional development. So the next few slides, we had presented these in previous presentation. So these just show how the different departments were reorganized this past year. Some really important work that the district engaged in was around looking at a complex facilities matter for SABA and their Prop 39 petition. Part of that was engaging with the Renaissance High School community and PV High School when it seemed that SABA may be invoking their Prop 39 rights. Through that process, we were able to look at and learn a lot about how do we engage with school communities around these types of decisions, because as we all know, due to declining enrollment and sites having less than full capacity, this is likely going to be work that will continue looking at district reorganization across the board. As well as, of course, Measure M. We are eternally grateful to our community for investing into our future generations. So that was a $315 million influx into our school system to address the $1.2 billion in facility needs in our aging structures. And lastly, this year, as one of the creative solutions to hopefully prevent additional layoffs and to look at optimizing our resources, preventing unnecessary maintenance, mostly in our aging portables. The district engaged in a study at all of our school sites to look at classrooms focused on those aging portables that could be closed. So this is going to reduce not only those maintenance costs that are through the roof because portables have a very short lifespan, but it also reduces utilities, maintenance costs, custodial costs, and can save the district many dollars going forward. So the district was able to work closely with PVFT and all of our sites to identify over 150 underutilized and unneeded classrooms. So the work will start over the summer to start relocating those classrooms. Many of them will be from those aging portables into the main building.
All right, and as we've shared at the previous board meeting through the FCMAT report, there are a number of initiatives in human resources that we look forward to improving. As you can see here, paramount to that is our relationship with our labor organizations, and we were delighted this evening to bring forward our ratification for our tentative agreement with our labor organizations. We're still ongoing with CSEA, and we look forward to being back at the table with them on Friday. As you've also heard this evening, we bring forward a position control position that we are grateful you approved tonight. This position, as I've already said, will help us align all operations across fiscal services, human resources, payroll, and benefits, ensuring that we are operating at the highest degree of efficiency as possible for the positions that we hold in our district. And as you've heard tonight, because so much of what we do rests on the employees that serve our children, all of the goals presented in tonight's board presentation rely heavily on our relationships with our district administrators, in service of students, in service of our labor organizations, in the trenches every day with our students. And then, as you know, we are delighted to sit before you as a whole cabinet, as Dr. Contreras had pointed out earlier. And as you see in our collaboration, we've worked hard as a cabinet this year to come together in service of our students and of our employees. And then, as you see outlined in our organizational flowchart for supervision and our partnership with our school sites, our school site administration and service of our teachers, we've refined the overall efficacy of how our system operates relative to those that serve in district level positions in support of our principals and our principals in support of our teachers and classified members. And as you heard me share previously when I opened this goal, we have a clear blueprint or roadmap, if you will, through the FCMAT report. And so much of what we've already done in process this year and going forward is informed by the FCMAT report. So as you see, this really captures those three overarching goals in the FCMAT report and where we I've had major recommendations for resulting in improvement across leadership and communication, evaluation and workflow, and ultimately staffing and structure. My staff were together today for 2 hours, sitting and training on Inform K-12. Our goal in some of our mission statements that we developed today is to ultimately be able to go paperless. And the context that I provided for my employees today is that everything should be walked from the user's perspective. So while we certainly have processes and protocols that we want to improve to make HR efficient from their desks as employees, ultimately it's the view of the employee receiving that process that matters most. And so that was the framework for all the trainings that we'll be engaging in over the summer with my team to ensure not only are our internal efficiency protocols efficient, but that the user, the end user, is very clear from start to finish how they navigate a process with HR. I won't read through every bullet, but you can see next steps, continue to expand our digital workflow adoption and ensure continuous training for our system users. Here we have our classification, our classified evaluation completion rates, which we are very excited to share. We're outstanding. As you also saw in our negotiations and our tentative agreement, we were able to open evaluations and come to some resolution in partnership with PVFT to improve our evaluation process.
So this next part is of mine. So as we close out year one, we're really proud of the progress that we've made. We know that we have a lot more to go. And so some of that is kind of looking forward to year two and where we go next. So one is, you've heard already tonight, we'll continue the work of the sustainable budget team. We are going to continue to strengthen our instructional leadership team because we know we still need to improve our student outcomes. That's going to take some time. We're expanding our SWAN implementation to 9 more schools for next year. We're expanding our letters training, and we will be coming forward in August with our instructional plan for next year and how we'll be rolling that out. You go to the next. Thank you. We are going to also be implementing what we're calling the school reorganization team to begin looking at our school facilities. We have also, the board had approved a contract to look at a demographer so that we can have a deeper study of where our students are, where they're going, and where they're projected to be over the years so that we can use that information and data with our school reorganization team as we take a deep dive into what we may be doing as we go forward with our facilities. We're also going to be looking into a biomedical pathway, hopefully, at one of our schools, Gabe, in your area. Kind of exploring what it might look like for students to explore medical medical careers, starting in TK as a program option, not fully forcing it on them. And then looking at how we might, I know you, how you feel about that.
Yeah, I feel a
Yes.
very big way about that.
That's right. So still a blended approach. And looking at how we may partner and continue to expand our partnerships in that area with Caprio, UCSC, and CSUMB. This is area born out of our PV Collaborative, which is looking at health in our area as a really huge barrier for Santa Cruz County. And yes, and Monterey County, absolutely, both of our counties, which is why CSUMB is in there. And then looking to where do we begin to have some of the next other steps in engaging our community through communication. And so one of the things I've heard the board talk about, yes, is how do we look at a better website and how do we do better mechanisms for reaching our community. And so we have already launched the start of that website development. I was with a team just 3 weeks ago, and they were looking at just the start of it, which looks really good. I'm really excited about that. It's the forward-facing part. We still have a long way to go. There's a lot to clean up. Gabe, I know you know this because you know a lot about tech. There is a lot to do and a lot of behind-the-scenes navigation. But we're confident that we'll be able to have that forward-facing, at least to the start, shortly. We're also looking at how do we uniform it so that each of the school sites have their own individual links, but as parents go to it, they know exactly where to go because it's at least uniform, but still a little unique to the site. So we're excited about that, and we will continue to explore how do we do better outreach communication-wise to our communities. So we'll also we did a tech audit that will be coming forward to the board at the beginning of the school year. Yay, you just heard about our Tango Flight partnership, which had a press release today. So we are continuing to look at ways that we expand our career pathways for all of our students. We have heard PV High School loud and clear, so this is one of the pathways that will be expanded at PV High School as another career opportunity. And we are also developing, along with our new website, what we're calling a public accountability dashboard so that the public can go into this dashboard on our website and look at some of our key initiatives and metrics and monitor us and on the initiatives that we are working on and see how we are making progress, including a Measure M dashboard so that when we initiate projects, we can be reporting out. And Joy, this is a nod to you with like the track and field. You know, where are we, is this project maybe leading to some type of closure or something so that our public can be tracking that progress. So that will be something we'll be working on as well. And so we'll continue to look at how we are being efficient throughout our departments and aligning things, how we look to expand our student and family engagement, and how we continue to message and communicate throughout PVUSD as we move forward with the different goals that we are working to accomplish. We, of course, want to continue to keep integrity and responsibility at the heart of what we do. Tonight, we heard some things where we're not doing well. Every time we hear that at board meetings, our cabinet does come together to look at where do we need to do better, what do we do next in response to our community, because we do aim to serve. And one of the things that we talk about very regularly is what is the role of the district office. And we believe that our district office lives in service of the school site, because the most important thing that happens in our district is at the school site. And the most important thing that happens in our district is in the classrooms. And so the district office lives in support of the school site. Principals live in support of the teachers, and the most important thing that happens is in our classrooms. And we will continue to lead with that mantra. Are we there yet? No, but give us a little bit of time, and we are going to get there, and we are going to continue to work tirelessly to make this district the best that it can be. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item?
We have one, Chris Webb.
I think those are great goals, and in part of living up to them, I would encourage us to reaffirm our commitment to integrity, making sure that like when we have a plan, it's does it like that there's a cohesiveness, that the principal is in touch with the teachers who are in touch with the director who's in touch with the board, because sometimes it feels like a little disjointed. Also, in terms of like kind of with that also, I think we need to really make sure we're not playing favorites. I've brought this up before, and I bring it up because it continues to be a problem. One thing I've noticed over time is it seems like if you are a student advocate, or you may be a very good teacher, but you're kind of endangered. I feel like also Trustee Medina's treatment at the last meeting kind of like was just another example of the same thing, but at a different level. So I think we need to really make sure that we are standing by our student advocates. And if students, want to support their teacher who's being railroaded out or something, and they decide to take their own like civic action, like it's 100% inappropriate for principals, directors, anybody to be attacking that teacher. And honestly, admin like that, we would be better off not having those people in positions of power. If they are going to stay in the district, they should go to either like a district office role where they're not overseeing others, or maybe they need to go back to the classroom. Also, like I bring this up partly because I'm thinking of like this Barrios Unidos thing. And I know when that admin was at Renaissance, I did not feel like they upheld due process for my students. I was very upset when my kids were being disciplined, and no part of communication with me as the advisor was part of what was happening. And there was inequity issues happening, and they were brushed aside. If you remember at this time you came on, Dr. Contreras, like the transparency and stuff, the student voice was not there. I shouldn't have to spend hundreds to literally print out large surveys.
Thank you,
to bring
Mr.
them
Webb.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I will bring this back to the board for discussion. Trustee Medina?
Awesome. This is really cool. I know I had some ideas, Claudia, and I'm looking at you because I think this would fall under you, but one thing that I've been thinking about is we need to update the language that we teach. Does anybody here speak French? Language arts. Yeah, no, language learning. Yeah. So we have French. What other ones do we got? Spanish, sign language. ASL is great. What else? That's pretty much it. Okay. I told Dr. Contreras, but I think we need to introduce classes like Nawa, like Mixteco, because when we do that, we actually tell our immigrant communities that we care and that we're gonna involve them in the conversation because that language is just so reachable between them. So that's something that we could do because again, I don't see the benefit in having French. And granted, they want their Liberty Tower back, which they should take because we don't deserve it. Yeah, right. I know that was a recommendation that I would love to personally see is having those mixed language classes like Mixteco and Nawa and all these other ones. I'm personally trying to learn it so I could speak with some of the parents more, and it's absolutely needed. Another thing, I heard earlier today that unfortunately at Pajaro Middle School, which is a predominantly Spanish-speaking community, we have a principal who only speaks English, and I just found out we have an assistant principal coming in that only speaks English. That does not do any justice for my community who needs a Spanish speaker or somebody who understands Nawa or Mixteco. They have come to me and told me that they are not comfortable being in a discussion with an interpreter when they want direct communication with our principal. And the principal does not understand Spanish. And now we're bringing in an assistant principal who doesn't understand Spanish. And I think that's doing a huge disservice to my community and our teachers who have been asking for that for years. Another thing too, Dr. Contreras, I was hoping to see you at Pajaro Middle School graduation. And I think it was very noticeable that you weren't there to a lot of parents because this was the first class that came back after the floods. So I would love for you to make a better and stronger connection with my area because a lot of them do feel neglected by you. And I would love to see you more over there. That trip we had at Hall School, I thought that was great. So I think doing more of that because I do want my constituents to like you, but they don't see you. They don't feel like they're being heard when they want language coming into that. So I think that's something that we need to improve on. Also, it said on their community relationship building. Getting rid of Barrios Unidos isn't community relationship building at all. We say that we want to involve the community, yet when the community comes in and tells us that they like things, but they say something that somebody on this board in leadership doesn't like, that contract gets eliminated. That person isn't coming back the next year. We have a huge problem with retaliation in this district. We have a huge problem with administrators not being held accountable, withholding information, and not doing their due diligence to actually support their staff. And I've heard about this across the year because we have literally a system that doesn't allow teachers, parents, or students to have due process in this district, which is very concerning. We had a student who was written up by an SRO without any parent confirmation. And that's a failure on our part because this board did not put any policies in place. And we need to be at fault for that. Well, leadership does because they don't put it on the agenda. And then finally, getting a dashboard, I love that. I would also love if we could have a dashboard for the Board of Trustees to see how we're doing, because I think that's also very important. Because I could tell you right now, some folks up on here won't have a very good rating. And I think it's up to us to really look at those numbers to see how we could improve with our constituents. And finally, the last thing is back to the principals. I think we need to elect our principals or let the community do so they have a say who is being in charge of their students and who is there to take care of them. So that's something that I've seen districts have adopted, and I think that's something that we should consider, because seeing HR putting in people that don't speak the language of my community really shows me that there's a disconnection between what we want for Santa Cruz County versus what we need for Monterey County. Sure, I think they want to be more involved, but they're very intimidated because nobody speaks their language. Cool, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Okay. Oh, sure. Trustee Carrasco?
I want to also speak on like the community part of everything here. One thing that I noticed when I was teaching is a lot of the either teachers, staff, admin, or even organizations that were working with our students, when they were born and raised in this area or were bilingual, there is something about being able to identify yourself with your mentors and your teachers. And honestly, I think that was one of the biggest reasons why I was a very good teacher, because I was able to identify the Penny Club, indoor arena. There were certain things, right? And I was able to relate to them. And I would love to see more organizations from the community with people who were born and raised here, who are bilingual, to be able to be mentors to these students. They need to be able to see people that look like them, that speak like them, that have the background like them. It's really, really important. And I'm really sad that, we're not, that Barrios Unidos was not able to, get that contract again, because I was actually saying, why don't we have Milpa at Watsonville High? And I was having this conversation with people from Milpa, so I've worked with a lot of these people in these organizations, and they are really amazing role models, not just MIPA, but other organizations, nonprofits, you know, and they're doing a lot of amazing things and they're born and raised here. And I really want to see more of that in our schools because believe me, they'll be able to have some conversations that maybe those teachers can't, or maybe they weren't able to get to them. Maybe, you know, whatever. I'm thinking of the workload, the emotion, everything that teachers have to go on an everyday basis. Bringing in other people is a lot of help. Village, I like that. We need the village, you know, but we need other people because we're all overworking all of you, you know, all of the parents and everything. So more hands-on is better, especially from this community. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you. And, oh, see, Trustee Flynn?
I'm not opposed to most of what Trustee Carrasco said. I think I think it's representation matters. The students need to see themselves represented. That's like bottom line. There's a lot of emphasis in this county, whether it's South County, North County, BNR, born and raised. And while I think it's really important to highlight the accomplishments and the achievements of the human beings who have come up through our community, I think it's also important as we raise a global society to make sure that we do have people who are represented. You know, the second highest, from my understanding, Chicano population is Chicago. So if someone was to come and represent that community, but from Chicago, I think that's important because then our students will see someone who has lived somewhere else. And as much as I love the idea of people, you know, seeing themselves reflected, I also want people to go out and be a part of the global society. So I think both and. So thank you for your presentation. It was really long. So there were so many things I can't, that's all I can, yeah. But well, very well broken up. I'm glad it was not the same person speaking the whole time. Yeah. Yeah. So, and thank you. I know you're trying to.
Okay, and to conclude this item, I would just like to say thank you and congratulations to our staff for these really hefty goals that you set for yourselves at the beginning of the year. And you guys hit them out of the park. A lot of them, our graduation rate was amazing, our attendance rate. Thank you so much for everyone who put a lot of time and effort into that with the little blow-up team or the blow-ups, you know, that was great. Thank you to our finance for the extra time and commitment that you did for the sustainable budget team, because I know that was, took a lot of extra time. And I also want to say thank you for bringing Swan Math in and seeing the improvements in our numbers there. And also for being the feet on the ground for Measure M. Our M&O team, as well as, you know, a lot of our other staff. Without, you know, you guys doing that, I don't think we would have gotten that through. So there was so much in this presentation and all of it just great. And thank you, everyone, for all your hard work. And now with that, I will move us on to item 11.2. We have PVUSD and Cabrillo College partners in launching an early college pathway. PV Advance at PV High School. Report will be presented by Julie Edwards, Director of Strategic Educational Options. Brandon's not here. Happy birthday. We have Consuelo Mason, Director of Dual Enrollment at Cabrillo College, and other guests that we'll introduce.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and our PVUSD community. I'm Julie Edwards, Director of Strategic Educational Options in PVUSD, and I'm very happy to be here tonight to report on PV Advance. And first, I would like to thank Brandon. He wasn't able to be here at this point, but without the collaboration of, with Brandon and HR and the PVFT team, all of that enabled us to be here tonight talking about this for something that's going to happen this fall. Not next year, but this fall. So I'd also like to welcome our valued partners who came and stayed until like it's almost midnight. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Dr. Travaris Harris. He's the VP of Instruction at Cabrillo College. Dr. Blanca Baltazar Sabah, who is the VP of Student Services, and Consuelo Mason, Director of College Readiness and Dual Enrollment, who all committed themselves to ensuring the success of this program. So when we got our yes, when we were with PVFT, that was really about 3.5 weeks ago. And then we just hit the gas pedal. We were getting ready, but then we hit the gas pedal, and these wonderful partners stepped right in, and here we are tonight to share with you. So I think it's the back arrow that goes forward. Yes, it is. So to start with our mission and vision as a district, the mission and vision guided this work from the very beginning. Dr. Contreras planted the seed of an early college program, and we've been following our nose all the way to this day, and so excited to be able to share this with you tonight. Our strategic goals, this one truly supports Goal 1, academic excellence and powerful learning, as well as climate, culture, and community, and really giving our students an incredible opportunity. Just a little bit of background with, we're talking about earning college credit while students are in high school. There's different flavors of that. One of them is individual dual enrollment, which our students have been doing for years. That's a student who signs up for a class, gets themselves there, takes the class. They're in a classroom with adults, potentially other young adults. And those are open college courses, open sections. And then through legislation that is called the College and Career Access Pathways, there's a dual enrollment structure that allows for closed section classes so that we can have classes that are just our students. And this team has been making that happen for years, but we just turned the volume up a lot between last year and this year. So the closed section classes are part of a formal agreement that happens to be in the consent agenda. You'll see it is called a CCAP agreement. And we enter into that agreement every 3 years. This is the second year extension, or the second revision and extension of that. And it contains all of our dual enrollment, including this early college pathway. So our early college pathway, which we're calling PV Advance, and the tagline is college starts here. And it will be a cohort of students who are in a sequence of classes throughout high school that are all transfer level classes, starting with a college success class, their first semester this fall. These are rising ninth graders. So there's going to be 60 ninth grade students that are going to be onboarded into this program, and they're going to have an incredible time getting started with that in the fall. And then by the time they graduate, they will have earned 24 to 45 units of transferable college credit. 24 is the base based on 2 classes a year, but we'll be offering more and more dual enrollment, Consuelo, throughout the years that all students at PV High can access. So a student might be in this cohort, but other students at the school will be able to enroll in other classes that are on their campus. And these are during the school day, so it's just part of their day. So they go from English to math to their college class. Then they go to PE and they go on to social studies or whatever their other courses are. So this is really woven into the fabric of the high school experience. They can be on the football team, they're doing all the high school things, and they're a college student. So our students, especially those who are first generation, are underrepresented in this kind of a framework in dual enrollment, but they have a higher completion rate than their peers. So it's a very, very proven research-based model to help our students propel themselves toward college. And these credits that they earn are free, so it saves them time and money. And this particular type of dual enrollments under this agreement brings college to them, as I just described, and it's proven to reduce equity gaps. So we're so excited to be able to, open the door on this fall. And one last thing is that higher numbers of students that are in programs like this transfer as degree-seeking students. So they get all their prereqs, or many of them, done while they're in high school, and can go to Cabrillo and have a short time before they transfer on. Some of the students that will take a lot of courses might even be able to go straight on to the 4-year from high school. And so it's really going to be a kind of choose your own adventure. However, it's not going to be alone. We're going to have what I'm calling bubble wrap around these students. We're going to be, we will have dedicated tutors and a particular professional from UCSC who will be kind of watching them and keeping track of them and their grades and how they're doing in all their classes, not just this one, because maybe the struggle is in math or it's in English. So we're going to push into those classes for these students. So they're going to be very, very well taken care of. And we're really excited to bring this. So again, any student who, a first generation college going student is a student who has at least one parent that didn't go to college or did not complete college. That's kind of the definition. So it could be either is the answer to your question. So you can see here, this is the group, the district, in terms of the vision, the initiative, the idea, and the commitment. PVFT that came alongside, and after a few conversations and trying to understand what the considerations were from the point of view of our teachers, as our certificated staff, and working with Kit in the literally first week, and Michael Berman, to get that agreement finalized. Those are also in the consent agenda tonight. The Todd Wilson, the principal at PV High, is super excited to open the doors to these students and welcome them as college students. And this is the team. We're going to be in each other's business a lot. We already are, actually. So did you want to say anything? No? Okay. Okay. And then just real quick, I'll flip through this. This is the promotional materials that we have created for the PV Advanced program. There's a website for it. I'll flip through this. These are the things I've already said, but it's just how we served it up to our families so that it's very, very clear. There were QR codes for parents to express interest. And so we really did a tremendous amount of outreach, and I'm excited to hear your questions or thoughts tonight.
Thank you so much. Do we have no public comments for this item, but I'm sure we have a discussion. Trustee Medina.
OMG, you finally got it done. I remember we tested this at the Digital Nest when it was DM1, I was that connector, and then Julia Machaco was teaching the course. And it was fun, it was challenging, and I'm glad you built in that support, because that was the struggle that we had was, okay, aside from this class, which they loved, it was the other classes that they were more worried about because of the graduation. Well, so they kind of took it as, well, this is Cabrillo, I could just do it again. I need to focus on high school because I want to graduate. So that's kind of the sense I was getting towards the end. Also, Cabrillo is just a fantastic resource. When I graduated 8th grade, my counselor and I had a discussion, and before I even entered 9th grade, I was already taking courses at Cabrillo College in Spanish, which was amazing. So there's that resource that's also there. I also am a huge fan of Cabrillo because I work at Cabrillo. I'm in the media department, and I'm hoping that that gets expanded out because I know a lot of students are really interested in AI, photography, digital media, and hopefully we can kind of foster that relationship. And I do want to say that Cabrillo College is an HSI, which is a Hispanic Serving Institute, which is amazing, meaning that they have some really great resources for our students. I direct a lot of them to go there, take a few classes, and also too, we have courses that you could actually take with your child for no credits, which is the 400 series, correct? If I'm not mistaken, which I highly encourage you to do. So I'm really excited about this. I can't wait to see what we could do. And you said that they would go in with like 25 to 45, or they'd be done with 25 to 45 credits. Is that the equivalent to a freshman status if they were going to transfer out? Or
Anywhere between a freshman and a second semester.
that's awesome. And I know Upward Bound allowed us to do that because when I went into college, I was already at a sophomore status because of the amount of units that I was able to take. So I think this is awesome. I just saw that 7 kids at Los Angeles got their BA and their high school graduate degree at the same time. And I'm hoping that we could get to that level with Cabrillo. So thank you all for partnering with us on this. I'm excited. And Creative Careers class, if anybody wants to take that with me in the springtime. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
I love this program, but I have a question. Is there a way where non-ninth grade students can take part of these classes? And I ask this because a lot of PV High students can't attend Cabrillo because of transportation.
As I mentioned, so this particular early college pathway is designed for the rising ninth grader, but there are dual enrollment classes that are at the Watsonville Center. Some classes are online, like ASL is online usually, right? So there are accessible classes, and we're continuing to add to that offering, and there will be other classes on campus at PV High probably next year, not this school year, but next year.
Do you know what type of classes?
Well, they
Or
will
what
be.
you were hoping for?
Well, they will be transfer classes, so that we're discussing that and designing that, but yeah. And we'll be looking at student interest as well. And we want to make sure that those classes are as high value in terms of their engagement as well as the credit in their pocket, which is invaluable.
So they would be like general ed classes?
Yeah, they could be, yeah.
And they would be open to, hopefully not this year, but next year for all students at PV High?
It would be as part of the course request process that we go through in the, just after the winter break. So those dual enrollment online courses, or not online, the dual enrollment on-campus courses would be a part of what they could select as something they're interested in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you so much for staying with us this late.
Yes, so sorry about that.
Partnering with us and doing all that you do for our students. Thank you. Okay, I will now move us on to item 11.3, our mental health clinician and school resource officer program report will be presented by Benjamin Slider, our coordinator for student support services.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board Trustees, Dr. Contreras, and the PVOSD community. I'm Ben Slider, Coordinator of Student Services, and I thank you for the time in presenting the Mental Health Clinician SRO Program Report, which will primarily focus on stakeholder perception data from the spring semester survey and comparison to the stakeholder perception data from the fall semester. Am I not doing this right? Oh, that's right. Go back to go up. All right. As mentioned in many presentations, we're anchored in our vision and our mission, as well as our strategic goals. In this particular presentation, it will be Goal 3, Climate, Culture, and Community. And to kind of just orient our survey for the spring semester compared to the fall semester, you'll see that in the spring semester, we did survey all stakeholders, students, staff, and family caregivers. It was a voluntary survey, so it was those that opted into it. We did give a little bit longer for our survey window. A significant difference this time around is that we also surveyed Pajaro Valley High School because they had a SRO starting this year. And another significant difference between the survey in the fall and this year is based on the community feedback. folks wanted to be able to answer the questions about mental health clinicians and the SRO independently from one another. And so we went ahead and we made adjustments to the survey with that. And finally, we did add one more question to the spring survey, which was related to, would you like to see the SRO or the mental health clinician to continue to be available at the school site? But before we get into that perception data from the spring semester, I do want to just highlight some information that we were able to actually share from our very own recent Aptos High School grad and former board student trustee, Daniel Esqueda. And as part of his AP research project, he actually answered a question through his work, and that is, how do perceptions and experiences of SROs differ between minority students and their white counterparts regarding their safety and trust at school within PVUSD? And he was okay with me sharing this bit of information with you all today. And through looking through his work, I learned a few things, and there was also a few ahas at the same time. So the majority of the survey responses were positive for SROs. The survey did reveal where we can work to improve perception of SROs, and specifically with our students who identified as African Americans. And so that was a very big thing that I pulled from his research and his paper. And so some learnings that we got from that was perception of the SRO and mental health clinicians, specifically for his work, SRO, in schools may vary by student group. And with that, there's an importance of adding additional self-reporting ethnicity questions to surveys. And this data will help us to support in identifying of more focused areas for where we are looking at our mental health clinician and our SRO program and how we might be able to improve and make it grow. So again, I want to thank Daniel for sharing that information with me so I can share it with you all. So getting with the survey data, first we're going to start with the students. In this particular round, we had 321 students take the survey, and so I want to thank the students that did do that. And although I'm only going to go through a couple of the survey questions in this presentation, for the board and those that are out in the PVOC community, we did link a PDF to the board agenda item that has all of the numbers and all of the survey data for all of the questions. So feel free to look at that when you can. So in terms for the survey question, makes me feel safe, the majority of the student responses were either agree or neutral for both the SRO and mental health clinician. And so let's orient ourselves with this graphic that you see here. In the first graphic to the left, that's the fall survey data. That's where we asked the question about the SRO mental health clinician team. And then in the middle graph and in the graph to the right, that's where we had the survey questions for the spring semester, but they are separate questions that were answered. And so there's independent data for each of those. So just to make sure that we orient ourselves with the graphs there. The majority of the students' response were disagree or neutral for both the SRO and the mental health clinician. So you can see with the graphs. For comfortable with the presence of, the majority of the students' responses were agree or neutral for both SRO and the mental health clinician. And then finally, the added question, would you like to continue to have that position be available at my school site? The majority of the responses were yes or maybe for both the mental health and SRO for the respective sites. More yeses for the mental health clinician. When we look at the staff survey, we had a total of 220 staff from the 3 comprehensive high schools that took the survey. So thank you for the staff that participated in the survey. And for the perception data on relationship beneficial with students, the majority of the staff responses were yes or somewhat for both the mental health clinician and the SRO. For makes me feel safe, the majority of the staff responses were agree or neutral for both the SRO and the mental health clinician. Plays an intricate part in the overall safety, the majority of the staff responses were yes or sometimes for both SRO and the mental health clinician. And then finally, that added question, continued to be available at my school site. The majority of the responses were yes or neutral for both the mental health clinician and the SRO, and more yeses for the mental health clinician. And then finally, the survey data for our parents and caregivers. We had 576 surveys that were completed. And again, thank you to the parents and caregivers that took the time to complete this survey. We appreciate that. In answering the question, relationship beneficial with students, the majority of the family and caregivers responses were yes or somewhat for both the SRO and the mental health clinician. Makes me feel safe. The majority of the family and caregiver responses were agree or neutral for both SRO and the mental health clinician. Plays an intricate part in the overall safety. The majority of the responses for the caregivers were yes or sometimes for both the SRO and the mental health clinician. And finally, that last question, the added question, the majority, would you like to continue, would you like that position to continue to be available at my school site? The majority of the parent and caregivers responded yes or maybe for both the SRO and the mental health clinician, and one more yes for the mental health clinician compared to the SRO. So 501 and 502. And just like what we did in the fall, we gave an opportunity for free response, and there were a lot. And what I'd like to say is, in terms of the free response, the majority of the time, that was a question that was unanswered, so there was a blank. And then there was also neutral. The vast majority beyond that was positive, and then there were some that were not in favor and had some constructive feedback on both itself. So I'm just going to read a few of these out, and then we'll start with student voice. So he seems like a very kind man. No instructions on how to reach him in case you need to report something. And that's about SRO. Every time I can feel myself stiffening, thinking to myself, wait, am I doing something that might get me in trouble? And again, referring to SRO. And then we have one that feels more safe and protected when we have a school resource officer in our school. And again, that is with regards to SRO. If we move to the family caretaker voice, we had cops don't belong on campus all day. As a parent, I would like to have an SRO on campus, especially in these times we are living in. Mental health clinician and school resource officer should work as a team to support students. And so, as you can see, we have statements that are both in favor and also where there is some constructive feedback in disagreement for the positions. And then finally, staff voice. SRO is there to criminalize our students. It is an opportunity to build positive connections for our youth with police. I really do see a difference in the support provided by the mental health clinicians. And like I said, the majority of the free responses were positive and in response after we take into account where there wasn't a response that was provided. And then finally, in terms of where we see the mental health clinician and the SRO pairing, I just want to kind of point out a few where we have threat assessment protocols, we, as part of our threat assessment protocol in the county of Santa Cruz, we are supposed to notify law enforcement. And so having that SRO on campus allows us to be able to get them involved within the threat assessment protocol a little bit sooner, so that it's faster, and also with partnership with the mental health clinician. And typically, if there's a threat assessment that's needed at a school site that is not where that SRO is positioned, let's say at the junior high or at a middle school or at the elementary school, the SRO is also part of that as well. And I also want to highlight that in order for law enforcement to become an SRO, they do have to go through training. So just like the mental health clinicians that have to go through their training, the same thing with the SRO. However, once we enter onto a school campus, there's systems that are done there. There is school culture that is done there. And so part of their training is also learning what the systems and the school culture is at each and every one of the campuses as well. Another one to highlight is the safety care training. It's something that we do in PVUSD, and it's something that we will make sure that continues to be a part of the pairings training as well. And it's really great and big with being able to de-escalate situations. And of course, our ALICE training and our certification, making sure that there's that partnership that is there, as well as making sure that they get the training that is necessary for those campuses. Kind of shifting over to discipline and restorative practices, I just want to point out that 28% or 28 schools within PVUSD do have a positive behavior intervention framework, which includes discipline policies. So there's flow charts, there's definitions about minor and major behaviors, and there's processes for responding to behaviors. 28 schools have been recognized for their PBIS implementations. And I think that that's highlight in the LCAP as well. 28 schools have had at least one whole staff restorative practices training. For the majority of them, it's introduction to restorative practices and the use of community circles. And for others that have gone on, that's also the use of affective language, circles for academic engagement, and the use of restorative discipline strategies as well. And we'll continue to do that work as we move forward into the next school year. 27 schools have at least one administrator trained in restorative practices. That also includes restorative conferences itself. So after harm is done, there is work that is restorative to bring the community together, to repair harm, to restore relationships, and make things better moving forward. Restorative practices does require a shift in mindset, and it prioritizes relationship and community building. Done. That is like, that it has to be. And a significant difference between restorative justice, which we're familiar with in restorative practice, is restorative practice requires that relationship and community building in the first place. Restorative justice is when harm is done, but maybe that community hasn't been built in the first place, and you're doing that repair after the fact. Restorative practices requires a proactive approach. 80% of your time should be building relationships and community, because we know that students make mistakes, and we want them to recover from those mistakes and to be a part of the community and to acknowledge what had happened, but be able to move forward and be better for it. And so we need to repair and restore the relationships that may have been damaged. And that's an important piece. And then finally, school sites that do prioritize restorative practices, even though they may have to assign a Saturday school or a Friday school, or even may have to do an out-of-school suspension, they prioritize that relationship rebuilding and that connection to make things right moving forward. And so students are brought back into the community. And this is just a shameless plug from me. If you would like me to present on restorative practices, how it's implemented in PVUSD, I'd be more than happy to do that for the board and also for the community as well. So Our next steps is to help school sites build opportunities for positive interactions between the SRO, students, families, and staff. Ongoing collaboration of the SRO mental health clinician team between school sites and PVUSD Student Support Services Department, and that could be monthly meetings, professional development, planning, goal setting, data analysis. Work with school sites to build capacity around student-led and inclusive discussions concerning school issues and topics. A model that comes to mind is YPAR, or Youth Participatory Action Research, and I think that Pajaro Valley High School is very familiar with that. And then also adjust the mental health clinician SRO feedback survey by adding additional questions for self-reporting of ethnicity and possible other demographic information, so that the information that does come back, and we learn from that, we have a better opportunity to really engage in some of the lift in the work and improvement and the dialogue in the community with the stakeholders about how we might be able to improve our programs. And with that.
Thank you. So now we do have some public comments on this item.
Okay. Maximiliano Barraza, Osvaldo Contreras, Christine Hong, Omar Dieguez, Gabriel Barraza, Dr. Lourdes Barraza, and Bobby Marchesal.
Maximiliano went home to sleep. Yep.
I just wanted to say that out loud.
I think the your report is missing a lot of information. How many of those students were system impacted that you interviewed? How many mentors did you go to the school to interview and ask them about what's going on in the schools and how it's the officers impacted the students by having them on campus? How many teachers did you or parents did you interview? Those numbers you have don't even represent close to the population of the schools. What I could say is that from my experience at Pajaro Valley High School, I've seen students cited for stuff that was happening off campus. Our SRO came onto campus to pull them out of class and cite them on campus without a parent or a guardian present. They're minors. That shouldn't be happening. When I asked, and maybe you guys could put the pieces together why we're not back at Pajaro High. When I asked the administration, what is the due process that you have to protect our students? There is no due process. And I went ahead and I went and talked to all the vice principals. None of them had any due process. The due process is they make that decision on their own, how they discipline the students. Once the student is disciplined, I mean, given a citation, that even if the citation is dropped, that still shows up on your record when you get pulled over by a police officer. And that police officer doesn't know that citation was dropped. It shows up on your record. And I'm one of those victims that had to deal with that since high school. Still have to deal with that. Still shows up on my record. So I ask you guys to please come up with a policy to protect our students.
So Gabriel Barraza, District 5. Superintendent Contreras, I was at the Board of Supervisors meetings on Tuesday when you made that passionate speech about protecting the community from militarization as seen on the streets of Los Angeles. It was a very good speech. Thank you for that. I am, however, puzzled, and this is not a one-on-one analogy, but puzzled that you would say that and then stand by having law enforcement on our school grounds. I know the argument that people will make is that it makes kids safe, but that's more wishful thinking, and it's really not borne out by any data that's well researched. With no offense intended to individuals who join the police to protect and serve, you know, my brother-in-law, who I love dearly, was a police officer for decades. And but the reality is that there is no legal mandate and no focus mostly in police training on protecting. The focus is on determining and responding to crime. And while departments may emphasize service, The system of policing as a whole is based on maintaining civil order by use of force, which is why we tend to see 5 squad cars responding to a simple traffic stop. My concern is that the presence of law enforcement will be to criminalize adolescent behavior that should be dealt with from a social and emotional perspective. We as a district should focus on the root causes of behavior from an economic and social angle, rather than policing our way out of our problems.
When the vast majority of students in juvenile hall are from Watsonville, it tells you that the relationship between law enforcement and the community is dysfunctional. Putting law enforcement on campuses gives the illusion of security, but creates the risk of criminalizing adolescent behavior. You know, I appreciate you doing the study, but it's like Omar said, it's very limiting. I didn't see as a parent being asked, are you okay with your child being cited there? That was not a question that was asked. I wonder how that would change it. I also think that that whatever study that's being made is one done by somebody who's a researcher and understands confounding variables. I mean, a bunch of other things that go into actual research. And this should not be a quantitative study, it should be a qualitative study. We should have more in-depth information. It was very simplistic, but I appreciate the effort. And I appreciate seeing Daniel Esqueda's work. I actually saw the whole thing, and he actually said, you know, I really think there should be more community groups. And yes, I think that if one, I don't believe students should be cited. We're talking about kids who don't have a developed brain yet, who the part of the brain that makes the decision is not developed. I believe there's a time and a place for law enforcement. School campuses is not one of them. And the research that has been out there by professional researchers show that. And like I said, you don't even need to go there, just locally. All you have to do is locally how much worse it is for the kids in Watsonville than the kids in Santa Cruz. There's a clear bias. And as you know, Gabriel said, police officers are trained to look to see the person as dangerous. That's what a lot of my police officer friends have told me. And so that's not a good way to approach students or kids. Also, parents should be involved. There should not be a choice. But more importantly, the district should have a policy. Right now, we're using Watsonville PD as the policy.
Thank
That
you,
is not
Dr.
okay.
Barraza. Thank you.
Hi there, good afternoon. I'm Oswaldo Contreras. Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent, Dr. Contreras. Over the past 7 years at Aptos High, I've had the privilege of working with so many incredible students, and just as importantly, with professionals who support them in ways they go beyond the classroom. In particular, over the past 3 years, I've worked closely with our SRO, Paul, and as well with our mental health clinician, first with Heather Waltz and now with Logan Roberts. Together, they have formed a team that has been essential to the well-being of students and culture of our school. Though this close collaboration, I've seen firsthand the real benefits of having this resource available on campus. Officer Paul has become much more than just a law enforcement presence. He's a mentor, a listener, and a positive influence on countless students. Many of the good things he does each day go unnoticed, but they make a lasting impact. Likewise, our mental health clinician brings critical support. Logan has stepped up into the role with compassion, professionalism, and deep commitment to our student care. She and Paul work together and build trust, respond to the needs, and keep our students safe, not just physically, but emotionally. Having them on our campus is not a luxury, it's a necessity. They are assets to our school community, and removing these roles will be serious step backwards. Unfortunately, the previous board made that mistake once already. We can't afford to repeat it again. Our students deserve support, safety, and people who will show up for them every single day. That's what Paul and Logan do. I'm proud to work alongside them, and I'm even proud of what they bring to our school. And I always want to be clear about something. I always be in favor of having SRO on campus. I say that because I work closely with students who lost their life on campus. And one thing they consistently told me is if we had an SRO then, that tragedy might not happen. Those words have stayed with me. They remind me of why our work matters, why presence prevention, and relationship makes a difference.
Thank
Our students deserve safety, support, and people who are there for them.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I agree with some of the concerns and critiques of the survey. And at the same time, I do want to say thank you to some improvements that I've seen since last time. Thank you for separating out the two jobs. Thank you also for separating out the campuses. I would have liked to have seen a little more of what the differences were from campus to campus, but I didn't realize till you said it that it's on there. So I was trying to look quickly. I encourage you to do the same. They weren't significant, but there was differences from campus to campus. And I want to remind us that equity and equality are not always the same thing, right? Sometimes they are, 7-period day. That would be great on all our campuses, equity and equality. But in this, maybe not. You know, one thing I do want to bring up, one of my biggest concerns, I know this isn't an action item, but to be thinking of for the future, we've talked a lot about money this year. And it's come up in our budget this year and this meeting. And the amount of money that we spend on police in our schools it's time to look at that. I know that the Watsonville Police Department is down double digits in officers. What that tells me is if they wanted to fund a SRO, they can do that. And if it is truly a public service, you know, a concern for safety, then it should be done by the police department, especially at a time when we're having to cinch it up. And if we are going to put towards this, I'll be honest, what I've seen from friends who work with incarcerated youth and with at-risk youth is that it's much more effective bringing in groups like Barrios Unidos and Milpa to work with those students than it is to have an officer on site. So these are things we need to think of. Budgeting wise, I will add in, many of you know, I was part of the original oversight committee for this process. And I still have concerns that when we went through that, there were it was messy. I'm happy to sit down with any of you and talk you through it. But there was, at the end, we voted whether or not to keep this in pilot or keep going. It was a 60-40 vote, and that included votes from the SROs and their commanding officers. Our community probably would have said we need a little more oversight and data before we continue, so we still need some more oversight. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so now seeing no more public comments, we will now bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Medina?
Oh, cool. Can you bring up on the drive that I sent you, school resource officer? Yeah, I said that. If you could pull that up. And should say school resource officer. The Levine Act violation is another one. Thank you. Okay, so I thought I was going to be able to make a motion because I wrote up a policy based on what I've heard. And, you know, I just want to go over it and hopefully the leadership team will actually consider this. And if they don't, they need to get voted out. The policy establishes clear guidelines for the role, conduct, and accountability of school resource officers operating on PVUSD campuses. It aims to safeguard student rights, ensure transparency, and promote a school environment rooted in restorative justice. There you go. You see that word again. Not criminalization. Go down, please. PVUSD recognizes the need for school environments that prioritize student dignity, educational access, and emotional safety. While law enforcement agencies may provide support to school sites, SROs are not substitutes for educators, counselors, or mental health professionals. So these are the scopes and limitations that I think need to be enacted. No student shall be questioned, searched, or cited by an SRO without the presence of a site administrator and immediate notification of the student, parent, or guardian. All interactions between SROs and students that result in disciplinary action, citation, or investigation must be logged and reported to the superintendent's office within 24 hours. That way we can get that citation off their account before they go into the criminal justice system. Prohibited functions. SROs may not engage in school rule enforcement, including dress code, tardiness, cell phone use, or classroom behavior referrals. SROs may not pressure or coerce students into signing statements or incident reports without the presence of a parent and staff administration. Training requirements, trauma-informed and adolescent development training, anti-bias and racial equity training, restorative practices and de-escalation training. And community accountability, the site administrators must hold one student-led feedback session per semester regarding the school climate and safety concerns. The superintendent's office shall compile an annual SRO impact report disclosing total student contacts by SROs, nature of those contacts, and most importantly, any racial, disability, or age disparities in those referrals. The policy should, if this is voted on, which I doubt because we have a very pro-cop leadership team, the policy should have taken place immediately. But these are things that we need to address because when students get cited, punished, they do not trust law enforcement. The fact that you are telling them to trust these law enforcement officers now as kids when they're 27-year-olds going off into the street and looking for help, it's a very different situation. They're not that same small kid who could look up to them. Now they're adults and they get criminalized. Cops are there after something happens. Counselors should be there to prevent those things from happening. An SRO is a Band-Aid solution. That's all it is. And it's a neglectful one too, because what it does is it says, I care more about disciplining you than I do about putting in resources so you know right from wrong, so you know that mistakes can be corrected. And with an SRO presence, that does not happen. And for those of you who think I'm a cop hater, let me tell you something. I was actually a police cadet with the Watsonville Police Department. I went on a ride-along. I went on one ride-along with Sergeant Rocha at the time. I don't think he's there anymore. We had to stop a woman who was peeling an orange, waiting at the bus stop because she had just got out of jail and she had gotten a ticket to go see her son who she hadn't seen in 3 years in Soledad. That cop said, no, you have a small little knife. It wasn't even a knife. It's one of those nail clipper things that she was using to peel her orange. And when I saw that, I knew that this was not something that I could go into because I could never separate a mother from her child. I could never tell somebody that they are a criminal based solely on the way that they look or what the media portrays about them. So I think that we need to adopt this, and I hope that we hold this leadership accountable to finally doing something about this, or we need to vote them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the board? Trustee Flynn?
I just have been making notes. I do feel like it should be precinct funded. I am curious who the SROs are there for. Oh, where are my glasses? There should never be any sighting on campus that would go into anybody's record.
Shameful.
I'm not, I don't think that police on campus for children is normal. I just don't. I appreciate the work that you've done and the presentation that you made and the work to try to, kind of tease out some information. I appreciate the restorative practices that you're working to implement. I would like to see that move up and SRO move down and have it really ultimately be student run. Because there's been a lot of research that shows when students are leading that type of work, it reduces expulsion rates, it reduces harm, it improves accountability. But I recognize the area that I serve is not necessarily in alignment with my experience and my thoughts and my feelings and my opinions about SROs, but I do feel strongly, especially from a budgetary perspective, that we need to look at how this can be precinct funded. I feel like the mental health clinicians should, there should be a tiering system if there are going to be SROs on campus, and that SROs are a last resort. And because these are kids, you know, and I think you mentioned root causes. I don't remember who it was that mentioned root causes. Oh, okay. Really needs to be taken into consideration, and SROs aren't trained to look at root causes like mental health clinicians are. Yeah, those are just some of my 12:30 a.m. thoughts.
And several of them are working with ICE
And
too.
I will
So I
also-
think that's something that we need to consider now as well.
I do also want to remind the board that we called this, we're going to need to call this meeting at 1, and so we have less than 25 minutes to get through 2 more items, consent, and return to closed session. So are there any other discussion on this item? Okay.
I have a question. Will you be putting on the policy resolution that I read out on the next agenda?
I will, you provided it to our leaders in our school district. If they want to take that into consideration and into the MOU that they're going to provide, I'm not going to tell them how to do their job.
So they can make motions, but we can't to put stuff on
Nobody
the
is
agenda?
making motions, Gabe. I think the document that you provided was great, and I hope that they will take it into consideration when addressing, when drafting up their resolution that we
Hope
will
does
then.
get things done. So I want action.
I can't force them. I mean, I could just say,
You're
as a
just a
trustees, we
president
can
that
all
just
say,
should not be in
we
that
would like
position
for
because-
you to take this into consideration. Okay, so, thank you. I like that you have implemented some of the changes that were requested in the survey, and it was very clear how our community feels. I know we had a community member ask, like, did you talk to all the staff? Did you interview all the, everyone had access to the survey. And so if they chose not to participate, that was their choice. But those who did choose to participate, we have heard what they want to say. So I'm now going to move us on to item 11.4. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Slider, you're going to do the next one as well, I believe. 11.4, first read, update board policy 6174, education for English language learners.
I'm taking this on for
I'm
Chrissy.
sorry, you're not, I was told you. So thank you, Mr. Berman, we'll take this.
And I can make this quick. Chrissy's on our way to that community schools conference. We are being federally program monitored this year. And one of the findings was that we need to update this policy, our English learner policy. It's just some updated language and verbiage. This is our first read and we'll bring it back at our next meeting and update it based on any feedback that we get.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussion for the board? I see no public comments. Okay, seeing none, I thank you for this, and I will now move us on to item 11.5, update on board policy on education for homeless children, 6173. Report will be presented by Benjamin Slider. Thank you.
So I'll save the introductions and just get right to it. So Pajaro Valley Unified School District in the Board of Trustees in 2022 had approved the current version of our board policy in AR. But recently PVUSD went through federal program, our monitoring program, and one of the recommended findings for PVUSD was to update language and board policy per state law in Ed Code. And specifically what was highlighted was language regarding the district's utilization of a housing questionnaire to support the identification of students with possible housing insecurity. And although we do that work, we do it on an annual basis, it wasn't written in the board policy. And so I said, okay, then let's update the board policy. And since I'm going to do it, I might as well look at it all. And with that, I went ahead and looked at examples that come from the California School Board Association, which has the most current laws and practices in ed codes related to it. And we went ahead and did a whole revamp of the board policy. You can see where things are striked out, and then where the blue is, where we've added The black is what was being preserved. And so there was a lot of movement. And so I just want to highlight a couple places where additional language was added. So Board Policy 6173 is reviewed every 3 years. Whether we update it or not, we review it and make sure that that is happening in a cyclical area. As recommended by our recommendations and findings out of the federal monitoring program, that we add information regarding that PVUSD will implement an annual housing questionnaire. So that was added to it. Information about the living situations of students experiencing homelessness is considered part of the student's educational record and thus cannot be released without consent. We added that specifically in there as well. And then there was some other language that was within the AR that we pointed out in the board policy. And so the hope is for you to be able to have some time with this, and then we are able to bring it back on June 25th for a formal board approval of the new policy.
Thank you very much. And seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for any discussion. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think we need to do a better job with our homeless population here at PVUSD. As of right now, off of near La Fondita over here, they're trying to get rid of that house that a lot of these students go to in order to feel safe and comfortable. A lot have even noted, which is why I think it's important to classify students. A lot of homeless students don't feel comfortable around police officers. So I think that's something that we should consider. And I understand that pro-police people won't understand that because they feel safe, whereas others don't. So I also remember at a board meeting, I know that we're gonna have teacher housing coming in. And I wanted to make a statement stating that we need to carve out at least 2 or 3 of those housing units for our homeless students, where Miss Trustee Navarro kind of giggled at that and said we're gonna focus on teacher housing, which I thought was very disingenuous. So if we're gonna show that, if we're gonna say that we care about our homeless students, can we please show it as well? Because they haven't felt cared for by this district.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay. I thank you for your work with our students and our homeless and our students that are doubled up, you know, and all of our at-risk students. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I will now move us on to item, it's okay. I will now move us on to consent agenda. Are there any, we have one public speaker, but he has gone home, I believe, Troy Martin. So I will now ask, are there any items that the board wishes to defer? Trustee Medina? Oh, sorry. We don't have any of those here. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. We don't have any, and we've got to get through this pretty quickly. I'm sorry. We did not receive your card.
You're just gonna waste time. Can you just let them speak, please? Because we're gonna go back and forth about this.
You have 2 minutes. Thank you. Just 2 minutes. Thank you.
A point of clarification, they get 2 minutes, correct?
They get 2 minutes total at this one time. So they have 2 minutes to discuss whichever items they'd like.
And that's stated on the agenda?
Yes, that's how this works.
I thought it was 2 minutes each.
We're going to run out of time. I'm not even going to get through this.
There we go. Who wrote the curriculum for the inclusive sex ed? Who vetted it to ensure that it doesn't teach bigoted information about trans people? And if it's great and it's passed all of these vetting, why are we waiting until children are in 5th grade to start teaching them about hygiene and friendship and boundaries and anti-bullying measures? Why don't we start them earlier? And the other item I wanted to comment on is the rollover of food purchasing contracts. I have noticed that ingredients are not listed on many of the items that are provided to students, which is, sorry, I'm trying to go fast, I'm running out of breath, which is a problem for students with allergies or with religious dietary taboos or ethical dietary considerations. I really don't want the district to inadvertently poison a child because they just don't list the ingredients. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, do we have any items that wish to be deferred? Trustee Medina. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve consent agenda with the removal of items 12.6 and 12.9?
Make a motion to support.
Thank you. I have a first. Do I have a second? Second, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes 6-0-0-1. And now we will move on to our deferred items. We will start with item 12.6, approval of counseling credential candidate fieldwork placement agreement between PVUSD and Point Loma Nazarene University School of Education.
Thank you. I have this item. This is a standard agreement that we've had. This allows us to have student teachers in our schools.
Okay, Gabe, did you have questions about this?
Yeah, I'm just very curious. How are these places vetted? Like, do you do research on the institute itself and find information about them and what impact that may have on our student population?
Oop. I'm not in a position to respond to that specifically tonight. These are contracts we've had historically, and so I brought them forward tonight for consent.
Okay, if you could go back to the drive, I sent you an item. Oh, I'm sorry, it's in your email account. It should have gone to your email. Presenter, right?
In the interest of time, Trustee Medina, can you just let us know what you're questioning here?
Yeah, I guess I'll read it. I was very concerned because I read the Church of Nazarene has made its position clear that same-sex sexual activity is a sin, and the university has publicly defended its right to block LGBTQ job candidates. Just recently in 2023, they got rid of one of their deans because they had self-identified as LGBTQ, and because they were in defense of the other person. Did you get it up now? Okay, cool. If you want to go ahead and play that.
I don't think we have time for this right now, Trustee Medina, but I do want to caution the board. We are treading on similar ground that we did in January, so.
No, I think it's fair to point out that they are, as it's stated right here, it's factored into their statement about LGBTQIA+. And if you remember, Trustee Flores, that we just approved a resolution protecting our LGBTQ+ students. So I think this would go against that. And I just want to make us be aware of that. So
Similar to your argument back in January when we had a student from a Christian organization, this is a MOU with the student. This is in order to let a student come into our district and just do a student-teacher internship. And same
that's
exact
fine. I'm going to put it
situation.
on your guys' shoulder,
Okay.
but this is what's going on there. They do not like LGBTQ+ people. And I hope that you watch that video as it explains even alumni were closeted when they went there because they did not feel safe. So imagine bringing that over. And I get you don't understand what it means to be LGBTQIA+ like I am, but Stuff like that gets to you. And this is why, again, this leadership does not understand what it is that our students need. And if they're going to be bringing in an institution that's not going to make them feel safe, that is where I feel very uncomfortable. But I'm going to let you all decide on the vote on that. I just wanted to make it aware that this was reported, and I apologize to our LGBTQIA+ community if this does move forward.
Trustee Turley?
Is part of our onboarding process with incoming teachers or student teachers to go over our rules and expectations and make sure there's an understanding that we have a diverse community, which we want to feel welcome here?
Yes, of course. This is the item is to allow for student teacher to work in the capacity of student teaching. And so the institution by which that student teacher is identified would be no different than any institution that we would identify when we're hiring a new teacher, for example, who has a BA from a particular university or a particular post-secondary college, anywhere in any particular area.
But you have an onboarding process where you go over rules and policies and expectations.
Correct. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Which would include making sure they understand our community and that we're a welcoming community.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I would entertain a motion.
Let's go ahead and make the motion that we support this agenda item.
Okay, we have a first. Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstaining? Okay, motion passes 5-1-0-1. Okay, I will now move us on to item 12.9, Lozano Smith 2025-26 Agreement for General Counsel Legal Services. Who's going to present this one?
Good evening. So this is our new contract or agreement for the upcoming year. Lozano Smith is a general counsel legal service that the district has engaged with since the 2018-19 fiscal year.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I'll read my report on this, but since you're not going to allow me to make my case because we have a little bit of time, Lozano Smith, I think we should vote no on this. It's clearly seen by the censure that they were not informed by the bylaws. Instead, we actually, by the way, for the public, I want you to know this. The lawyer that's here is coming out of our general fund, even though the superintendent of the county of Santa Cruz wants them here. We didn't want this lawyer here. It's because our board president doesn't know the rules, so we need somebody here to counter that for them. So Lozano Smith has repeatedly advised school districts to take a narrow, restrictive approach to California's Public Records Act, which contradicts both the letter and the spirit of the law. This has triggered expensive, unnecessary litigation, delayed or outright denied community access to records that courts later ruled should have been disclosed, resulted in ruling that criticized their legal reasoning, even citing constitutional violations. Legal misguidance and costly errors have been a trademark of Lozano Smith. In multiple cases, including Salinas, Monterey, and Hartnell College, courts ruled against district represented by Lozano Smith. In Salinas, the court found that Lozano Smith advice improperly withheld hundreds of pages of records from a parent. In Monterey, the district had to release records after a judge sided with a community group criticizing the delays in legal posture. Wasteful spending of public funds. In Monterey Peninsula Unified, Lozano Smith billed over $3.4 million in 6 years, more than $1 million in a single year. Much of it on public record disputes and even tasks outside traditional legal work. That's taxpayer money used not to defend students or schools, but to resist transparency. In the end, they lost the case and the district had to pay the plaintiff's legal fees too. Dismissive and unprofessional conduct is another trademark of Lozano Smith. Lou Lozano himself reportedly hung up on a reporter during an interview. He downplayed the constitutional importance of public record law, saying, "I didn't know the Constitution says anything about public records." That contradicts court rulings explicitly stating the California constitutional mandates board disclosures. And Carmel Unified ended the relationship with Lozano Smith because of poor responsiveness, mishandling a public records request, which I know many people submitted during the previous board that were not fulfilled, which violated the FOIA request. And if one of you were to file a lawsuit, you have legitimacy with that. These aren't isolated events. These are part of a pattern of obstruction, of responsiveness, and high cost with little return. So that is why I believe that we should be voting no. We should invest in a lawyer that's actually going to help us in improving our relationship with the community, not denying them request that goes against California law. And with that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Do I have any other comments from the board? Okay, so seeing none, is anyone open to making a motion? Okay. The contract is for 1 year, okay. So I have a motion to approve this contract for 1 year. I will second, and I will now call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstaining? Okay, motion passes 5. You were an aye, Jessica, right? Okay, 5-1-0-1. Okay, and so with that, we unfortunately do not have time to reconvene to close session. So any items that were left undone, we will have to put onto our next agenda. And I will now close this board meeting. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be on June 25th in the City Council chambers. And this meeting is now adjourned at 12:56. What? Oh, shoot.